I think we're live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is November 13th, 2024, and we are an hour earlier because we are about to get into the CPI. So if you're used to the CPI days, we're going to get right into it. We are an hour earlier. Hi, that is me. We're going to start going over some of the previews, get an idea of what to expect, and then we're going to get into our normal what's going on with the day, what we're going on, the news, and all that good stuff. So all I got to say is if you are new right now and you are joining, you will not be able to chat for about 7 hours. That's so you could learn to invest in the chat and get a long term. That's what I want to make sure you take advantage of on this channel is being able to own stock for a minimum of 10 years and take advantage of everything without any level of FOMO or anything like that. So hope you get that, but now we got to get into the data. We actually have a lot that we're expecting. I'm going to get my good mornings in a little bit, but good morning. It's wonderful to see some of y'all, man. So I hope you guys are feeling good. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting day. We talked about this in a few ways. Number one is that there really shouldn't be an effect today. However, what I was telling you guys yesterday about 0.4, it is actually kind of going to become true. So let me throw this up here right now. This is from Goldman Sachs, and pretty much it's very simple. If we get anything 0.4 or higher, I think we're going to have a problem with the market. That will not be good. I know everybody feels good. I know we're trading the Trump trade and all of that stuff, but if you got 0.4 or higher, then we're going to have a problem. 0.35 to 0.4, you would still be bad, but as long as it's not 0.4 and above. So people are going to get into the nitty-gritty. Yes, 0.05 is going to matter. And then, like we said, anything in line, I mean, you're just going to get what the market is pricing in. If it's a little bit better, if we could get below 0.2 because everybody is expecting it hot, then everything is going to be fine from there, baby. So what up, D? What up? I see the D in the chat, Twitch. So I think that's the most important thing. I think if you knock that out and you're ready to go on there, I think you will be good to go. And then that's going to be pretty much it. And then hold on, is the I got to see, did the Twitter go up? Oh, how come the Twitter's not up? Oh, man, I need to get that. So I need to get you guys the preview. I wanted that to go live, but it is not working. Please hold. You guys not see that one yet? Hot dog. So hold on. I'm going to give you this in a second. You're going to have to give me 2 minutes. I know, a little delay, but this is good enough. Again, everybody is worried on, hotel prices, auto insurance, and healthcare. Those are the ones that are expected to start going up there. So let's see. Why no work, Habibi? I do the key. I don't. How come the Twitter? Come on, Twitter. It doesn't start till 5:30. I think that's why. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I think it's just tweaking out. All right, not bad. Not bad. We'll get into that. But like I'm saying, 0.4 on core, that's all that is really going to matter. So let me see. I'm going to have a couple of previews in here, but let me put it this way. As far as the economists, you have like 75 economists that are expecting this. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 economists that think you're going to come in at 0.5. The median is at 0.2, and then you have a lot of people that are expecting 0.2. The median is going to be at 0.3. So like I'm saying, hotels, auto insurance, even used cars, people think it's going to go up. If we are going to get any surprise, again, all I think that matters is core. I really don't think you need to look anywhere else. However, people are thinking that headline will come up a little bit, but like I'm saying, it's not going to be much seasonality for this CPI, seasonality for airfare, auto insurance, cars. All of the seasonality is pointing to a hotter inflation. Again, this is why people are expecting it to be hot today. That's what I was saying the last couple of days. Yeah, the market's freaked out a little bit in terms of bond land, but when you put it in perspective, you are already expecting a hot CPI, and that's for a myriad of factors. So watch out for that and just be mindful of it. And then don't forget, too, the rate cut odds. That's going to be the number one thing. I know we feel a certain way about what's going on, but it's very simple. The rate cut odds, those are going to be changing after today. Yes, you have another CPI, but whatever happens there in the short run, that's going to move rate cut odds. And right now it is 60% for December. So people are still pricing in a rate cut for December. So again, health insurance will be there. I think rent is actually going to come down. So rent is going to be a positive tailwind here today. I have analyst quotes. So I have like 10 different analysts. Let me see. We got another preview going. Again, everyone just going over the 0.3. So yeah, let me read you what JP Morgan said. So I gave you guys what Goldman Sachs said. Goldman Sachs, again, this is the chart, and this is literally what I was talking about on the watch list. So they agree with me. I didn't see this until this morning, so that's good. But here's JP Morgan. They think if you get above 0.4 on core, the first tail risk would likely see a combination of stronger prints from core services and goods. The impact is first on bond yields to move higher to start lowering the probability of December cut, and the subsequent bear flattening could start to drag on stocks. Depending on how much bond yields reprice, that could trigger a move back in the Mag 7 stocks, which have already displayed the ability to print strong earnings irrespective of bond yields. So the odds of us getting a 0.4, JP Morgan puts that at 2.5% today. So it's not a high probability, and if that was the case, they think the SPY would lose 0.75 to 1.5. So they think it could be a little bit better. Goldman thinks it'll be terrible. Again, 2.5% probability of that happening. If we get between 0.35 and 4, slightly higher than 0.3, and then right below 0.4, the outcome is temporary negative as the market reconsiders the pathway of inflation, but ultimately they think the negative move is a 1 or 2 day phenomenon. Retail sales and savior before the market decides to look through the print and ultimately resume its uptrend. Odds of this are about 30%, and they say that the SPY would lose 0.25% to 0.5%. So again, Goldman thinks you'll go down 0.8. JP Morgan thinks anything below 0.4, the market is going to brush it off like Teflon. And then odds between 0.3 and 0.5, an inline print would be more of what we have witnessed over the last few trading days. Positive SPY, but an index that lags the Russell and potentially NASDAQ. The key here is whether investors continue to look away from Mag 7 and semis towards things like ARK and the long duration, the cooler print, the more likely investors chase beta. 40% odds of that happening today, and it would be a 25 to 75 basis point move on the market. Between 0.25 and 0.3, if we see a cooler print, it may be because core goods flip back to deflationary. Shelter moves higher in this scenario. Look for yield curve to bull steepen, supporting cyclicals and values. Combine this with subtle shift in market narrative, soft landing to no landing, and perhaps no landing without inflation. And you have an environment where that you think you see an everything rally with financials and small caps the top performer. They think that's a 25% probability. SPY would go up 0.5% to 1%. And then if we get below 0.25, the second tail risk is likely to see shelter inflation turn to deflation as goods return to deflation. This type of event could see rate cuts pulled forward as the market shifts back to an inflation is solved view. Odds are 2.5%, and the SPY would rally 0.75 to 1.5. So those are the odds there, JP Morgan and Goldman. I really think that's going to help, and that's all that matters. Like I'm saying, I mean, some people, as long as it's not above 0.4, they're going to feel good. And then, believe it or not, anything below 0.2, that I think that would run everything up. Everyone would say inflation is solved, but literally the odds right now of getting 0.4 or above or 0.25 and below is literally 2.5%. Each way, 5%. So these are literally 2 standard deviations if you wanted to put it another way. So we'll see where that plays out. Otherwise, if core's in line, I mean, we're just going to be doing the same old dance. Otherwise, if core does move, I think we're going to have an exciting time. Oh, wow, we only got 1 minute. Well, there you go. So I don't know. I didn't give you guys, that was a different preview today. I don't know if you liked it. Usually I just recap the expectations, but given how important today is and the fact that we have, a high inflation number in a weird market that's expecting a lot, I think it's useful. So good luck, my friends. Let's see where this takes us. And again, you could go to the BLS.gov. That'll have all of the data. Go to economic releases and then inflation and prices. But all righty. So 10 seconds. Good luck. God bless you. I love you. Like the video. Oh, wait. Is the wire up? Yep. You guys are good to go. And we're off. Whoa. Core 0.3, it looks like. Headline was at 0.2, but not bad. And then real average hourly earnings at 0.1. So, yeah, it came in line. Again, I need to check the number if it's like 0.30 or 0.35, but so far it does not look glaring. 2.6 headline. Sadly, no one cares about headline. So headline everything came in line perfectly. 0.3. Again, we'll go to the details on the BLS. So like if it's like 0.35, people will freak out. But again, this was the base case, and you have people more fearful. I think this is just gonna maybe tick up December rate cut odds, and then that's it. But for the most part, you got to avoid. You're gonna avoid any of the crazy moves up or down. Not bad. Not bad at all. What's the date? Today's November 13th. Yeah, it's already out. So CPI increased by 0.2 month over month, the same increase for 3 months. Labor statistics over the last 12. The index for shelter rose by 0.4 for over half the month on all items. The food increased by 0.2. Food at home increased by 0.1. Food away from home 0.2. And then energy unchanged after declining 1.9. Let me see. 0.2. I wanted to see the 0.3 or not. So food, energy. Energy was unchanged. Food increased, but not as much as last month. All items excluding food and energy rose by 0.3. So just literally 0.3 flat. I'll take it. Yeah, so it leans on the better side than not, but like you're saying, it just in line. It is still hot, but it's not, it could have been 0.4 and we could have been talking something else. So a little bit of that worry of inflation is back, but not enough to really change the story. Yeah, non-adjusted was 2.6. Item index for apparel fell by 1.5. All items less food and energy rose 3.3 over the last 12 months. Shelter increased by 4.9, accounting for over 65% of the 12-month increase. Other items with notable increases were motor vehicle insurance up 14. Whoa, medical 3.3, education 3.8, and then personal care 2.5. That's crazy. Are we go? It's good. Yeah, I don't think this is bad. I mean, this story's not going to change. That's it. We go right back to following the Trump train. Rate cut odds are going to get a little bit more favorable, but it's not like this was enough to change the whole narrative around it. And then we're going to be riding our way through on long duration Trump trade, what happens in Europe and Germany. Non-adjusted. I'm trying to see, is there any revisions? I think we're good for now. So, yeah, it looks very much in line year on year. Came in as forecast. Slight acceleration in headline. 2.6 core stuck at 3.3 for another month. So, literally came in 0.30 flat. So, not even higher on the decimals. Now, rate cut odds 75% for December versus 60. So, literally, this boosted rate cut odds by 15% on December. Obviously, that's the first move. We'll see where it actually maintains. But, yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, they're not. Honestly, even the interpretation's coming in slow, but I think it's just painfully neutral. Again, a little bit more better than not. UK gilt futures up 30 ticks after U.S. inflation data. All right. Yeah, man, I think hella boring. So, again, I said it would be a dud, but I think you're going to probably get a slightly better reaction than not. Charter to buy Liberty Broadband in all stock transaction. CHTR. So, Charter's moving right now. They're announcing a buyout. 2 and 10 yield curve steepens. It was inverted. Oh, what up, Jesse? Chad thanks you. I thank you, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, and then is it finally working? I think it is. I think we finally got the Twitter up. So that's good. We were waiting for you guys. I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes, but honestly, I mean, I think TLT will stay slightly neutral or positive today, unless you have one of these long duration throw ups. Other than that, I mean, it should be a better day than yesterday. CPI, all the data's in line, and now we're going to go back to looking ahead for the future and debating on whether or not we are worried about inflation. So not bad at all. Yeah, the 2s and 10s, you got to watch out for that. Literally, the yield curve is about to invert again. Honestly, I think it's crazy. So other than that, though, man, again, I think painfully at the line. Again, housing costs, biggest source. It rose by 0.4. That didn't come down. They thought it would, but it just nothing was a problem. Again, food away from home. Insurance was really weird. I didn't think that one would go up that much. But again, 5 minutes in. So if we're already in, yesterday was a relief. See if you get general risk on. Remember, markets can rally as long as the bonds don't blow up. I think yesterday was a great watch list lesson. If you have time to go watch it, get it. I'm going to talk about it a lot today. Remember, bottom up. Bonds are going to destroy the rally from the bottom up. The higher the rates go, it starts with the Russell, and then it starts to work its way up to the NASDAQ. NASDAQ will be the last one to get affected. So what I'm saying here is just think about it. The data is not getting in our way. Market's going to be able to move as long as, even if TLT comes back to open, as long as TLT does not sell off, the party is going to continue. And that's what we've been talking about here. As long as the bonds just hold, the market is fine with that. If the bonds blow up, the party ends. So that's why it's like, at the very least, you see it. The market's taking it good. We should only be moving about 0.5. So you got about 0.25% left in the index, maybe a little more. And as long as the bonds just aren't going lower than the election, I think you're just gonna be in la la land doing your thing. So hi, welcome, but not bad, my friends, not bad at all. I think that's it. So let me get you the news now, because again, I'd spend 15 more minutes, or just look at where we're at 45. But let me just get the news out of the way, and then we will be good to go. But I don't think it was that bad. Do I have any propaganda TV? The yen likes it. Again, bonds like it a little bit more.
Yeah, acutely focused on rationalizing the structural discounts at Liberty Media and growing their attractive cash-generative businesses. Of course, the focus there will be on F1, because that's basically what he's got left to deal with. I'll be speaking to Maffei tomorrow at Liberty's Investor Day. I will also have my annual interview with John Malone as well. We taped that very recently, but that will also be part of it. And Chris Winfrey, the CEO of Charter. So, Andrew, an opportunity to talk about all of this important news tomorrow with those gentlemen.
David, with Greg stepping away and this idea of John being the interim CEO, what kind of bake-off do you imagine is going to happen now to effectively be what might be described as the head of F1, right?
Yeah, I don't know. And frankly, it's not completely clear to me what the plan will be in terms of F1 and the opportunities there. Malone is serious when he talks about simplifying. That said, I think he's perhaps complicating his life a little bit in the interim by becoming CEO again.
Right.
But that's where the focus is, Andrew. You know, Sirius is now its own company, Atlanta Braves, all of these entities that had so much complexity associated with them because they were part of the Liberty family and so many different transactions done in part for tax efficiency.
Oh, I know my screen's not showing. I'm pulling together all the news right now.
That is going to be.
Oh, what up, Twitter? Y'all waking up now?
So the expectation there, I guess, will start to be, well, is there a possibility of another transaction involving F1, or what will the plan be? Certainly going to talk to Maffei about that as well tomorrow. And
the expectation, as you said, Maffei will still be a director. I'm looking. Charter, Live Nation, Sirius, TripAdvisor.
Correct.
Zillow,
Correct.
I think still.
Yes, he's still director of Zillow. Yeah, they're not involved with that, but that's right. Yep. Yeah. So he will keep all those those positions. And my understanding as well is that he's going to.
I'm going to make you guys look at this while I get the news.
He's far from retired.
Because Mother Effer is going to ask me.
He's a little bit older than me. He's still going to keep that.
We will look forward to your interview with him tomorrow, where I know you'll get a lot of answers about all of this. Thanks, David, for bringing us the news.
All right, let's get to our CPI panel. Still looking through those numbers, we have seen an uptick in the futures. If you've been watching, I want to bring in Tiffany Wilding, who's economist at PIMCO, also our very own Steve Leisman.
Economic data.
Steve, why don't you go first? And by the way, Dow futures indicated up by 80 points. S&P futures up by 14. The Nasdaq up by 45.
So here's what happened. We now understand how and why the market was trading the way it was before the number. They were taking a position, it would appear, on this number being hotter than expected.
Reek, baby.
So what's happened is
Thank
that
you, my
whole
friend.
trade now has kind of backed off. It's
Just
backed off.
meaning for anybody who's looking at the stock market move on this, they were thinking that if inflation was higher, the Fed would not be able to cut rates.
Right. So
the next meeting, and that would be bad short term.
The whole complex of Fed probabilities had come down before this number, and now they're right back up to where they were. I don't know if my terrific producer has been able to create that chart I asked her to do before and after the meeting, before and after the number, which I just asked her 30 seconds ago, so it might be a little bit early to ask her for that. But for example, take a look at the 2 years going down. The S&P is going up almost 20 points on this number. The market was scared of this number. We thought we had gotten to a place. There's the U.S. Treasury right there. You can see. Can you see it's coming down? Coming back down. Yeah. So that explains. I didn't know what was going on this morning, but now we know. There was a big trade we talked about in the December SOFR contract. Somebody was saying, you know, I'm taking a bet against the Fed cutting. It's right back. It's 86%. I'm seeing inflation up and down across the board.
So yeah, it's already jumped. That's even higher than before.
It's the top line.
So again, rate cut odds are liking this more than even bonds and
kind
equity.
Of stubborn, especially on the core rate, which at 3.3. The 2.6 you could argue is within the Fed's target because it translates to PCE about a half a point hotter. So that's okay. The 3.3, the core is where the problem is. We didn't get any help in housing this time around. It was still 0.4 on OER. So we're still kind of.
At least it wasn't the market discounting Trump's tariffs. I mean, not everyone's doing that yet, but people will be very ready if there's a move in yields higher. We'll be very ready to attribute it to the upcoming policies that Trump.
Joe, I am talking to people, I believe, who are either neutral on the president-elect or his supporters. They're all sort of saying that this rise in yield is linked to the outlook for fiscal policy, be it tariffs, be it spending.
That's what I mean.
But that's what I'm hearing from his supporters.
I understand, and I'm not saying that that's not. It's a real thing, but it looked like it was happening before he's even inaugurated, which now we know maybe this really wasn't the beginning of a long-term move up based on tariffs. This looks like it had to do with fear about
this morning, right. But overall, you're still up on the 10-year. You're still up on the 10-year.
But we're up since the Fed cut 50 basis points.
Right, and we've moved up steadily higher ever since. Tiffany, why don't you jump in and weigh in on your concerns?
Yeah, make some sense of this.
Inflation. Is this a big deal? Is it not? Maybe the 0.3% on core is a little higher than had been in the past, but it was expected. We're still dealing within that range.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this number was pretty much online with expectations. There, you had Amazon, which had a discounting event that happened in October, so it looked like that resulted in broad-based discounting across core goods prices. But on the other side of that, you had rents that were a little bit firmer. But overall, I would say this is a kind of a down the fairway, if you will, event. I don't think it will change the expectation for December. I know the markets are kind of moving, but in terms of the Fed's expectation for whether they cut or not in December, I still think it is an open question, though. I
crypto's
think
running up now, too?
Definitely the possibility. The economy does look pretty strong. Data, has reaccelerated outside of inflation. That you could get a Fed that just decides to skip and go slowly. And the other thing is they probably will revise
Tiffany, I'm sorry, you're saying skip in December? Is that what you're saying? Is that part of your thinking right now? I just want to make sure I get that.
I think it's certainly possible. I mean, obviously the markets are pricing in a probability of this as well. But the thing I would just highlight is that if you look at their forecasts from September, they had the unemployment rate coming in at 4.4. That is likely to get revised down. The labor markets have looked better than expected. In addition to that, they had comments.
He's saying inflation
at the
not
end of
ready
the year
to
coming
stay.
To 3.6,
it's stuck above
and
2.
It looks like it's going to come closer to 3.8. So they will have to make some upward revisions to their forecast, which could be consistent with some upward adjustments to their rate path as well, and just how and when they decide to skip in their cadence. I think they're still on a gradual path lower, but nevertheless, they could be adjusting that in December.
Hey, Rick, why don't we get your reaction to the market's reaction and what you think would happen if the Fed actually did skip in December?
Well, I totally agree with Steve. What we are seeing is a reversal of a trade. And it isn't only the SOFR trade, it's everything. Interest rates climbed yesterday. It really put the kibosh on the rally that had been ensuing in equities post-election.
Like the video, baby.
The market response makes sense. But what will also make sense is part two to that philosophy on what happened is that rates will find a footing at a level right around 435 to 438.
Okay, so 15 minutes in, pay attention. You're like right below what was priced in on the day.
Inflation's cooler. It's just that the worst case scenario didn't develop. And anybody out there watching, or Joe, you remember that old ketchup commercial? Anticipation, when they're trying to get the ketchup out of the bottle. That's really how you can describe what's going on in the equity markets. I know that you guys were talking about economists. Steve was talking about economists maybe like being right down the fairway. Boy, is that not true. Whether it's the economists that talked about the Inflation Reduction Act not causing inflation, or the 23 Nobel laureates who said we're going to really see the market get whacked after Trump gets in. You know what? If there's anything to be learned
traders,
by this,
okay.
is that you said economists? Is that economists are politically motivated, like many people in society? I don't know. I don't know that there's anybody I've ever met who has no opinion on politics, but they should keep it from coming into the marketplace. And as far as being blamed for everything that happens with rates going higher, Joe, of course you're correct. And maybe there will be some truth to that, but they will make it a truth long before that information is evident.
Well, Steve will be here to discount it.
I was talking about.
So we got that.
I agree with him that the economists have been more downbeat on what on Trump's plans. But I want to make one quick point, which is talk about what Tiffany was saying. What I'm hearing from the Fed right now is not so much December being in doubt. It's all of this doubt being imparted about next year. Right. That's where the doubt comes in. And there's those probabilities. Betsy gets it going for the win right there. You can see what's happened before. Oh, those blue bars being higher than the yellow bars. You don't have to read the numbers at home or on the radio.
Pretty significant.
The probabilities are higher now. And so that trade went away. And the key here is that I think December is still a good bet. But the Fed is imparting a lot of uncertainty about what it's going to do next year, and that may be linked to the fiscal outlook right there.
All right. Steve, Rick, Tiffany, thank you all.
Okay. Coming up, we're going to take a deep dive into the potential tariffs in the next White House administration. Do not go anywhere. We're coming right back, right here on Squawk Box on CNBC.
Woo! All right. I think we're good. I think we are good, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to get the data. Again, everything painfully in line, but at the very least, it should ease up a little bit on the bonds. I mean, I don't think that's a guarantee. You know, the bond volatility is high, so maybe we get surprised. But as far as event risk goes, you went through this event. The market was a little nervous, but we got over it. And now, middle of the week, baby. We got to begin. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are feeling good. We're a little early. I mean, we usually start in like 12 more minutes, but I'm down to be early. We could talk about a lot of things. If you have any questions, I really liked yesterday's watch list. I really think it'll help you over the next month and really have you focusing in. So you have time to do it all. But what's up, baby? Good morning. How we living, Caleb? Zuraz, Dos Nacho, Awaz, Najee, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What's going on, Troy? How we living, Mark J? Yay! Oh, Matthew Warman in the house. George J. TJ Mulligan, baby. Good morning. Oh, what up, Mr. James Cash? Oh, Brian in the house, baby. What up, CG? What up, Gary Yavari? Tim Whitman, baby. Turbo. Marcus Hanlon. Tyler B. Monica Ashley. What's going on? Andrea. Me, not yo. Jerry. Will ya? Good morning. Hi there. What up, baby? What's going on, Lori? Coach DeClaire, winning loser, Samuel, G-Unit. We used to say that all the time, G-Unit. You know that there was a time in life, bro, we used to just run around this earth and go, G-Unit. You know that? So what's up? I'm honored to say your name this morning, man. What up, Thoughts and Emotion? What up, Q Axel? How we living, Healthways? What up, Brand? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Why y'all, if you don't know what I'm talking about, then that's it. But if you know what I'm talking about, you got to get a lot. All right, man, what's going on? What about that Twitch? What about Blaze and Bob? What about Rosk? What about F the Feds? That's his name. I'm just saying. Patrick Swavey, 12 Jimin, baby. Robo Handtech, Miss Cherry Cola, Charlie in the Tree, Lizzie, Karma, Rocky Bow Blowout, Timmy FTW, El Coyote, and where's everybody else? Oh, Liberace. Oh, then Robo Handtech, then Marketer, then Sim Race Review. Yeah, the Twitch was y'all were already active. Usually I scroll up and it stops. Oh my goodness. What about X? What about Twitter? You guys neglected the Twitter? They're live. Does it show up the live chat? I have the little chat. We got a couple of them here. See, they're there. They're there, baby. They're quiet. What up, Gabriel? What up, Monero? How we living, Elaron? George, oh, Mercator, I seen you everywhere. What's up, baby? What up, Alif? What up, Chimera? What up, Gabriel? There you go. Oh, what up, Joe? There you go. It's a 10-second delay, but the Twitch waking up. So beautiful, baby. Beautiful. I hope I see you guys everywhere. And let's have a good day today. But it's gonna be an interesting one. It should be chill unless the bonds want to tweak out. But in the meantime, we're ahead of schedule. Markets like in the CPI, no surprises. If anything, it was better than expected because people were a little freaked out. And now, here it is, man. Here it is. Is this the right one? CPI, U.S. equity futures, stock futures slip as Treasury steady before CPI. U.S. equity futures posted modest declines Wednesday as investors awaited key U.S. inflation data amid concerns that President-elect Donald Trump's proposed America First policies will reignite price growth. Contracts on the NASDAQ 100 futures slipped 0.2%, while Treasury steadied after a renewed sell-off Tuesday, with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy picked to lead the new Department of Government Efficiency. Musk's EV maker Tesla Inc. rallied in pre-market trading, as did biotech firm Roivant Sciences Limited, which was founded by Ramaswamy. Traders are adding inflation hedges and pricing in fewer interest rate cuts next year, amid the threat that Trump's pro-growth agenda could unleash price pressures. Today's U.S. data is expected to show the overall consumer price index rose by 0.2% for a fourth month. We've been pouring our way into long-dated inflation-linked bonds in the U.S., where I see the inflation risk as the highest. Freddie Late, managing partner at Latitude Investment Management in London, said in an interview, "I would look at the Trump win and think that became more likely." U.S. yields were stable across the curve after jumping about 10 basis points on Tuesday. Treasuries have been pummeled by the prospect that Trump's vowed policies like tax cuts and tariffs could fuel price pressures and force the Federal Reserve to keep rates elevated. Traders are pricing in just over a 50% chance of another quarter-point cut in December after yields on 2- and 5-year Treasuries surged to their highest levels since July, and the president-elect's anti-trade stance is already taking a toll on assets in the developing world. An MSCI gauge of equities, excluding the U.S., is posting its worst day in 3 months, while an index of emerging market currencies is close to erasing this year's gains. China's yuan hit a 3-month low Tuesday, forcing authorities to set the currency's reference rate higher. Dollar strength has pushed the yen beyond 155 per dollar for the first time since July, raising the risk that Japan will intervene to slow the depreciation. A gauge of the dollar was little changed Wednesday near 2-year highs. Bitcoin also fell after a chart-busting rally took the digital asset to almost $90,000. Among individual stock movers, U.S. space launch company Rocket Lab USA Inc. rose 26% in pre-market trading after its fourth quarter revenue forecast was fueled by more scheduled Electron rocket launches. Zoom Info Technology shares were knocked by a disappointing revenue forecast. Yen weakness. The Japanese currency slid as much as 0.4% to 155.15 against the dollar, extending its losses after Donald Trump was reelected as U.S. president. The surge in Treasury yields is weighing on the yen, with the 2-year yield reaching its highest level since July, and the drop has taken the yen near levels when Japanese authorities last intervened to prop up its currency, with the nation's top foreign exchange official warning about the one-sided sudden moves. The minimum forecast of the yen that may trigger intervention was 150 against the dollar, with the median at 160. According to a survey of 53 economists, Bitcoin is bananas. A surge in Bitcoin has paused as traders assess the remaining market impact of President-elect Donald Trump's rhetorical support for crypto. The digital asset is up about 30% in the wake of Trump's November 5 election victory, hitting a record of $89,968 on Tuesday. It traded around $87,900 as of 11:38 a.m. Wednesday in London. Little change for this session. Trump has pledged to create a friendly regulatory framework for crypto, set up a strategic Bitcoin stockpile, and make the U.S. the global hub for the industry. A one-time crypto skeptic, Trump reversed course after digital asset companies spent heavily during election campaigning to promote their interests. His stance spread optimism across crypto, lifting the value of the market to an all-time peak, but thorny questions remain about whether Trump and his Republican lawmakers will be focused first on larger matters like China policy and the U.S. economy, pushing digital asset legislation down the pecking order to Doge. Billionaire Elon Musk and entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy will lead a new Department of Government Efficiency tasked to dismantle government bureaucracy, slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies, President-elect Donald Trump announced Tuesday. On the campaign trail, Trump said the government efficiency effort would develop a plan to eliminate fraud and improper payments, conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the federal government. On Tuesday, Trump said the panel would partner with the White House's Office of Management and Budget and said their work will conclude no later than July 4th, 2026, the nation's 250th anniversary. The structure may allow Musk to avoid resigning from his companies, including Tesla Inc., the world's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, and SpaceX, which dominates the worldwide rocket launch market, and federal conflict of interest rules that could have mandated divestiture of Spirit BK. Spirit Airlines Inc. is closing in on a deal with creditors that would restructure its crushing debt load in bankruptcy court after discussions for a tie-up with rival Frontier Group Holdings Inc. fell apart. Spirit said in a filing late Tuesday that it's in advanced talks with a supermajority of its secured note holders to hammer out a restructuring that would be carried out in a Chapter 11 bankruptcy process, according to people with knowledge of the matter who asked not to be identified, discussing private talks. An agreement with creditors is expected to lead to the cancellation of the company's existing equity, Spirit said in the filing. Top overnight news: China is relieved by Trump's national security staffing decisions as Beijing feels they could have been worse. OSJ. China needs more stimulus to revive domestic copper demand, according to a major importer, BBG. The PBOC signaled its unease with the yuan's weakness by setting a stronger than expected reference rate. Separately, China's securities regulator increased the frequency of its interactions with global banks, people familiar said. BBG, the FTC under Trump, could sustain Biden's aggressive approach to tech regulations enforcement based on the frontrunners to replace Lena Khan, FTA. Donald Trump picked John Ratcliffe for CIA director and will nominate Pete Hegseth for defense secretary, while it was also reported that Trump told allies he wants Robert Lighthizer as his trade czar. Donald Trump's former trade chief, Robert Lighthizer, and those close to him are preparing to aggressively sell their plans for massive new tariffs on imports that will go far beyond anything seen in Trump's first term. Politico, Donald Trump picked Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to lead a new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, tasked with slashing bureaucracy, regulation, and spending. The structure may allow Musk to avoid resigning from his companies, BBG. Punchbowl News notes that the GOP is planning to pass a major tax bill in the first 100 days of the new Trump presidency. Sources add that conversations between Republicans from the House and Senate budget committees yesterday were largely a big picture discussion about what Republicans are looking at for reconciliation. SoftBank will be the first to build a supercomputer with chips using NVIDIA's new Blackwell design. BBG, Spirit Airlines, is preparing to file for bankruptcy protection after failing to reach a merger deal. WULCC Frontier. Jay. I don't even know what he said at the end. WULCC. Jay. Beep. There's more. And it's just about to be 6 a.m., baby. So we are right on schedule. S&P futures there by 0.2 Wednesday morning comes after U.S. equities finish lower on Tuesday. Some key pockets of the Trump trade lost momentum. Right back up, added to scrutiny on select cyclicals, and China plays lagged. And Jake from State Farm, baby. It's another set of consistency. I hope they know. Good morning, baby. What's going on? Treasuries firmer across the curve after selling off on Tuesday. Dollar down by 0.1. Little changed on major crosses. Gold is up by 0.5. Bitcoin down by 0.6. And WTI is up by 0.4. Biggest story in the Treasury following October core CPI print. Market now pricing in better odds of a December cut after the report, giving expectations of another hotter print. Expect a 31% chance of a pause in December, down from 41% yesterday. Also comes after some recent hawkish repricing around the Fed rate cut path as inflation has reemerged as a key Fed focus over fears of dampening disinflationary trends. Trump policy proposals, though some downplaying Fed signaling from the report, given one more CPI ahead of December FOMC. Bulls still focused on combination of seasonality, buybacks, FOMO, animal spirits, and positive macro surprise momentum. Bears focused on rate pressure, hotter growth, sticky inflation, and Trump policies, strong dollar, less aggressive Fed, and stretch valuations and positioning. October CPI in line with consensus. Shelter, key upside driver, accelerating to 0.4 from 0.2, half of the total increase. Used vehicles also jumped, though expected given hurricane impact, though other core services came in cooler. Apparel saw a sizable month-over-month decline. PPI on tap for Thursday, while retail sales that stand out on Friday. Minneapolis Fed Kashkari said he is not yet seeing a lot of upside inflation risk, and he is not ready to say inflation is stuck above a 2% target. Other Fed speak today includes Logan, Musalim, Schmid, all scheduled for today, and Powell speaking tomorrow on Thursday. Amgen said no bone safety concern around experimental obesity drug. Spotify takeaways positive with GM the standout, while MAU and sub-trends also improved. Flutter Q3 beat and takeaways flagged some early Q4 gains in the U.S. Archite pressured by softer Q4 outlook, driven by lower origination volume. Kava up big following beat and raise. SWKS guidance below on broad markets weakness. CART saw GTV acceleration in order growth in Q3, but Q4 EBITDA guide light on reinvestment and bar was high. Zoom Info Q3 better and Q4 guide in line, but SMB still the big headwind. IPAR 2025 guidance light. PGNY down big after they missed and guided down amid continued consumption issues. MODG beat and help from product pull forward, though guided down full year 24. And Save reportedly filing for bankruptcy. Hot dog. Traders load up on bets for further Treasury declines in anticipation of Trump policies will fan inflation. U.S. dollar scales 6-month high as Trump tariffs fuel inflation fears. Trump victory fueling market frenzy, but investors and corporates largely remain focused on earnings and growth. Trump creates group of Musk and Ramaswamy to advise White House on structural reform. Lighthizer and allies laying groundwork for massive new tariffs that go far beyond anything seen in Trump's first term. Trump taps John Ratcliffe, former director of national intelligence, at the end of his first term to serve CIA as a director. Fox News host Heggis selected as defense chief. Real estate investor Witkoff as Middle East peace envoy. Trump foreign policy picks were once neocons, but now align with his America First outlook. Republicans inch closer to winning a majority in the House and with full control of Congress. Republicans face first step in new Trump test in Trump era, electing a leader to replace McConnell. Sources say Trump expected to shake up White House briefing room. Senate Democrats rush to confirm new federal judges before Trump takes office. China cuts taxes for homebuyers to boost property market. China's single day ends with higher volumes but lacking details. Beijing taps global bankers for ideas to attempt to lift market confidence. OpenAI, Google, Anthropic struggle to build more advanced AI, raising fears new model and growth has plateaued. Spirit Airlines said to be preparing bankruptcy protection after merger talks with Frontier broke down. Rivian rallies pre-market after Volkswagen JV kicks off with German carmaker raising its investment to $5.8 billion. Amgen rebounds after statement says they see no bone safety concerns around experimental obesity drug. Much support for Trump said to help X bring back some marketers in order to seek favor with the incoming administration. Spotify Shopify forecast quarter-4 profit above estimates on cost cuts, steady user growth. Activist investor Elliott pushes to break up Honeywell after taking $5 billion stake. Seven & i considered $58 million or billion-dollar management buyout. Tencent quarterly profit well above analyst expectation amid strength in gaming business. AI tools shine. Companies scrambling to shift production out of China as they brace for tariff hikes for second Trump administration. German government collapse may allow economic boost through higher spending. Japan wholesale inflation accelerates in October on renowned yen weakness. Japan economy expands at 0.2 in September on auto factory recovery. Some senior Chinese officials say Beijing for now is relieved that Trump's China hawks not as hawkish as they expected. And then German Chancellor Scholz to make case for re-election, but polls are favoring opposition. Wow. Not bad, Habibi. Not bad. I don't know if oil is dumping. Let's see again. Oil was actually doing decent, but I got gold. Bonds are still holding, and then yen too. Yeah, oil is dumping. So back to 67.5. Interesting. But again, I mean, that's word to inflate. I use oil as an inflation gauge until we actually see homeboy take office. And then even afterwards, I think it'll work too. But we got a little bit more. Kava is up by 15 off earnings. NTRA is up 14.2 earnings. Rivian up 10. Volkswagen JV. JHX up 9.8 off earnings. Spotify up 8.3 off earnings. Cyber 6.5 earnings. Flutter 5.2 earnings in buyback. SU up 3.8 off earnings. Amgen up 2.4 issues statement on obesity drug after bad news yesterday. 2.2 on TEM. CCJ up 1.8. Tesla up 1.8. Mobileye up 1.5. DraftKings 1.2. Summit 1.2. Affirm up 1.1. 3M up 1.1. UBS assumes buy. Palantir up 1.1. Renews multi-year enterprise agreement with Rio Tinto. KGC is up by 1. Oxy is up by 0.7 earnings. RKLB up 25 earnings and contracts. Pay is up by 22.5 off earnings. Oklo up 15.3. CAE is up 9.9 earnings. MRVI up 8.9. Lunar up 8.6. CCCS up 8.6. Morgan Stanley upgrade. SPRY 7.1 earnings. TSEM 7.1. Lore up 6.7. JetBlue up 6 in reaction to save potential bankruptcy. ARCO is up 4.8 off earnings. IONQ up 4.3 new patents. DHT is up 3 off of earnings. HIMS up 2.4. Wolf up 2.4. PBI up 2.0. MODG 1.6 off earnings. MVST up 137 off of earnings. SPIR up 31 to sell maritime business to Kepler for 241 and eliminate debt. Dave is up by 29 off earnings. HNST up 23 earnings. VTSI up 19 earnings. DSP 18 earnings and acquisition. Duo up 15.9. China cuts deed tax. SSYS 11.6 off earnings. TIL up 10.8. Initiated phase 2 clinical trial of IMM 27M. MRSN up 8.6 off earnings. HPP up 3.5 off earnings. Oh, wait, is that the other one? Oh, I need the other one. Please hold. Off earnings. And then select Chinese ADR is higher again. Property D news or property tax cuts. Arquite down by 10 off earnings. SWKS down 7.4 off earnings. CART down 6.5 off earnings. SMCI down 3. Delays 10Q in connection with previously disclosed investigation. Accounting firm resignation. IP down 2. BMP downgrades to underperform. Shopify down 1.8. Mixed shelf of indeterminate size. Caterpillar down 1.6. Evercore downgrade. Starbucks down 1.1. Redbird downgrades to sell. ZI down 14 off earnings. PGNY down 12 off earnings. Rumble down 10.7 off earnings. GDYN down 8.3, 5 million offering. Dole down 7.4 off earnings. U down 2.4, 4.3 million block trade. Restoration down 1.5. BMP downgrades to underperform. SYRS down 84. Phase 1 trial or phase 3 trial did not meet endpoint. Save down 64. Bankruptcy. IAUX down 32. New development plan and earnings. INSG down 16, capital structure update in earnings. ETMB down 2.7, 100 million common stock offering, and semis trading lower, as well as Bitcoin-related stocks. That might have changed. Oil could be the CPI, but I'm not seeing anything else. That's in OpenAI unveils policy blueprint for AI infrastructure. Wow. So not bad, man. Not bad. That was a lot of headlines. I hope you're feeling good. We have a lot of time, bro. So we have gone through everything. We started a little early here because of the CPI. So maybe we have time to even go over the watch list. I might even do that for you. But I do have a couple of plays. Let me see. I don't know. I don't even have to go to that. I usually have to go to the bathroom in like 10 minutes.
Their stock price.
They're still talking
Or
Charter
lower
and Liberty.
price, I should say, than Liberty Broadband. That's because they're not including GCI. That's their broadband business on Alaska. And it's not an insignificant business. One shareholder telling me they have it worth perhaps $8 to $9 a share.
I'll go get me
Add
a
that
water
back
too.
in, and
then we'll be right back, and then we'll get this pop in with plays, and then I think we'll have time. I might just recap the watch list for you.
But
because I want everybody to understand it.
Mean that Charter buys in. It's about 11.5 million shares over time. A net decrease, 11.5 million shares.
Can I ask you about?
Sure.
I had Live Nation on yesterday.
Yep, I'm going to move on to that one now.
I thought this was an amazing transaction.
The Live Nation deal, it has to do with the tracking stocks of Liberty. Liberty Live, they are now making the Live Nation stake a asset-backed stock, which then leads to the possibility, Jim, the strong possibility, based on my reporting, that they will do a similar transaction, the likes of which they've just done with Charter and Liberty Broadband. That said, it will take time. First, you've got to separate it. You've got to have it be this asset-backed. The Liberty Live Group has got to really become basically what is 69.6 million shares of Live Nation Entertainment. Then you can move towards this kind of a deal where Live Nation would do a deal to buy that company in, essentially.
Does this take off the table the idea that they would blow out their stake, which some people were telling me they might do, which is clearly not?
They would not.
Fantastic.
They would not do that. So
fantastic.
So that's happening as well. That impacts Live Nation. It also impacts Liberty, which will now, again, when all this is said and done, become a pure play F1 and be run by the 83, soon to be 84-year-old John Malone. Who likes being a CEO. He told me, you'll hear more about that tomorrow, and is going to have a chance, at least as an interim CEO. But really, this is all about simplification of a company that, of course, has had enormous complexity for any of us who've been trying to follow it through the years, and for any number of its investors. It also, if you stayed through it all, still, even with the decline in many media assets over these last few years, has had generated a very significant return, and I believe one still far in excess of the S&P over, let's call it, the 19 years that Maffei.
The 19 years. Chattadonia. What's going on, baby? So you got to hear the TV. They're talking about that Charter deal. That was announced. SPY came back down a little bit. That one's interesting, but bonds, they're doing a little better. Again, I think we're going to play that back and forth. And a couple of the other currencies, the yen, that is doing well. But Chattadonia, we've covered a lot of news. I'm going to go over something here in a second as well, but you're here right now. You heard the TV. You got the data. Tell me, my friends, what is your first play of the day? What do you got for me? Post it in the chat. I got a couple for you. GM, TLT ramp, Oklo calls, riot shares, Tesla, TLT call, Eli Lilly, watching my puts tank, but it's okay. Snap 16 calls, RKLB, Tesla, IonQ, MO, Rocket Lab, altcoin short, NVIDIA call, shorting Kava, Dogecoin, short Tesla, Pen call, Nike, Dogecoin, Tesla, KRE plays, coin calls, Doge, Save, Oklo, Palantir, Dogecoin, SMCI, NCLH, NVIDIA, Axon to the moon, SPY calls, Ethereum, Mobileye, Pepe, Arquite, Long ES, GME to 28, Gold Lawn, TLT, Hood City, IWM puts, Skyworks for the long term, Dogecoin, JPM, more KRE, NNE, Google, long on snow, short, ACHR, getting out of Beto, all in on the dog. Might ride Oklo hype, adding AMTX, HNST calls and leaps, oil dumping, and MSTR in the final plays. All in on Hood, Hims calls, Solana to 300, Hims, BTCT, and EWZ. Oh my goodness. A lot of Dogecoin. And I think that's why you guys kept saying Pepe and Solana. Somebody just tagged me on Twitter. Apparently, you could trade that now on Robinhood. So I think Robinhood is now allowing trading of Cardano, Pepe, who else was it? Let me see. Shout out Luca for tagging me in this. Cardano, Solana, Pepe, and XRP can now be traded on Robinhood. So that's probably going to be some of it too, but that's kind of wild. So that right there is already a little bit of an update, but not bad. And yo, man, Charlie, bro, he said his friend's child passed away, man. You considered your own kin. He was at the age of 18. I can't imagine the heartache. Hug your family. This all means nothing without your loved ones, man. I'm sorry to hear. And amen, bro. I definitely focus on what's important. I'm very, very sorry to hear, bro. Yeah, man. So again, that's why every day, man, I know we go after the markets, but make sure y'all in the right headspace and appreciate the right things, man. Life is short. That is sad. So I have a couple of plays. Again, I'm going to be watching Affirm and Square. I still want those plays. I can't get it. TLT, same thing as every other time. We bought the dip. If those go free, make them free. Call it a day. Make your life easy. Oklo, I'm mad. That thing already ran, bro. We were talking about that yesterday after the bellot on the watch list. That went crazy. Keep an eye on Spotify. I'm going to go for the puts on Spotify. So like I said, it's kind of a gamble, kind of a risk, but usually Spotify up $40. I feel like it always sells off, so we'll see. But I'm going to be playing that, and then keep an eye on Robinhood. Keep an eye on Japanese and foreign equities too. Europe, UK down to Germany. Then Archite post earnings, again, watching coin as well. Then SPIR, they sold off a unit. And then Amgen, if they bounce off that obesity stuff, we may get some movement. But if anything, I like Spotify the most off the open. I want those Affirmed still, and then we'll see where any of the crypto stuff takes us. And then we will go from there. My goodness. My goodness. So, Chattadonia, how do you feel? We're like 15 minutes early. I don't know what to do with this. You know what I'm saying? You have enough time to do everything now. You have enough time to like the video. You have enough time to find the Twitter. So, you know, there should be no excuses here. Oh, did my computer just break? I think I broke my computer. Okay, yeah, so there it is. There's no excuses now. So, how do you guys feel if we went over the watch list real quick? Because I know some of you don't like to watch it, which is kind of odd. But now I'm going to make you watch it, but I'm just going to tell you it. Does that sound good? Because there's a big thing I want you guys to realize. And I've said this already in the morning, and I'm going to bring it up one more time. I mean, yesterday you saw the relief, but it's very simple. When it comes to bonds, when you're watching me throughout the day, and I'm like, oh my God, bond. Oh my God, bond pressure. Oh my God, the bond. Oh my God, the bond. TLT. Oh my God. Oh, you know, all of that stuff. It's very simple. Think bottom to top. Will higher bond yields slow the market down? Yes. But it's not going to happen immediately and instantly. And how it's going to work is bottom to top. The bottom is the Russell. The top is the NASDAQ. So right now we're at like 4.2 to 4.3 on the rates. If we start going to 4.5, Russell's going to get hit. We go 4.6, the Russell will get hit, then it's going to move to mid caps. You go 4.7, then the mid caps will start getting wrecked. You go to 5, then you're going to start getting NVIDIA and Meta reacting a little bit, and anything above there, then it starts to work through. So this is where I'm saying, like, this logic right now, understanding this is going to take you a long way up until inauguration, because that way you're going to be able to watch the bonds and you're not getting freaked out. Again, yesterday we had a little bit of a bond freak out, but did you really need a freak out? No. I mean, look at the Dow, look at the Russell. That's why NVIDIA and everything else was up. So if you understand that, I think you're going to be golden. That's the first thing. And then I said this, again, I already said this today, but I want you guys to just be able to conceptualize this and just understand, yes, the bonds are important. The bonds can slow the rally, but they only slow the rally if they go extreme. Right now, you're only worried if inflation really comes back. We just had the CPI. So, and again, people aren't that worried about it. We're going to get one more. But as long as the bonds don't blow up, as long as we don't go to 4.5, 4.7, 5, 5.5, as long as they don't go up, you're going to keep rallying, or you'll be able to hold these levels. So some people might get confused by this, because yesterday was a good example, because you were right near all-time highs. Even though it felt like you didn't go up and there was a little bit of pressure, you got to realize, man, yeah, the bonds came back down, but dude, that the thing was doing amazing. The whole market is still holding a high price. So as long as the bonds don't blow up, you're going to keep this rally up. And that's what I'm saying. This is the long duration trade. It's going to stop and go as the bonds move. But as long as the bond stays stable, what I want you guys to realize is that everything can just stay. As long as TLT stays flat, that's good enough to allow it to go. Yeah, BTCT, we saw that one yesterday. I think that was your halter. There's anything with BT anything. I've seen like 3 of them. There's like BTCM, BTCT, and then BTM. So we'll see. You could barely hear me. Hello? Can you guys hear me, or am I? Oh, it's fine? Okay, I don't know. Yeah, it may be a speaker problem. And I'm already naturally loud. All right, but I think if you guys get that, you're gonna be good to go. And then, like we said, CPI. I mean, we came in right there in the middle, and now rate cut odds are about 80%, I believe. So right now, after the data today, it did affect rate cut odds. Market is literally break even almost, and then the bonds actually did good. I think the bonds are doing a little bit better than expected. So, and then we went over TLT. Oklo, I'm mad, bro, because again, I gave you guys that news during the earnings yesterday, and literally it already popped up. So we may have missed that, but I do think you're going to get those headlines. And then Spotify, like I said, I'm just going to go for puts here off the morning. We'll see. If they're too expensive, I won't take them. And then Shopify did an offering. We'll see where that play goes. These are the TLTs that I made yesterday. I'm going to make these free. I'm telling you guys, as everybody is going through the bond volatility, TLT's up 1%. We should be able to make it free since we bottom ticked it. Like, why wouldn't you make it free? That's what I'm saying. Those November ones got washed, but we're not losing money if you're selling them out and getting your initial investment back. So as long as you're balancing that, like I said, I went over the TLT insurance. I'm widening my range to 5, but I still really like 4.5. And if you guys don't know, it's insurance is what I've been talking about. Eventually, I don't think inflation comes back up until it comes back up. If inflation goes above 5%, my whole idea blows up. Until then, I think 5% is the best insurance. It's 4.5 is where I was originally at, but I moved that. But like I'm saying here, at the very least, you're going to get these 1 to 3% swings a week on TLT. That's where we're making them free with the options. At the very best, it's going to be the perfect insurance as everybody, thinks that nothing bad could ever happen. And again, the duration at 5%, if inflation's at 2%, I mean, what are we talking about here? So that's how I feel about it. That's a little watch list recap. Again, we go over this every night, so I hope you are all prepared, but that is it. And now we still got extra time. Oh, my goodness. Is there any questions? So we have a little bit. Meta wins limits to FTC antitrust suit over Instagram and WhatsApp. Road to millions, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Hyder. That was a great call yesterday, man. Thank you for doing that, man. I hope I follow up with you in a few weeks and we make it moves, man. Amen. CPI, yeah, market should like it. Again, I mean, right away, within 5 minutes, it was clear that this wasn't a shocker and it wasn't your best case scenario. I mean, there was a chance. I went over this in the morning, and I went over the probabilities from Goldman all the way down to JP Morgan. Where did it go? But the idea was, I mean, we could have had a really bad or a really good day, but you were right there in the middle. So Goldman expects 0.8. I think JP Morgan thinks today will lead to 0.5. And that's where that's literally what we were pricing in on the SPY yesterday. So everything, it was a hot expectation. It came in perfectly. The same factors we thought would do bad were there, but if anything, it's just going to ease up the pressure on the bonds. It made it where rate cut odds are better. And now, the last week, we've been all worried about, is inflation coming back? And now that's going to cool it down a little bit until we run into the next thing to start going at. So we'll see. And then we got 2 more minutes. If there's any questions. Ciro! What up, Mara? My man. Another one! Hold on. Oh, I gotta give the Twitter a horn. My bad, guys. I feel bad. I left the Twitter out. Yeah, my bad, man. Well, thank you, Ciro. Good morning. J&J's not bad. I mean, they've had a little bit of volatility. and then they've came back up. They had some new news the other day, but I would wait a little bit. But it's not bad. It's not the best. I would lean more favorable towards J&J. I think the only thing I don't like is the price. It's still like break even, so I think you could get it a lot lower with the risk, but it's a good name. I don't think they're going anywhere. So Chattadonia, let's just knock it out of the park right now, and then we'll finish up with some more questions. I hope you're ready for another 7 hours, baby. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. On behalf of the people here, man, and I know a lot of y'all have served, and it's an honor, for real. That's why I really hope y'all could get long terms. I hope y'all get the VA loans and get everything, bro. Everything. Y'all deserve it, man, but thank you for fighting for this country. Thank you for listening to orders, whether you agreed or not, and sacrificing for the greater good, man. Even that 11 out of 11 yesterday, bro, Hyder, he was saying he came from a war-torn country, and you know what it's like because, man, it is a service and a sacrifice, even if you agree with it or not, man. Other people went out and did that, so it is truly an honor to shout out to the veterans every day, and I really hope all of you can show this in real life, and if you ever have the opportunity, man, show love to the veterans, the families. Thank you all for your sacrifice, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Dutch! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Happy Wednesday. There you go. Middle of the week, man. Every day flies by, man. I'm telling you. So I hope you're ready. Again, today should be a lot chiller than yesterday, but again, that's why I bottom to top. Pay attention to the long duration. You'll know the signals to watch, and then it doesn't have to be dramatic. You know, just because something moves, you know, we need a lot of things to change before people start changing their resistance and what they're reacting to. So hopefully you guys are ready. We only got 2 minutes now, so now we're right on schedule. Now we are right on schedule. If you have any plays, let me know. Any questions? I saw one in the Twitch. What was homie saying? EL? Oh, EL, I mean, I think it's a good price right now. I still think there's a little overvalued, but it was tempting yesterday. I think it could go 60 and then like 55, but again, I mean, it's already at like 2012 prices, so I like Estee Lauder a lot. Any low price stocks to look at, the rest of your deposits is on hold for options. Well, I would suggest that you split your options in long term. That's like the number one rule that will save your life. Other than that, man, just there's a lot of value. UPS, we're talking about Estee Lauder, even Humana, Pfizer. So Intel even, as long as it's like a higher quality company and it's not up on the year. Ulta, that's another one. They came up a little bit. Those are the things that I'm starting to react to. Yeah, Hood, bro. Hood, a lot of crypto. They had an update yesterday. And then, oh, wow, it's at 34. Remember, we sold out the 38. So I'm glad, though. I don't know if those plays are going to come back up. But they added like 4 other cryptos today. SMCI delayed their 10Q again today. There was a headline on that. I like Merck. Merck isn't bad. I think they're kind of expensive. Is it Keytruda, I believe? I think Keytruda. Oh, no, they came down. Yeah, they were doing really good. Merck isn't bad at all, actually. I think if you could get it a little cheaper, but you know, they had a lot of momentum. This kind of reminds me of NVO's chart before it went crazy, but Keytruda is killing it. Again, they have a really good cancer drug, and that got them out of the hole prior. And then Spotify too. So get ready. We got 30 seconds. You guys know 30 seconds is enough time to like the video. That's great. I know they did a study. They said that it takes the average American 15 seconds to like the video. So you can like the video in this time frame, man. I hope that you guys do that. I hope that you are ready to go. And let's have a good one, baby. Let's have a good one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You did it in 13? Wow. Wow, you may be a slightly above average then. So I don't know. How long did it take you? If you did it in less than 15, you might join Mensa, I think. Round 1. Fight. All righty. We're off. So again, Robinhood, see where those plays are. Remember, we have a rollover, but again, that thing has been very wild this whole time. City contracts are moving up again, and then TLT, give it like 30 minutes. Usually they gap up a little bit. Yeah, you already got 24%, but it'll give it a little bit to settle in. Yeah, the uranium's already moved, man. If there's cheap uranium, I would go for it, or cheap nuclear, but it had a weird move. It like lagged on the headline and then came up. Do you consider a Roth at 20? No, I would do it. I mean, Roth is going to limit you till you're older, but very good tax benefits. If you wanted to if you're young, you're 20 years old, go get a Roth and put all your dividend stocks in there on drip. And then by the time you retire, all of it will be tax-free, which is a very, very good idea. Not a recommendation, though. You got to consult with the financial analyst mafia. They'll help you out with that. And then TLT. So, again, give it a second, but those plays are already up 20. I think they'll go more. And then where is it? Where is it? The Robin Hood. Oh, remember those old Rivians? Those popped up, too. So, again, they had something. Intel trying to climb. A lot of the chips already down. NASDAQ up at 11th of a percent, a 10th. Same thing with the SPY. Russell's doing good. That's word to the bonds. And then Dow matched up with all of it. Spotify's not open yet. No, I'm waiting. Spirit sinks 64%, most on record. Yikes. And then Robinhood's still going. I don't even know if the Robinhood chain is open. I want to see where those are at. I'm so glad we sold those. So remember, this was the play I was dead on. It went up a little bit, but those are already down. So the rollovers clap. But yeah. So again, literally, Robinhood options are cheaper right now than any other point they've been at this week, pretty much, before the run-up. All right, Spotify is now open. Oh, okay, I got one. It's so far out of the money, though. It only filled me on one. I got a $9 one. Haha, cheap. Cheap, cheap, my friend. Cheap, cheap. Palantir, FNMA going up. I feel like we might hear something related to policy on Fannie Mae. I think that'll be interesting. Bitcoin rises above 90,000 first time. So literally Bitcoin even moving here on the cash open. Again, Coinbase already back at 330. Watch out for that. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. There's a couple of cheap ones. This one's just far out. I just went with the spreads are insane. So, be very careful. Do not play this. Don't market order any of these. It's literally, the spreads are insane. But I grabbed a Spotify November 22nd, 355 put, which is insane. But I grabbed it for $9. So, surprisingly, this option was going for $200 yesterday. But yeah, I grabbed a $9 one, and that's it. Just keep it cheap, and then we'll go. I only got one, though. I try to get two to make it free, but we'll see. There's a 365 at 22 cents, and then that's it. But yeah, like I said, I just want to see, just in case it was already up 15, and then they already sold off half of that. So if that keeps coming down, I think it'll be good, and then with a cheap enough price. But again, $9, I mean, I'm not expecting anything crazy, so don't go too nuts. And then SPY's working its way up right now, too. So again, actually, it's still 0.1%. The Russell is the winner, and then bonds have chilled out, though, from the morning. Bitcoin 91,000 now. So yeah, Bitcoin futures rocketing up and spot Bitcoin. Oil's dropping as well. HD on the high. And then same thing with Disney. Oh, JD's up. Yeah, HD's running. Remember, they had earnings yesterday. I bought the put on Spotify. So again, we covered the watch list and I talked about it this morning. I've seen Spotify sell off a lot on these big earnings, so I wanted to find a good risk to reward with $10, and I think I found one, but it's far out the money. We only get lucky on that one if that earnings move totally reverses. Palantir, Estee Lauder. Again, bonds are coming back down here. They've already given up about half from the morning. Humana's starting to run up, 281. Putin, Saudi Crown Prince stress importance of OPEC plus cooperation. I have Coca-Cola in the long term. I mean, it's down on the year, but we're still up like 40% or something. So I would wait personally, but if you don't have any, I mean, it's not bad to start. But it is, again, it's more on the higher end than not. Tesla's on the high now. They're up 4.7. So Tesla might go back to the 350. The actual Robinhood is glitching, or the stock. Hood is breaking out though. Again, $34. I don't know if you want to double dip. Like I'm saying, remember this contract killed me, and then I went back to green. I sold out for a gain, and now they're right back down. They're moving up here, but the rollover got killed. But pretty much, I mean, these are dailies though. I would actually go for one more week. But if you think Robinhood's going to do round 2, I mean, the premiums are high, but they are lower than where they were at on Monday. Citi, I think Citi was up in the morning. Let's see. Umana. Yeah, and then Rivian as well. The TLTs from yesterday are still up too, but again, I thought they were going to go more. INSG. Oh, yeah, where's nuclear? Citi's just holding up. It was up a little bit more. Oklo already sold off half of the gain. And then something's wrong with Robinhood, like the platform. And then Meta's down by 1. They're going down. Bonds already sold off half. Google in the red. So, again, today, all those names except Amazon pretty much, but all the higher price ones, they're actually coming down. RK will be up 40. NVIDIA going red, Meta straight down, SPY. I mean, bonds, it's looking like the SPY in the morning. So look at bonds have already sold off. I mean, that's literally what the SPY did after the data reaction. But now bonds are pretty much barely holding the data gap. And then same thing with the SPY. Netflix straight up. Yeah, Netflix has been in its own little world. BKE. Netflix up 1-1, man. 830. 828, bro. Yeah, Robinhood, again, I mean, everyone's still going crazy on crypto. I mean, it is just hit 91,000. Yeah, everybody's saying their Robinhood's freezing up. RKLB on the high. Kava, those are the post-earnings winners there. RKLB up 40. Yeah, Kava up 18. They're breaking out now. And then Spotify still holding. That did not sell off. Goldman on the high. Watch if banks go up. So, again, Citi, XLF is up. How are real estate? Real estate's doing good off the initial bond reaction. So even though bond's selling off, I mean, again, it is still holding. Chadvix is wild. Hey, man, I mean, let's see. Oh, wow. Let's do it. San Diego, what's up, baby? Why does it says that? It says we're in San Diego, too. All right, I'll take it, man. I'll tell you, shout out freedom of speech. Amen. Well, that means you could trade, but then again, you're not moving too much. Archite, just long duration real estate, honestly. I like Humana a lot. I think it's still going to have its little back and forth, but I'm not scared of that one. Intel, they held up a little bit. Again, NVIDIA is in the red. Robinhood Legend on desktop. I've never used that yet. Again, a lot of people are saying that is not working. Save halted. Yeah, it's been halted there, it looks like. IWM's still doing good. Again, like I'm saying, if you go look at long duration bond affected plays, they're holding up, but the bonds have only sold. Remember, yesterday, though, was all green from the morning, and then we flipped. Literally every candle right now on TLT has been red from the morning. CPI already came out. Amazon has launched Temu-like discount storefront named as Haul. As of Wednesday morning, the store was visible on mobile beta, offering $3 handbags and $14 pajama sets. Is that why Pinduoduo is dropping? I mean, a lot of the other China plays, they were up, but they had that move. That's interesting. Yeah, watch JetBlue. Honestly, that is the sympathy. Anytime Save has gone back bad, JetBlue went up. Thank you for all the info you've taught in the last 2 years, baby. Brian Hod. Thank you, my friend. Always showing love, baby. I know you got that long term. Woo! Robinhood lags. I didn't buy. I had an old NNE. I might still have the play, but I remember it went up for a little bit. Yeah, I still have it, but that one, it was the 35 call for November. It went up like 50%, and I didn't sell, and then it never went back up. I wanted them yesterday, though. I wanted to add Oklo and NNE, but I wanted to wait because it was like, man, these names are already so much higher, but that Biden news, I think, was going to help it. Chad saying Robinhood back to normal. Save is unhalted. Snowflake on the high. They're up 3. IONQ, again, they had a patent update. They're up 12 right now. I had an old one, but no, I didn't grab any new nuclear plays. Oxydump, they had earnings yesterday, so if anything, that is a post-earnings. How about Spot now that I could trade? I like Spot. I mean, I did grab the cheap put on it just because it's not really known to hold these earnings, but other than that, I mean, we have it in the long term. I wish we had it in the big long term, but remember, we bought, I think Spotify's our biggest now. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Because remember, we bought Spotify on the YouTube account back in the day. Believe it or not, that's our biggest name now in the long term because it just keeps growing and we went big on it. So now I have more Spotify than Airbnb and Abivai. Yeah, very, very wild. But shout out the long term. And then SPY coming back up right now. Shopify, again, they had an offering. Wait, they're still in the green? Oh, no way. Yeah, and then SPY just rocketed right back up there. Again, the range, very, very tight. I mean, it's we're literally within like 0.1, I feel like. Literally, intraday trading, you have gone, I mean, you have moved 5 points. So this range is still really tight. Again, bonds sold off. But look, it's still 0.75, so we'll see if that flips. But SPY already going up. Zscaler on the high. Again, SPY 0.14, NASDAQ 0.12. Russell is getting some of that loss yesterday. SMR, another nuclear play on the high. They went down, and now they're starting to go up. And then there's Spotify. iNod on the low. What's this? INOD down 8%. InnoData flushing right now. It looks like it was already down prior. I don't know if this is a news headline. Cigna's dropping. It's weird. Humana was up. And then XLV Healthcare is doing good. Oh, we're the biotechs. Estee Lauder on the high. I want Estee Lauder, man, but I need to wait and hold the cash. But it is getting attractive. And then there's Ulti. Doge is up. Honestly, where is all of that? We might have to turn on the what's it called? We might have to go to the crypto rave. Let's see. My fidelity looks so different. All right. So here's your crypto rave. So yeah, Bitcoin, this is spot Bitcoin. It's about to hit a new high right here. Where is it? Doge? Wait, are these futures? Wait, you got Doge futures? That's disgusting. Where is it? Doge USD. Yeah, I mean, it's up at 41. Again, last night during Elon's thing, it was up. It was like near the 30s. That's crazy. They have Doge futures. That's insanity to me. It literally, they have a Doge future. So, and then what's the other one? I don't know if Pepe's on here. But though, again, those were the ones that got added to Robinhood this morning. So very interesting. Fed Logan, she's commenting now. Models show that the Fed fund rate could be very close to neutral if Fed cuts too far. Past neutral, inflation could reaccelerate. Logan, difficult to know how many Fed rate cuts may be needed and how soon they need to happen. Fed has made a great deal of progress bringing down inflation, restoring balance to economy. Not bad. So again, that's a little hawkish, a little less hawkish than Kashkari, but pretty much saying, you know, maybe we chill. A lot of these Fed peoples have been talking about word to pausing pretty much, but you've had an interesting reaction to all of it. Yeah, spot continue. It's still holding from the opening candle. We'll see. And then where's Shopify? That one's coming back up. Hims is on the high, so watch out. Hims, I think, might go to 30. It's literally 29.90. That's going to be a big level for them. Yeah, banks are doing really good, but they still have to, like, break out of this. Again, the bond move, it's still, we're feeling the CPI, but we're still, like, on a leash. Both stocks, bonds, and everything else, it feels like. And then it's only been 15 minutes, so we'll see where it takes us. Invest in Germany. Wait till they go down a little more. So, again, I think UK and Germany are going to get pretty bad, kind of like China. Maybe not as bad, deflation, but they're eventually, you know, you're going to want to buy the big German sell-off. Logan remarks on Wednesday were prepared before release of CPI data. So, Fed Logan was prepared, and then it's buffeted by, it was before CPI. Roku on the high, Hilton on the high. Again, travel. BTCT, I have no idea. Just one of those small cap halter plays. Airbnb is up. Where was it? Hilton or Hyatt? They just had a pop. And then where's Uber? Uber 71. That thing's still chilling. Yeah, RKOB. They had a contract. So I think they got a new government contract, and then their earnings were good. Oil on the low right now. Oil keeps flushing. Again, there was OPEC comments, but we didn't have anything crazy. Space pump, hood going down. It may eventually, but, I mean, a lot of good news with crypto this week, and then adding all of those crazy coins today, I think is going to help it out a little bit. Would I even touch Boeing at 100? I mean, I'm sure I would consider it. I like cheap plays, but Boeing, it hasn't really vibed too heavy with me lately. So even then, I mean, 100 was the COVID low, but maybe, but I feel like I would still buy some other things. We'd have to see how it got there and why. Yeah, Hims. Watch Hims at 30. And then Shopify still climbing. Lucid on the high. High ticker still fighting, but now you got a red candle. So again, this little 3-4 point range pop up came right back down. So we are going lower. And then Tesla even coming down. SMR running now. So the nuclear plays, they popped up, came. Oklo's the one that's kind of trading a little bit weirder. Yeah, Meta's been selling. It's 1.3. Again, I think Amazon and is it Amazon and Google? No, maybe just Amazon now. I think Amazon's the only big tech in the green. So again, all the chips, bottom to top, kind of makes sense. Yesterday, they had their run. So SPY's moving around. SPY is about to go red. NASDAQ already went red. You're down by 0.8, and then Dow still holding up, and then Russell's actually advancing. So even though the bonds are kind of slipping, they were doing good off the morning, but the Russell just keeps ticking higher. So literally, Russell's hitting a new high while we're doing this. UUP goes up, stocks come down. Well, I mean, that's not the correlation has been weird with the dollar, but in the short term, it's kind of looking at the dollar in a Trump trade format and seeing, because again, the dollar goes up, some things benefit. Yesterday, it was the opposite until Bitcoin started playing along. But for now, I mean, I wouldn't view the dollar to affect everything the same. But the dollar and the reaction is big. But this is a good one. I was going to show you guys this, but so like as of lately, this is kind of the good news. Hot dog. But the dollar gold correlation, it flipped back to what it used to be. So from September till like up until like a week or two ago, dollar and the gold went up together. So that's why it's kind of funny. So as the dollar was getting stronger, you would think that would bring down gold like it is right now. But it was actually climbing. So as gold was running, the dollar was running, SPY was running. So recently now we're getting an inverse where gold is dollar's rocketing up and then gold is getting hit by it. So that's a normal correlation for now, but let's see where everything takes us into it. But that's as far as I would read into it for now. But I'm looking at it in the context of, other currencies responding to policy. And that's what's creating the dollar movements there. MSTR, Bitcoin breaking out, Spotify breaking out too. So literally 92,000 on Bitcoin futures. I think Bitcoin itself is at like 91,000 and change. So MSTR is going up. Hood. I think Coinbase doing a little better. Actually, no, Coinbase isn't. It's MSTR. They're the one really running. They're going dollar for dollar with all of it. Yeah, even Hut. Fiber shareholders set to approve Verizon acquisition of Fiber. Israel Defense Minister Katz says no ceasefire and no arrangement in Lebanon that does not include Israel's right to enforce and act on its own against Hezbollah. Yeah, snow was up like 3% last time we saw it. And then again, SPY went a little lower, but still within the range. Bonds went a little lower, still holding up. Yeah, Snowflake's up almost double, 4.7 now. My goodness. Four seven. That's me. Reddit up 4. Oh, where's Pfizer? Yeah, remember, it was about to hit 25 yesterday. I want to see Reddit. I can't believe that thing's at 130. Dollar's hitting a new 52-week high. So dollar is getting stronger. We'll see the impact. You don't want, so again, dollar and Bitcoin going up, that's part of this policy trade. You just don't want the dollar to bring down anything. Like, we need banks to do good and all of that, and then hopefully the bonds don't. If the bonds go red, that'll be a little bit more interesting. But as long as it doesn't go below yesterday, like I said here in the AM, that's kind of what we're waiting on. But the dollar is making moves now. And then looking at what Bitcoin is doing, I mean, I would say that's probably going to be our bigger focus here till Euro close. Actually, speaking of which, where is Europe? So Europe, FTSE 100, let me refresh this. FTSE 100 is down by 1.2. Euro Stoxx 50 down by 0.3. Germany down by 0.5. Canada down by 0.5. And Switzerland down by 0.3. So, yeah, not too bad there. Remember yesterday they were kind of ugly. So SPY holding up. Bonds hit another new low there. Again, still green. SPY is flirting with break even. NASDAQ came back up. Remember, Russell was advancing on that. So you're getting a little bit of that rotation when it's all said and done. Look at gold. I think gold is probably getting murdered. And then oil's getting, again, even that could be it too. Maybe oil, we were looking for that, but I haven't seen it. But literally, the dollar could be the reason for all of this, even as far as oil's concerned. So yeah, gold is just dumping off of it. Surprisingly, gold's green because the dollar keeps climbing. But once again, I mean, gold is at 2-month high after the dollar hits 2-year high. UAL, I think it was earnings. And then I don't know, one of them, I think Southwest had an activist, BTM, SPA. So SPA, again, I just wanted the cheap play, but that thing has done nothing for now. Solar wrecking ball, the dollar wrecking ball, it is in a very weird way. That's what I was saying, because, again, dollars, it's wrecking other currencies, but that benefits Bitcoin. As the dollar gets strong and financials do good, they could benefit off of it. As long as we have a stability here, the dollar is just, it's pervasive. Wrecking ball, very selective for now, but you'll see as it starts to transfer over. What do I like about Pfizer? I like the value. I like its history. I like $24 billion a quarter, or $12 billion, and then I like their cancer drugs. And then I don't like how they force people to do things. I don't like how they managed the last couple of years, their buyouts. And I think that they could do a lot better, but and then RFK is a little scary there too. Verizon Fiber. Why bond volatility is increasing? It's died from the election because there is a different level of longer term pricing expected after the election. Literally right after the election, the VIX dropped. What else was it? Credit defaults dropped. You guys know that? The credit defaults were like the highest in years, the CDS, the credit default swaps. And then right after the election, they plummeted. Again, even so, move volatility plummeted, and then so did the normal VIX and even the VVIX. So just really after the event risk, everything switched. KXIN, Fat Pop, Caxton Holdings. It's literally up 120. Oh, I think they had something in the morning. I think we read this one off the AM, but that one's popping again. That might be your halter play of the day. Was it KXIN? I remember seeing one of these. I guess I thought that was in the morning. Am I going to buy Abivi on this dip? Not this one. It would have to go down a little lower for me. If anything, I want either UPS or Estee Lauder now, but, my goal was to save and hold some cash, and I keep buying stuff. So I'm going to actually stick with it this time. But I like Estee Lauder and UPS. Those have been looking good. Even more Humana. KXN is the momentum play. It might be. There was a couple. There was two. One of them was up 100% in the morning. That's what I was looking for. For solar. MRK going up. Someone was asking about that earlier. So again, they've had a pretty bad couple of weeks. The uranium faded. It was really weird. SMR, like NNE, they just traded off hella weird, man. I don't know how to describe that one, but I think it's just because of how much they've already moved. The second company, UPS or Estee Lauder. Even Ulta, but Estee Lauder, makeup company, UPS. What can Brown do for you? Payday, 10% deposit. Hey, man. Tesla faded a little bit. They were up 5. So SPY bouncing again. Bonds up. They're a third of what they were at in the morning. Planet Fitness loses 11th hour bid to acquire Blink. Bankrupt Blink. Interest rates are going to 6. I mean, if inflation comes back, but if not, then no. But that's kind of the idea. That's what I was saying with the insurance play. Kexin still going up there. And then Dave is on the high, too. They had earnings. But I think if inflation goes above 5, then yeah, we'll have 6% rates. But until then, it's going to be a wild game of sussing out policy and economic impact. And then the KREs are climbing again. So are the BETOs. That one's not stopping. So those are waking up. Intel, again, most chips are down. Caxton up 130. That one's still going. Intel is about to go red. NVIDIA is still red. Twilio on the high. And then AFL, Aflac. They're popping here at the high. I have no idea why Snow is up. I think CyberArk, they had earnings. They were up like 7%. They sold off, though. So there was some good cyber earnings, and then we heard from a couple other companies in the prior weeks. Coin wasn't benefiting as much. MSTR is running with Bitcoin, but Coin kind of slowed down a little bit. And then SPY hit VWAP, chilling out. Again, bonds still doing the sell-off momentum dance there. Yeah, Rivian, they got a further deal with VDub. Yeah, they're up 15. They were only up 10 in the morning, so not bad. Cyber, DXYZ. Yeah, that one, that play, it was a high premium on the assets, but definitely if you wanted private equity, that was I think it was on the watch list. We were talking about Oklo. It was at $9 too. But I think the SpaceX stuff and all that, that's what really helped it out. And then the OpenAI stuff too. Hood pulling back. Yeah, it's still doing. I think a couple of things in crypto land are chilling, even though crypto is doing very well, man. It's literally right near the highs right now. Not bad at all. Are NFTs back? No, NFTs and altcoins, I think give it a couple weeks. If Bitcoin, I think after Bitcoin goes like 100, you'll start getting all of the hype. People were trying to give me NFTs on Twitter yesterday. I said, as long as it's not a Diddy deal, I'm down. If you want to send me NFTs or crypto, I'm not going to promote anything, but you could find my wallet and send it to me. I'm fine with that, but I'm not, no Diddy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no expectations where you're like, oh, Josh, you remember that baby oil NFT? I don't want to do that. So yeah, no Diddy deals, and I'm always down for some crypto, but yeah, just no Diddy deal, man, no Diddy deal. I think it makes a lot of sense. And then bonds about to go lower, so watch out. Once they start approaching like 0.15 green on the day, then it's probably going to hit break even. I'm not playing Oklo earnings, no. Again, I like the nuclear. Oklo is scary. I mean, it's Sam Altman's SPAC. So the other ones I like more, but we had Oklo at like $9, so that's why I hesitated even playing the news yesterday. You wanted the Colt coin, but now you got to buy the shirt. Yeah, I know. I hope so too. Man. But I'm excited though. I'm excited for the shirt thing. I have a couple of ideas, but I think we're going to get that hopefully either by the end of this year or like right into the beginning of next, but we should be good with that. Oklo about to go red. They were weird, man. They were up 15, but then look at SMR and NNE. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird. But then NNE, they already gave it back. They already gave it back up. Is it really going to be 200? Yeah, we're going to do a special edition T-shirt. I'm only going to, we're aiming for a goal of 1,000 of them. And then it's not going to, I can't market it as anything. It's just going to be a T-shirt. And then hopefully I'll be able to, I plan on delivering one of them personally. You might, I don't know. Maybe you want a signature. I don't know how that'll work, if that's worth anything. But Yeah, so, but we have some, it'll be a very limited edition one. It'll be our Colt Zegna tee, but it'll be special. Very, very special. Can you get it in Abu Dhabi? Oh, I don't know. Probably. You could get the shirt, yeah. I don't know if I could, if you deliver, I don't know if I could go to Abu Dhabi, though. That's hype that you're in Abu Dhabi. Palantir coming down. And then SPY new low. There's that 0.15 on TLT. So get ready for that. Like I'm saying, if that goes break even green, then you're just going to reset that aspect. Everything's red now except for the Russell. So look at, as bonds are now getting into the danger zone, literally Russell went from hitting a high. I mean, you were hitting a high when we were right here. Now Russell just gave up half of that gain. Interesting. Shaking out. Yeah, there you go. 0.10. TLT will probably go red. I thought it was going to go up more. I had 30% on the contract, but I thought I was going to do the pullback and run. I still think there's a chance on it today, but this reminds me of the opposite of yesterday. So yesterday was all green, and then by 10, which is where we're at now, if we don't flip here after the gap fill, then bonds are going to die. But if it flips here, then I think there's still hope. But now Russell's coming down, so that one's coming down quickly. Everything's already red except the Russell. Dow is also leading, so the whole bottom to top is flipping on its head. Apple, big candle. Is it here with us right now? It's okay if it's, I understand. But yeah, Apple's not really moving. Boeing's flushing. They're down 2.2. And then Tesla was up 5. Hot dog. Well, we're just going to play the bond game again. That's it. The CPI was good. Gave you a bit on the bonds. But like I said, once we start playing this game again, you're going to feel all the pressure. You're better than yesterday, but until we start getting here, that'll be it. And then once the bonds stop, just like yesterday, then the market will go back to whatever it was doing. That's what I'm expecting. So we'll see how it plays out. But so far, I mean, 30 minutes in, 36 minutes in, already a big flip-flop. Trump live. Well, let me give you a breakdown of the market right now. So NASDAQ 100, 34 in the green, 64 in the red. And then SPY, 241 in the green, 260 in the red. So it's literally 50-50 right now. Is he live? Oh, I think he is. Or no, I think this is an old one. There's one where he's supposed to be at the White House. Oh, no, this is live, yeah.
California, too. I think without one speech...
Okay, bonds TLT about to go red.
If you think we were,
that's literally, bro, they've literally sold off 1.2. And the volatility is lower, but let's check the move.
And it's very doable. It would be really doable if they changed the election process. If they...
What just happened there? What is this camera guy do? What is this guy doing? What just happened?
Here that we are having some technical issues here. You can hear the sound. It did just go out and the camera is on the floor. So we are going to just turn this back up for...
Literally, the camera is literally on the floor. I'm getting vertigo. RCL on the high, and then VST. Again, Bitcoin still holding. Watch your speakers. I still have the audio on. You're fired. Get him out of here. He can't even hold the camera. Yikes. Fake news media. They teach you how to lie, not hold a camera. I know. You're fired. You're done. Where's RFK? So 59.71. Yesterday's low 59.60. Like remember I was telling you yesterday, if we break that 16, you're going to do the 57 to 50, and then after you break 50, you're going to the 30s, and then before you know it, we'll be at 5,900. Yeah, Nasdaq's down by 0.6 now. It says 0.4 here, but I think futures dropped. Bonds just went red, so they have filled the gap now on the day. Like I said, yesterday we flipped on the bonds. Did the exact opposite of this yesterday. It was all green, and then it flipped. Today, all red. If it doesn't flip here, like I said, wait for the pressure. But when bonds do level out, market will return back to feeling good. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the Trump live. It got cut out. I don't know if there's another feed. Everybody's cut out. Everybody was using the same feed. Oh, man. Yeah, so he's talking right now, but I don't know what happened. We got data. I mean, I wouldn't call it the biggest data, but it was, generally friendly inflation data if you were worried, but it was painfully neutral, a.k.a. what was expected. MO's on the high right now. So, again, SPY, 3 candles, literally, you just pop right back up. And then MO is about to go to 55 again. Well, take it. Your ears. Yeah, man. I told you. I said watch out. I did warn you. Bro, where is this? Those 3 candles destroy the dailies? Oh, I'm sure. Even then, this is... Bro, the bonds were literally up 1.2 again. That's why I was looking at the MOVE index, because it's kind of weird that, like we're saying, just after the event risk, a lot of the volatility is high, but you have literally dropped in volatility because of how people have positions. So there's bonds red again. SPY doing a little better. It bounced on that, but again, NASDAQ sold off. Dow went back to green on that little pop, and then Russell still holding on. How much of the gains am I expecting Spot to give back? I don't know. So that play is like a pure it's a $9 gamble. So I'm just going for, have you ever seen those earnings where they gap up 9% and then by the end of the day they're break even? So I was hoping that would happen and I would just benefit off the premium. But that's why I try to keep it a very, very small play. SQM. Where's Square? Man, that thing won't come down. Same thing with a Firm. SMR, yeah, they're doing great. Mark Lehman, CFO of SMR, to present at institutional event 10:30. Trump-Rooney. I don't have it live yet. Again, the camera, he's talking, but then they cut it out. Somebody dropped the camera. I think they're just waiting they're going to wait in the room. Oh, you have one? ANI news stream? Live Donald Trump. Let's see. Tell you about tariffs. Oh, yeah.
Because they say, well, next time, if we go up even a fraction of what we went up, you're going to win New York, you're going to win New Jersey, you're going to win places that weren't winnable. California, I guess you'll be 5 up. Are you looking at 5 or 4?
I think it's a recap, but it just cut.
Doesn't matter. We get used to 1 for a little while. When you can get used to 1, you can get used to anything. So I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. We worked with a lot of you to get you in, and you helped me, and you helped me too. And my numbers were, so they say, the 129 years is the most
so he's in D.C. right now.
Election in 129 years. That's pretty good. I said, who is the 129 years? What was that, Doc Ronnie? Who's 129 years ago? I'd never looked because it started at being 100, and then they upped it to that. But it's a great compliment. We won the majority by 7.1 million. We won, which is great because Republicans aren't supposed to be winning the majority, Marjorie. You know that, right? And we won that, and we won it every way, all 7 swing states by a lot.
He's on point. Yeah, I think this is just a recap of what he said.
I'll tell you, Michigan was great, and we had a couple of people. Almost New Jersey is right, just a few points. It's got them very worried because they.
I think he didn't make any comments that hit, but then you're gonna get I think there's gonna be a presser after this, so I don't think this is like kind of live. It cut out. Yeah, see how it keeps going back and forth. So this is what he was saying there. It's weird that we lost the audio. But they're waiting outside for him to get to the podium. Do you think Jerome Powell could single-handedly take down the economy as the final plan to F over Trump? No, I don't think Powell would do that to his legacy. But I mean, I've been saying it. I believe Trump is inheriting a lot of poop. I mean, let me put it this way. I would say half of us in here, maybe more. I mean, there's a lot of you in here today, but I would say half of us in here we didn't believe any of the economic data in the last couple of years. Would you guys say that is fair? So, like, let me put it, do you believe that the Bureau of Labor Statistics, do you believe that was accurate data of your situation? Or everybody's situation, from the jobs to the CPI. Do you believe? I'm asking you. I mean, I could do a poll, honestly. But that's what you got to ask yourself. So I personally, I believed it for a little bit, but I really doubt the data. So I could be really wrong about this, but we'll see even with Doge and the government efficiency, but that's where I'm saying it's like I don't think Powell's going to do anything, but if the data starts coming back to if we get more realistic data, I think maybe the data wasn't as good as people think, and I think Trump is inheriting a lot of dog water, aka we'll see where the data gets revised to, and that's kind of where I think there's a little bit of friction for Donald there, but I don't think it's going to be through Powell. With that theory and speculation, why should we believe it under him? Well, I'm not saying to believe it just because it's Donald Trump. I'm just saying we might be exposed to a big revision under Trump, and maybe the data will start being either more realistic or not. But I mean, in a year from now, if everybody is in pain and they're like, the jobs market is growing every month, even if it was Donald Trump, I would say cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all it is. It's just like if prices are rocketing up and they're like, inflation is at 1, your home is cheap. It's like, I won't believe that if that's what the data is saying. So, that's why I'm expecting a big data revision at some point as Trump gets into office. I think we'll watch the data swing, but that's where I stand on it. You're done trading? Long term. Amen. The new Secretary of Defense is tattooed? No, I have not. Isn't one of them like a Fox News anchor? It's hilarious. I saw a tweet, bro. It's hilarious. It's so true. I don't know what's happening in Washington, but like we are treating these cabinet appointments like the NFL draft. I've never seen people ever get excited about who's being selected and like, oh my God. And then keep in mind too, for all of you who are like fascism, Donald Trump's a tyrant, all of these people that he is selecting, none of them are guaranteed. So remember, he could appoint people, but they all have to go through Congress to get approved. So it doesn't matter. If you're like, oh my gosh, I'm still worried. Oh my gosh, he's putting in all these people. Remember, you do have to have a congressional like approval. He can't put. There's some people he could put in, but most of them they have to be approved by Congress. Datadog. Datadog's running too again. These cyber plays, or anything related to the cloud, pretty much doing good. Excited for change. Well, we'll see. I mean, again, I think Doge. I wonder. That's why I like think about it. Elon and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I want to see what happens. Royal Caribbean Bank of America raises price target to 240 from 210. Cloudflare is too powerful. All of them are doing good, man. And then Fortinet, Cyber, Snowflake, all these cloud plays are doing very well. MSTR looks pegged to Doge more than Bitcoin. That's funny. I mean, Bitcoin's still doing very good right now. How come Ethereum? Ever since like a year or two ago, a lot of people kind of changed their views on Ethereum after Ethereum changed how it worked with like it doesn't mine anymore, and then the fees are crazy. Then you have competition from Solana, but generally, I think at least for me, I still own a lot of Ethereum, but my mind was changed on it a while ago, and I think some people kind of went more Bitcoin maximalist, and then some people still like it, but it's still number 2. I think it'll come up, but it's not reacting the same way. European stocks, because they're kind of going through the Liz Truss situation. They're trying to and then boil on the high, but they're trying to like do lack of tax cuts. They're trying to do certain budget things, and they're trying to spend a lot, and they can't really afford it. And then their economy is reacting to Trump and the currency, and then even the slowdowns while they're cutting. And then Germany is also going through an issue, but pretty much economic problems in terms of like growth, and then budget spending problems. That's how you could simplify UK and Germany right now. Tesla red. That's crazy. Tesla was up 5. Affirm's going up. And then MSTR, yeah, now Hood is even in the red. Tesla is on the low right now. So Robinhood there, SPY. I mean, SPY got a little bit of a boost. Bonds kind of stayed comatose on that, but SPY's kind of coming back down here a little bit. And again, Russell lost a little, but still holding on. Your opinion on advice for commercial real estate? You want to open a QSR similar to Kava, but for sandwiches? You gonna start selling hummus sandwiches? Man, I might be down. That kind of sounds good. But just don't pay a lot in rent. That's it. I've never owned a restaurant. I've never really invested in them. I mean, I gave money to somebody once, and they made a sushi place, but I wasn't like active in management, and I cashed out pretty quick. Amazon introducing Amazon Haul. So that's what El Coyote posted like 30 minutes ago. Watch Pinduoduo. If they drop off that's their like Pinduoduo competitor or Temu competitor. But I don't I've never done a restaurant. So, but what rent is important. So I would, if you can, own the real estate, but if you could get a good deal on rent, the better. I mean, in the restaurants I know that succeed are the ones with the small footprint. If you could find a way to make a restaurant with like 700 square feet and you could do it easy in that sense, those are usually the better ones. So we'll see. Amazon introducing. I kind of need to go pee, man. Oh, is Joe Biden speaking too? All right. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Traded Fraternity. Do I still have it? You can follow me on Twitter too. We're even live there. This is my second day in a row on there. I know, it's crazy. Just do hookah lounge, habibi. You at a restaurant, it's hard. You soldiers. It is hard. It is very hard. Helping every day. Well, yeah, man, if you ever come, I'll look at units for you. I know I could show you how to comp commercial real estate. It's just based off rents, but if you stumble across anything, let me know. I'm always down to get. You're my lone Twitch comment or my lone Twitter commenter. So I got you, bro. I got you. But propaganda TV is not available. Let me see other propaganda TV.
Absolutely not in a recession.
What is this?
We've
Steve
got
Jobs?
a booming economy with
Mike
a booming stock
Novogratz?
market.
What just
with
happened?
more job creation than in any 4
He's
years.
like,
in the
Bitcoin
history
new
of
record
us.
high. I'm going
And so
to have a
what's
baby with
happening,
Mark
which is
Cuban
real, was 70%
and
of
Steve
Americans
Jobs.
didn't like the direction the economy is going. The gap between
I don't
rich
know how
and
I feel
poor
about this.
still is
I'm gonna wear
creating
this outfit
such
tomorrow.
division in this country.
I'm not gonna
Creating
lie.
that polarization.
I'm gonna get me
and
one
a
of these
lot of people
outfits.
still feel left behind.
Absolutely. Mike, unfortunately, we got to leave it there, unfortunately, but I hope we can get you
Oh,
back.
yeah, you got to leave it there because I got to go
in the
pee.
studio when you're here in New York. Mike Novogratz there from Galaxy Digital. Coming up, President-elect Trump lands in Washington. He's going to go to the White House.
Non-OPEC supply growth will exceed demand over the next several years, says BP's chief U.S. economist. The rug pull going to be wild. Well, that's the thing, man. I mean, I was worried after the yield curve uninversion, but you guys realize the yield curve is about to invert again. The 2s and 10s. So that it really was a false uninversion, if you really want to put it that way. But at the end of the day, I mean, we got to play through the next month or two, but I mean, we'll see after inauguration. And correlation. 3 to 6 months. Well, it's been like, what, a month or two? That's why. But again, I think that was false. I mean, I think they cut for no reason, and even how the bonds reacted, it took time, but it reinverted the curve once again, meaning that the fundamentals are probably the same. And then SPY still holding. Watch if bonds go lower. Banks on the high, though. So, again, with strong dollar, if banks and Bitcoin do good, I mean, it'll probably be good by the end of the day. So we will see. Trump is going to be on, I think. I mean, they're either saying he's on the plane or I see one waiting for him to get on the podium. But either way, I mean, he's in D.C. He's going to meet with Biden. And then this is his first time in D.C., you know, talking about stuff. The historic return to D.C. And then bonds back to red there. So watch out on that now. And then see, SPY's holding up pretty good. But again, NASDAQ is flip 0.8. Again, you've moved a decent amount. We were pricing in 0.5, but SPY is pretty much slightly lower. All right. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Capital's Jerry
Real
Cardinal
Colt
and
News
actor
on
Ben
Twitter.
Affleck about the investment
And I'll see you on a little bit.
in the entertainment space. Now, it's all happening this afternoon. I'm told there are still a few tickets available. To register, click on the QR code. There it is on your screen, and we hope to see you there.
What a good time for this, Leslie, with the entire sort of investment and economic landscape changing before our eyes.
That's
right?
my take. And I don't know if that was necessarily as expected when this was planned a year ago, because normally this event takes place in September. So if we had held it in September, we probably would have missed all of the newness of the market dynamic and the changing world order that we can really dig into with some of the brightest minds who have yet to speak out on this dynamic so publicly, at least since the election took place a week ago.
And coming from perspectives from all around the world, I'll be talking to Ontario, for example, about how U.S. assets are viewed relative to other opportunities.
Which is so important, and it's nice that it's taking place in an afternoon. So you sit there for 4 hours, I believe, and you get just this, enormous amount of information and this diversity of asset classes, diversity of geography, to really kind of get a sense of how some of the most important names in the world of finance and investing view the world right now.
You going over now?
I am.
Yeah, good.
I am.
Get the trays of food set up and everything.
Yeah,
right?
I hear there will be good snacks. Yeah, exactly. I'll be pre-gaming the big game.
Well, people see this afternoon. I'm Leslie Picker. Still to come this morning, Elon Musk landing a role in the Trump White House, giving one name, not Tesla, a big spike this morning, and a big meeting ahead in Washington as the president-elect makes his way to the Oval to meet with POTUS. We're back after this.
I left it unmuted. Just in case. I knew it would be quick. Yen's dropping too. Along with the bonds. SPY's just holding hog on the high. Hi. Why is hog ripping? Harley, that's for Trump. You got to pop. Hog up 2.6. I have a feeling that'll be about tariffs, but that's a big move there. There could be a headline following up. Hog. Be on the lookout. So literally 2.3 in a candle. Again, bonds going down. SPY staying pinned. Russell doing better. So this is what I'm going to be monitoring, but that's crazy. Literally over 1% move in hour on TLT. So a little, and it has not flipped like yesterday. So it was looking like it could have been the opposite, but not yet. Give it a couple more minutes. Otherwise, it's going to do its own thing. Free Harley if you voted for Trump? What? Oh, I'm stoked. I think somebody, I'm down. Did I tell you guys that one time when I was little? I don't know why my brother's friend, he was, I don't know why he let me do this. I was like 14 years old, and he had a street bike, like a motorcycle. And I was like, let me drive it. And he was like, okay. And I was 14 years old. I'm like 4'6" at this point, right? And I was like, all right, yeah. He was like, you know how to drive it? I'm like, yeah, of course. And bro, I get on that bike and I put my put my leg over the seat. First thing I do, my leg just rests on the tailpipe. And I have a scar to this day. I got burned by the tail. I've never been on a motorcycle ever again, except for like a dirt bike. Oh, I didn't tell you. I have another embarrassing story. Damn, bro. Oh, I don't want to tell you. Oh, I guess it's a good time. SPY's not moving in bonds. All right, I'll tell you, bro. Yesterday, I don't know how I stumbled into it. I just wanted to shoot around after my workout. And then, oh, man. I'm shooting around with the old guys. Remember I told you there's that old guy at the gym? And he balls up every, like, Tuesday. And he's like an old white dude. He's like 60 years old. He wears, like, a basketball jersey, a shooter sleeve, and a do-rag. I'm not even kidding. I'll take a picture. I don't want to, but like he looks like a gangster, bro. Just this old white dude, bro, balling. And I'm just shooting around with them. And then before I know it, man, I got into a game. And, bro, I thought these old guys play to 11. Bro, they play to 21.
Dogecoin is certain. No, following the president-elect's victory.
Bro, I got ran on by, like, the reverse mortgage court, bro. Bro, it was like, I played a game and we got to 11 and I'm winded. And I'm like, okay, whew. And they keep going, bro. They keep going. I'm like, oh my gosh. So yeah, I got, these old guys have better cardio. It was bad, bro. It was bad. I did not expect that to happen. I was impressed. I was very impressed. But yeah, that's my embarrassing story. Tell them 2K. No, bro, I'm not even mad at 2K anymore. Because you know when I play 2K and I'm like, oh, that's so unrealistic. Oh, it's so realistic. I had like 3 plays. I almost stole the ball, but I was just tired. And like I saw it and like I put my hands out and I like was like almost had it. And then I didn't get it. And then I'm just too winded. And then it goes right by me. I'm like, oh. And I'm like, wow, it reminded me of 2K. Because I was like, I saw it happening. I'm like, how did that? And I was like, no, that's realistic. Holy crap. And then he just zooms by me, bro. It was nuts. It was nuts. CPI came in at 0.3 month over month. Everything was in line. Could have been bad. I mean, the bonds loved it at first. I mean, so did the market too. But you got definitely a weird pullback. I mean, you're below the first candle. You even went below CPI and the bonds did. Now the bonds are trading a lot lower. They had a little bit more of a gap up, but once again, we're playing this level. So you're right in between here. Anything below here, like we talked about yesterday, give it a little bit more. But anything below 90, I mean, I don't think that's going to be good pressure. The market's doing a lot better considering, but I do think it'll catch up with it. We'll see. News for Intel. Nice. No rocket ships, though. But good call out. Hog is still going. Again, I don't have the headline on that. That's up 2.5. Yeah, MO is doing good. The TLT play is getting clapped. Let's see. They were up 30% in the morning. I wanted to make them free, but now they're down 16%. So you are down $17. You had like what? You had like $30, $40 in the morning. You could have made one free. Almost. And then the November ones got clapped, and the March ones same price as yesterday. Disney, I think it'll be a pivotal earnings, but I don't know if I'm going to play it. I think it's already moved up way too much. But Disney is going to be big. Sad playing after a long time. You can't move. I thought I was moving good, but nah, man, I got winded, bro. I got winded. So it was good. I did do a full workout, and then I was on the treadmill, and then I played afterwards, but still, those guys are ready to ball, bro. Outside of X, tradingfraternity@gmail.com, but this is a good way to contact me. Like I'm saying, if you have good questions and you're here, I'm always down to go over it live. I think that's always a advantage. But tradingfraternity@gmail.com. MO55. I was looking at plays there, but they already went up. Because, again, MO kind of hugged this level for a little bit, and now it's breaking out. So now you're down by 0.3, almost 2% move on TLT today, top to bottom. But wait, because SPY's doing a lot better. So you can see SPY and bonds were matched up here. Then bonds leveled out, and so did SPY. But then bonds took one more. So we're going to just be monitoring that closely little by little. What about Tesla? Tesla was up at, and then Whirlpool's on the high. I just saw that. Dude, Tesla was up 5. Now it's literally break even. So they've sold out 5. No Diddy. Let me show you the blockchain I've been helping build. Email me it. I'm down. And then you guys should know my wallet, or one of my public wallets. You could send me anything. But no guarantees. You know what I'm saying? NVIDIA is still barely down. Again, big tech. It was down a lot more. SPY's doing very good, so you're starting to run up. Oh, Whirlpool is ex-dividend day? I did not know that. So watch out, because after ex-divvy, if that goes crazy. Yeah, 11:15. You have 2 days. So today and then tomorrow will be your last day to buy Whirlpool. But yeah, I didn't realize that. And it's breaking out. Interesting. 666 will be the top. That's what was it, Michael Hartnett, Bank of America, that's what he said a couple of months ago. They said it'd be funny if we topped out. It would, because again, the rally started at 666. You know that? So from 08, 09, the SPY bottom was 666. And then Whirlpool's going up there, 113. It hasn't been that. Again, a lot of these value plays like Altria, they've been holding up for a couple of weeks, but some of them are starting to break out. HIM's above 30. 2-year, 30-year bonds turn positive. 10-year yield now flat, 4.43. So 10 years not at 4.5 yet, but it's hugging it. Yeah, MO running Verizon 2. They had the fiber news. Another new low on bonds. Again, the bonds are still moving big. You're down 0.4 now. Again, it was just at 0.2, then 0.3. You're going to 0.1% every minute or two. All right, not bad. Where's Spotify? Spotify came down, but nothing dramatic. Shopify still holding. Oracle on the high. They're kind of ticking up here right now. All the CrowdNet, Fortinet, Cyber, all these Snowflake, they're all doing very, very well. ASML? Oh, I don't know. I think they're expensive. They're a big part of it, but if it ever became cheaper, I would grab it, but I mean, any of these tech chip plays that are, holding multiple 1,000% gains over the last couple of years, I'm not really open to. No, I sold out of my oil plays last Friday. So yeah, I held it for a while, but I thought it was time. I got out good. It came back to my entry. BTCT, that hype plays on the low now. Amgen, and then bonds keep going. SPY was trying to ignore it, but see if it comes along. Tesla on the low. Watch if Bitcoin flips. Honestly, I think that's where today gets ugly. Otherwise, you have the dollar trend still supporting. So we'll see. And then new low on the bonds again. Gold already sold off, but they're barely red too, even though the dollar's in the green. Intel is still in the long term, yeah. I like Intel as well too. All right, not bad. Not bad. Thoughts on Rivian? I got a leap on it. I mean, I like it for the bargain bin, but I'm not really a believer, but I see that car everywhere, bro. You have no idea. NI on the high? Made 1K with RKLB. Nice. Timmy tweet on CPI. We'll see. He'll add to some of the bond pressure. Nick Timmerhouse. He said an uncomfortably firm CPI print would have made December a closer call, but the number wasn't as bad, removing an obstacle to December cut. So he just sounds dovish in that sense, but not like over, just literally just saying good for December rate cuts. That's it. Debt break won't be changed for now, sources close to German conservative leader Merz says. What happened to TLT? Honestly, I think just a little bit of the pressure, but I'm kind of surprised. But again, I think a lot of people are still nervous about everything with bonds. Like I'm telling you, bonds are the center of this whole rally. So if the pressure comes up, I think that slows us down. There could be other active buyers, but for now, the situation is no different than the election. Election widened the range. You could kind of see up until the election, the election was kind of the outlier, but now we're moving there. But I thought it would have held up a lot better. I still think there's a opportunity to bounce, but for now, you're doing exactly what yesterday was. I play with Grok yet? A little bit. It doesn't make them. You can't change the aspect ratio, though. But yeah, Grok is pretty cool. Which one? Dollar weakening is what TLT is. Let's see. Well, dollar's still up. At this point, I just think it's all the people that are worried, and then I'm sure there's some bond supply somewhere, or maybe this could just be outside vigilante we're not aware of. But then again, I don't believe people when they say vigilantes until the 3-month 10-year spread widens. Thoughts on Cisco? Chad, that's on you. A new profile pic. Oh, I saw it. I saw Luca's. I like the one with the little. I was gonna change it, but if I change my profile pic, they make me go through the review again. But I like the one with the little doorbell. That one made me laugh. If I'm up 130 on Palantir, is it smart to take 25% for the long term, or you never sell? So are we talking about long-term, or is this a trade? But I'm going to go with questions you know the answer to for 200. Trump names Dan Scavino as deputy chief of staff. So if it's trading, do whatever you want. If it's long-term, I mean, I think you know the answer. Shop or PayPal? Oh, they're both up a lot now. I mean, I wouldn't take any of them. I have PayPal in the long term. We were going to buy Shop at 20. I know Charlie did, but when it's all said and done. I mean, both of those plays are up 30 to 50 to 200% on the year. So I'm not really a big fan of that. And Bond's a little bit off the bottom, but SPY's holding great for now. SPY's the only one in the green, and it's barely in the green. And then look, the Russell's coming up. So even though the Bond's hurt, I think some of the sentiment from the morning, it's still remaining in Russell. So that is a good sign. And then Bitcoin now breaking out again. Yes, sir. Bitcoin 92.7, 92.8 on the futures. So Bitcoin climb, bro, you're literally within 10% now of 100K on Bitcoin futures. Dan Scavino. Then Palantir's still climbing up a little bit. Microsoft. Big Tech is still down, but again, the Russell holding up. I think that's that gives me hope that the bonds won't die too much. That's what I'm saying. Just keep your eye out for that, or just see if any of this flips, and then notice how much better the Russell did today. So literally, while the SPY and NASDAQ go negative and you're doing this dance, the Russell is advancing right now. Tulsi Defense Secretary. I haven't heard about what position they're putting her in. And then, bro, Bitcoin keeps running. So watch out again. MSTR, they tracked it a lot better. Hood and Coinbase, they kind of sold off from the morning. So literally the price itself of Bitcoin just keeps going up, but a lot of the plays already kind of ran, and you could see they're just holding the gains. Like Hut's still up 11. So very weird from the gap up to intraday. You're high, but doesn't mean, and it's going higher, but not all these names are climbing with it. Agreed. If it's long term, what happens if you can't justify the valuation? It's long term. I'm telling you, I know people think it's dumb, but I don't sell for a minimum of 10 years. I genuinely mean it. AMD to cut 4% of global workforce, CRN citing statement. So chips at a low. They haven't been too hot today, but see what they do here. But yeah, literally, man, the long term, like you guys got to think about it. Like Snapchat, and I remember Snapchat, we bought it at like $8, $9. It went up to like 60. And at one point, it was one of our best gains. And guess what? I didn't sell out of it. And you know what happened? It went back down. Oh my gosh, so terrible. The fear. I should. Overvaluation. So here's the deal. I held Meta 500% and it's still up. And Uber almost 200%. And Abivai and Spotify and all of them. And that's kind of the whole point. In some instances, you hold for that long, you'll watch overvaluation go back to negative. But if it is a good quality name and you made a good decision, you're going to want to hold it for 10 years. And in the same respect, you get to benefit off of it too. So that's what I'm saying. It's like holding can hurt you sometimes in that sense. But if you're making good quality plays and you're making money on the buy, that same logic is going to make sure you get a winner. And when you get a winner, you're going to get every part of that opportunity. So I genuinely do not. When I add it to the long term, I am planning to hold it for 10 years. I think you should do the same. But if not, I mean, you're kind of on your own. I mean, if you're going to follow like half or 3/4 of the rules and then change it up, I can't say it's going to be the same. So 10 years minimum, don't worry about the valuations at that point. I mean, if you should have thought about it when we bought the play. If you're going to get worried about buying it or worried about the valuation, then don't buy it in the long term. Trade it. But once it goes in the long term, we hold. High ticker is going. Bonds leveled out. They're giving up half of that loss there. So we'll see. But SPY, if anything, bonds got to go like right back here. And then it'll be matched up with the SPY, and then maybe they go. But the Russell's advancing. That's what I'm telling you. It gives me a little bit of hope here. But the Russell keeps going up. It's taking the impetus from the morning. And then banks are still going up too. Again, I think regionals are climbing. Yeah, literally regionals are breaking out right now. You're hitting a new high on those. And Beto. Beto options are up now 200%. So Beto's at least going with everything. Don Lemon leaving X. Don Lemon. It's crazy. They said advertisers are returning back to Twitter. So now they're getting scared of Elon. So now they're like, maybe we'll go back to Twitter. Yeah, chips aren't doing good. I mean, AMD just said that's the only chips in big tech are your pressure today. Even though the bonds did the flip-flop, I mean, the small caps are doing good. RKLB, yeah, it was a good earnings. Again, they got another government contract. Even Kava earnings were great. Even Shopify, too, or Spotify. Yeah, Kava chilled. RKLB is at like 50 now? Yeah, 47. YouTube killing you? No, get on the Twitch. Get on the Twitch or the Twitter if you get lagged. Not too bad. IonQ up 17. Still mad early, bro. It's not even euro close. I did the Spotify put, yeah. I grabbed a cheap $9 one. Where is it? Let's try the Twitter. I see you, baby. I see you. I don't know if they do shadow banning on Twitter. They used to, but then Elon bought it. So I see you, man. I see you. So when I'm stating, why doesn't my options buying power return? What do you mean? I didn't get that. I think you had a spelling error. App still holding. I mean, even drug is, bro. You guys remember that one stock drug? That thing's still at like 40 or 50 bucks. It's kind of crazy. You have KRE 75 December. That's a good play. I made mine free. That's it. I made mine free, and I'm going to ride, and then I'll probably sell out the final one closer to January. How much is that now? Yeah, it's literally, it's like 2,000. Since I made it free, it's technically $200 and a 2,000 on the KREs for now. But yeah, as long as I would just make it free and ride it. Trading, I started with 500. I've done a few trades, and now it's 65. If you're on a cash account, it takes like a day to settle. So give it another day, and it'll be there. The Beto, so watch the watch list. So like I said, guys, I'm down to bring back the plays, and I've been telling you everything live right when I make it. We've removed that for a while, but I don't want to go back to this game of just telling you, did you buy this? Did you buy this? Are you holding this? Because, again, it's on the watch list, and I even covered it this morning, and all those plays made a lot of money. Again, Beto, ARK, KRE, everything we talked about, even all the TLTs. I mean, it may look like TLT's down, but any of the TLT options have done good for a little bit, and we've got to make them all free. So hopefully you stay in tune with it, but, just because I'm giving you the info, I mean, if it's natural, I'm down to cover it, and we could go over it if it's related to the conversation, but I'm not trying to, catch you up because y'all don't want to watch the watch list or you don't have stream alerts. So I encourage you to step it up and be a part of it. Otherwise, I can only do so much. You don't play? No, you're good. You have nothing to worry about. We sell off again. Well, if anything, bonds are going to... We got a little bit of bond stock Russell momentum that we need to figure out for this morning. And then we'll see. It's not even euro close yet. So we will find out. Israel sounds sirens in several areas. You plan on Palantir take profit if it reached 40, so I did. Never thought it would do this. Yeah, but like I'm saying though, if it's long term though, it just for everything reminds me of the scene of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Violet crossing her fingers. So again, it's always good. I hope you have a plan and stick with it, but when it comes down to the long term, that's it. It's just 10 years minimum. And I say that because, bro, you guys, what if Palantir goes to $1,000? Does that sound ridiculous? It does. But at the end of the day, that's what I learned with my long term, bro. If you think I thought Meta was going to do what Meta did every time I've ever bought it, from when I was a kid at IPO to when we bought it at 90 on stream. You know what I'm saying? So that's the beauty. That's why I like the stock market. That's why I like equity, because paper money is limitless. You know what I'm saying? On paper, the dollar amount could go up, and how rapidly it could do it is insane. So, but that's why giving it enough time is where it's at. So just keep this in mind for the long term, because I know we've, it will lead to you missing out of Snapchats, but the high quality ones, it's going to make sure you have the best position. But this is something I've heard a lot. I mean, the long term's killing it. We've made a lot of money this year in the long term, but I've noticed now, I mean, it was like 2 years ago, people wanted to sell because they were scared. And now it's people wanting to take money out on plays because they're like, oh, it's high. And now we're thinking valuations when we weren't before. So just keep that in mind, though. Stick to the rules long term. But if you do have your own plan, I could respect that, and I'm down with it. But hopefully plans do not change. Get a plan that you could ride for 10 years and stick with it. The watch lists are great. They are, man. Amen. And like I said, it's simple. I don't care if you watch it or not. I've come to terms with it that some of you will not want to pay attention. It's for the people who want to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to be a dickhead about it. And I will try to give you guys the plays. But like I said, naturally. As long as it's related to what we're talking about and in the conversation, sure. But at some point, though, I'm not going to do the recap this. Did you buy this? Did you buy this? Can I buy that? Did you buy that? So you got to get it where you fit in. You know what I'm saying? And if you're too lazy for any of that, you buy the stream alerts and call it a day. Or you just do nothing. And that's always an option as well. Pfizer gas in, that's been a lot of back and forth. Bonds have recovered. That's a 0.5% move almost, you guys. Isn't that crazy? That's what I'm saying. The bonds are wicked. That's 0.5 right here. 0.4. That's nuts. So we'll see. What is included in the stream alerts? It's exactly what it is. Anything of that happens on stream. If it's notable, from a play to breaking news, PHILO, all the way down to any other random events or a Trump tweet, you will get a text message right away. So if you're here listening, you don't need to buy it. But if not, like I'm saying, if you're not gonna kind of be involved, then maybe it would make sense to buy it. But if you were gonna participate and be about it, I mean, there's many ways to benefit. Trump expected to appoint Ukraine peace envoy after promises of negotiating to end war with Russia. And then Israel military says heavy barrage of rockets was fired from Lebanon at Israel. Not bad. Tesla, and Trump appointing envoy. Not bad. Not bad at all. Tesla's still flushing. RKLB is up at 50 now. Again, bonds a little bit off the bottom. Sentinel 1 on the high. In Tesla, Nvidia's chilling. Dude, Nvidia's at 147. You guys remember, we still have Nvidia earnings. That's the final thing that we are waiting for as far as like AI catalyst and all of that. RKLB was priced at 15, I think. Maybe more. So it's this is like 3 standard deviations. Where was it? This was the preview from yesterday. Yeah, it's pricing in 14.5. And it hasn't moved more than that in a year. So again, they had a government contract. That was a big driver on it. You're 20 years old between the long-term and trading. You're going to thank you when you have enough capital to open your dream restaurant. Let's do it, baby. That's great, man. You're young, bro. I'm telling you, if you're young and if you have a good mentality to work and you're willing to eat a little bit of crap and not be as sensitive and, you know, life has to give me everything I want with minimal effort. Like, as long as you're willing to grind, bro, and then you are already saving and you're thinking about I think you're going to accomplish your dreams, my friend. So stay with it, man. A standard deviation. I mean, it's a mathematical concept. I have a ghetto standard deviation of how I use it. It's a video for pricing and earnings. It's in the description. Yeah, we saw. I thought Spirit already ran up a lot, but I didn't think they were going to let that company die. But I'm not really playing it after that news. Amazon's killing it, man. That's the only one. Now it's breaking out again. And Jeff Bezos sold $1.2 billion the other day. You appreciate I'm live and dedicated to the law, Tariff and PHILO, of course, man. I mean, I'm excited, bro, for the people doing it. Like I said, I mean, unfortunately, this was kind of the realization that I had a couple months ago. That's why I was willing to do everything that I've already done. I really realized, man, you know, I want to help as many people as possible. But also, too, man, there's some of you guys who are hungry. I liked Hyder's phone call, and I just think, you know, if you guys are young, you want to save, you want to work hard, and you want to do it, I mean, I'm totally I will share every single piece of info I have with you and do something with it. And again, you're going to have people, they're going to try to cheat. They're going to try to go quick. They're going to try to do this, that. They're going to try to just copy it and monetize it. But there is a small group of you who I think you guys are going to be the future billionaires. So just buy me a house, baby, and I got your back. Let's do it. Yalla. And New York Fed data suggests rising debt burdens are manageable. Elevated delinquency rates point to stress for many households. We ever go over CPI and rate cut will affect real estate? No, not really. I mean, real estate rates are going to be affected by Powell in the economy, really. That's why they're still high, tracking the longer end bonds. So that's why I think it's going to level out. But you know, rates are going to rocket up if inflation comes back. ASTS. Tesla at the low. Robinhood, there's problems in the morning. Where's crypto? I'm surprised Coinbase hasn't had problems. Dude, crypto is still at high. Futures 93.5. So literally, Bitcoin is still knocking at the doors of highs. I don't know if that's why it's the SPY is literally the same spot as yesterday when we had kind of the same rate situation. So you're a little lower and then SPY's a little higher. But, dude, all those Bitcoin ones are going nuts. Is it White House time? I don't know. Is he live? They're still waiting for him, that little interview thing. So I'm sure we'll get a little bit more, but we'll see. Why does coin? Coin is amazing. What do you mean? I'm shocked that coin is even this high. So again, on some of these days, when it already runs like this, if it doesn't hold a lot of Bitcoin, that's why I think MSTR goes dollar for dollar. But right now, it only looks like BITO because they have the futures. It's tracking it. But some of the names that already ran a lot, they're not going as crazy as you would think. The TLT is on a 1 day, 1 minute. So TLT is already coming back down, so down to 0.36. Again, it went to break even right there. And then SPY's still holding, so it does seem like SPY is trying to do its thing, but we have been trapped in the range still. And then NASDAQ's still down 1/4. You want to put 1K in Disney calls? Good luck. I mean, I feel like you should have done that a day or two ago. That's why I don't want to get in on it. I feel like it's already ran up on the pre-run up. CPI opens the way for December. Yeah, that should help. I mean, the rate should be up. I think the rate should be lower today. But I think that's why the Russell's responding it. I don't know if this is the vigilante. I don't like believing that, but there's definitely an external going on in bonds. But I think the Russell and other things are taking cues from it. But let's just see by the end of the day. I mean, we have watched one direction, one way, and then just some random flips or stabilization. But again, inflation worries are still the key. Inflation may not have surprised to the negative, but it's still, 0.3 is still kind of high on core. Trump said to endorse Mike Johnson as House Speaker. Mike Johnson. Yeah, everyone's waiting for the Trump-Biden thing still, too. That'll be another part of today. I don't know if it'll get, headlines. TSM on the low. So that's another chip maker selling off. TSM's down 2.5. All the chip makers are doing bad today. You mean someone doesn't want the yield to go down? Well, it doesn't have to be like they don't want it to go down, or maybe they just disagree. The whole idea of bond vigilantes is that, they buy and sell bonds in mass depending on if they feel that there is something right or wrong. But usually when that happens, there's a huge spread between the 3-month and the 10-year bonds, and that's not happening. So I like the idea of bond vigilantes explaining these wild sell-offs in bonds, but technically there's no real evidence of that. So I think it could be an external. I think Russell's picking up on the cues of the data, but like I'm saying, we'll see by the end of the day here. SPY would have moved away. Well, right now, the funny part, remember, we were only pricing in 0.5. Everything came in at the margins, you know what I'm saying? So, literally, I mean, we're moving less than expected. So, yalla. Because of the chat, you made 10K off ASTS. You love the channel. Bought $1,100. Now, go tell somebody else now. That's it. You got to go post it on Twitter, bro. You got to flex for us. And try to read the rules. So I have your guys' chat facts. What I like, I'm happy for you. Try to post your guys' plays. So that's the kind of the rule here. Post your plays. I'm glad you paid the plug. That'll help you out. But post your plays ahead of time, and then the best way to flex is by going somewhere else and letting them know how great the chat room is, because we get banned a lot. So free 99. I love you. How do you post the play? Just post it in the chat. Say, hey, I bought 1,000 shares of ASTS. Because like you guys say, I may be wrong on a lot of things. I may be right. The chat is an excellent resource, but what good is it if you guys aren't telling people when you're making a play? You see what I'm saying? So when you buy ASTS, be like, yo, I just bought 1,000 shares at this price. This is why I bought it. Boom, you do that, you'll be good to go. And like I'm saying, man, feel free to spread the word. Spread the word. Go tell another chat room, baby. My Twitter is Real Cult News. Ta-da. I think I'm still live on there, yeah. Hi. You're still learning? No worries, man. Now you get a long term. Woo! That's the next stage. But good work, baby. Good work. Good work. 10 shares of EST. I like it, man. I like it. I'm not going to lie. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. And yeah, Whirlpool's doing good. They got ex-dividend in 2 days. Do you think the economic data is not accurate? No, I don't. I mean, I've said it many times. I have no shame in saying that. I'm not saying I'm correct. I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'm just a nut job, but I've not believed the data for a very long time. And again, I mean, inflation and there's things that are inherently incorrect with the data, or not incorrect, but very different than the real life. And the number one, 60% of the CPI is derived from rent and from real estate prices, but they go off of owner's equivalent rent. So if you don't know what that means the Bureau of Labor Statistics, not one time, they don't care about any real rental rates. It has nothing to do with, these people rented out at this price for this duration. No, nothing. They're asking homeowners, if you own a home, how much do you think you could rent it out for? And that's how they determine real estate inflation. I think that is bat poop, as some would say. You know what I'm saying? So that's just one element of it. Another one is there's so far in the last 4 years, I think there has been 6 revisions to seasonality in oil and energy. Oil and energy is a big part of inflation. However, they go off of how it moved in the last season. So how it gets changed up, I mean, there's a lot of things that I think are disconnected from reality. I don't know if we'll return to that, but maybe we will, maybe we won't. Trump says politics is tough, but it's a nice world today. Is he there? They ask homeowners. Yeah, that's OER, owner's equivalent rent. That's how they calculate their rental inflation, because there's no way to get rental data, but they're not going off of prices being sold. They're going to homeowners and ask any homeowner what they think they'll rent their house out for. You know what I'm saying? Ask any homeowner what they think their house is worth. I'm sure they're going to give you a high number. Or they might be just totally not in reality. If you owned a home for 5 years, you have no idea what the rental market really is like. So but that's how they're determining it. I don't see Trump. I got a Trump quote, but I don't see him yet. I think they're all waiting for him to step out and do that conference. Trump speaks during meeting with President Biden. Oh, come on. I want to see this, bro. This is historic. I don't know if there's going to be a live feed. No, bro. They have videos all around the White House, but nothing in there. Boo. Trump needs to hire me to get the inflation data? No. Well, that's why I said, like, Doge, Vivek, and Elon, maybe we get some reality brought into the data, but we'll see. I mean, well, like I said, it's not really about Trump. I'm telling you, a year from now, if all of the data is so disconnected, I will say the same thing. Just there was a time I remember where there was a time where the data, it would lag, but it was accurate. I have no other way to put it. There was a time in my other years of my trading career, like the data would give you a signal. It was just 30 to 60 days behind. But it wasn't this stuff so again, the jobs would move in trade data and the money supply and the dollar trade weighted, all of that stuff. It would move. And worst case scenario, it was like 30, 60 days behind. So you saw it it already happened, and then the data accurately reflected it later. But as of now, it's been both lagging, and then just like we've seen with the hurricanes, they're like, oh my gosh, everyone's going to lose a job. Nobody loses a job. And then right when it gets over, then you see it pop, and then it only lasts for 1 of 4, 5 months or something like it. It just makes no sense. It used to be it would lag by 30 to 60 days. So if we get back to that, I'll let you know, but that would be nice. I think we get an edge and an advantage when that happens because, again, the data just becomes a lot more actionable than what it is now. Well, I wouldn't even blame the algos. I think it's the data. That's what I'm saying. I think it's the revisions, the seasonality, the disconnect between reality and what is really happening. And that's why they use the PCE, because remember, the CPI doesn't substitute, the PCE does. But then again, how they figure out substitutions, I mean, that's up to them. Isn't NVIDIA, I got it up here. I mean, it's been down. Value plays are good. The high ticker's picking up. Bonds, they have not moved lower in an hour, which is good, but I still don't trust it yet. But SPY is edging up. Russell already went up. So if anything, this is SPY and NASDAQ catching up to Russell. And then bonds are going to be the lagger on the day. No, AMD. Environmental council outposts likely insane. E. coli. Would that be my division? Hood almost recovered? No way. And then GME on the high. I like Beto now. Beto lagged, if you guys noticed. Bro, Beto did not move at all on the first round, and now Beto is getting dollar for dollar. So those Betos are up 228. I made them free yesterday, but that thing is still running. Yeah, I'm surprised. Only a couple. MSTR kind of tagging along, but not everything is going dollar for dollar. Yeah, Beto's higher in May because of how it works with the futures. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, let's go. Oh, hold on. Where's I got to get the Twitter horn. Wow, Peach Nation. How about that consistency? What's up, baby? Good morning, Bradley Frizzle. The man, the myth, the legend. Why the bonds lag if the bond market is always right? The bond market, it's like your parents. Your parents are always right down the line. So honestly, I would put to rest this idea that the bond market is always right, because the last 4 years it hasn't been. Back in the day, like I'm saying, maybe when the data was more accurate, the bond market always was right. As of lately, the bond market, it eventually will be right, and then you'll look back at it in retrospect. But I think it's more just, it reminds me of my mom, where I'm like, you don't see it in the short term, but eventually you're going to be like, oh, she was right. But that correlation has not really remained for the last couple of years. Again, imagine all the false signals we've gotten on bonds, bond bull market getting destroyed. So the bonds aren't always right. Eventually it'll get back to that, but for now, I mean, if anything, it's people reacting, and there's a mix of both vigilantes, the Treasury, and then the data, and then even other countries while they're all moving. They're live now on Fox. I hope. Where is it? Come on, let me talk. Oh, they got it. Historic. Bro, Biden looks so happy. Oh, they're ending it. Look at him. Wow. I know. He's a good guy. I fucking love Donald. He's a good guy. That's why I invited him to the White House. I know. They let Hitler in the White House. I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. Fake news media. Hey, why we're gonna have what's the media? Fuck that, Donald. You could ignore him. I ignored him for 4 years. I know, they cut it off. I'm just happy to be here. It's a good house. Great house. Big white house. Wow. Decepticons. This is iconic, bro. Look at this. Iconic. Bro, the cameramen are tweaking. See, but this is what I was saying. Like, that's the difference between, like, you guys realize Biden, bro, they say, time's up. They kick everybody out. Now it's Trump, bro. You got the vulture. Like, the camera's all like, they stop listening and stuff. That's it. Biden's, okay, time's up. They listen to that lady. They just turned into hyenas. Well, that was fun. He's going to come up again. They're waiting. They have a podium that they're waiting for him on. And now they have the door to the White House. The head nod, they both laugh. I think, bro, I'm telling you, I think I have a picture. I liked it, but like straight up, bro. Biden is the only Democrat that I have seen like cheesing in the last like 2 weeks. Like, he literally, bro, he can't walk on sand, but lately, bro, he has been hyped. Let me find you the picture. You'll see what I'm talking about. Oh, I got to show you this one. No, that's the Milan. Yeah, here it is. Oh, no, it's the other one. Hold on, I'm getting to it. I have a lot. But yeah, he looked happy. Yeah, here it is. I forgot. I'll retweet it. This one right here. Literally. And then this was him the day after the election. And then even now, bro, he'd be like giggling. He'd be telling cameraman the camera's going to hit him in the face. Bro, he's cheesing, bro. He's loving, like, he's like, yeah, screw you. I'm the only one who beat Donald. No, seriously, I mean it. Go look it up. I'm 1-0 against Donald. They ain't got shit on me. How dare you guys want to fucking sub me out? I'm fucking Kobe Bryant of the White House. What are you talking about? Fucking Biden mentality. Actually, I beat Trump. I beat him once. I'll beat him again. You guys are idiots. Why'd you just sub me out? So what? I'm a little tired. Give me fucking water. I'll be ready. I beat him before. I beat him again. Fuck you. So yeah. And then this one, honestly, I don't mean this like negatively, but like, bang. You guys don't think this is like, it's a really like, it's getting like interesting. So here's this video. I tweeted this one already, but this is a TikTok somebody posted. This was a real human being. Nobody made them post it, but this is what they posted following the election. They said, working out because protest season is coming. We're not settling for a fascist. Yeah. Call it what you want. I love it. I'm so happy for them. You have no idea. I said, bro, imagine I've been motivated in the gym. Imagine hitting the bench press. And you're like, this is for fighting fascism. This is for my country. That's next level pre-workout, dude. I'm all about it. I'm so happy for it. It's so weird. That's it. They're like, all right, women are like, we're not going to have sex anymore. We're going to shave our heads, and now we're going to start working out to protest Don. I'm like, what? They're switching strategies, bro. Like 10 years ago, the liberal strategy, it was just like, they're like, remember they were like, show boobs? You guys don't remember that? You don't remember when it was like, oh, feminism, and they're like, we're going to show boobs. You can't stop us. Now they're like, we're going to shave our heads and ignore men. And now the dudes are like, we're going to work out so we could get ready to protest. So either way, I'm happy for you guys. That's I think it's a net positive. Definitely a net positive. It's just so weird. I did not think any of this would happen. Are any Chads putting their name into the Mahad nominee site to work for the Trump admin? Oh, are they hiring? I don't know. We got some healthy Chads. Some of you I would write a letter of non-recommendation. They're like, I think we should make Bitcoin part of the food pyramid. No, it doesn't. You can't do that. No, I get you're bullish on Bitcoin. You can't include Bitcoin next to milk. That does not make any sense. It's a currency. It's crypto. They're like, no, I really think we should put it in as I really think Bitcoin is nutritional to make America healthy again. I'm like, you idiot. You're fired. Yeah, you're fired. Get him out of here. Get him out. Stupid, stupid people. Bitcoin's a vitamin, not a food. What? My goodness. Any Chads in Tokyo? You'll be there in 10 days? What? Shout out to Yen. I think we got one Chad. We got one Chad in Tokyo. We got one Tokyo Chad. I'm hilarious. Well, thank you, man. You got follow me on Twitter because sadly, I told you I'm better at situational because Twitter just gives me content for days. You have no idea. I'm telling you, I'm seeing these are real people I'm seeing on Twitter. That's it. All of this stuff. I've already seen the Maha ones too. Like I saw this on Twitter. It makes sense, bro. Anytime I want to eat like a bag of Cheetos or something, I just picture RFK just staring at me. And then I put it down and grab a carrot. That's it. Like RFK, bro, he's a figure. He's already brought down Pfizer down like 7%. This guy, we're terrified. We have no idea what he's going to do to the food. And it's all in a good way. It's like, Yeah, bro, federally mandated push-ups? That'd be crazy. Good for heart health. Apple. Dude, Netflix is at 8:30, man. 8:31. And Spotify, too. They're crazy. You want to live there in Tokyo? I want to go to Japan. That'd be cool. We're going to see. I am going to still take I'm going to leave at the end of the year like I did last year. I'm going to go somewhere. I don't know where, but I might go to DC. We'll see. Any healthy food plays? Not really. I've never really thought about that. There's a couple out there. I mean, maybe Honest. They just had earnings, but you don't really have too many health-oriented plays. But all the companies, if they get regulated, I'm sure they'll start making healthy food if they have to. Oh, Amazon has Whole Foods, yeah, but Whole Foods is just wild, bro. Pepsi. TLT below 89 Friday. We'll see. Post your play. So again, you guys feel free to post it if you are very confident on ideas. Chad DC trip. I'm kind of down. I just feel like it's going to be packed. And then you have to realize, do you know what's going to be awkward about the inauguration? There was going to be something very awkward. It's going to be all of the people that booked non-refundable trips to DC because they thought Kamala was going to win. So it's going to, I don't know, man. It's a powder keg because I wouldn't ask for a re-up, but it's non-refundable. No, think it seriously. You don't think that's true? It's not even supposed to be funny. It's like, actually, we're going to have, I would say at least 10% of the people were there because they spent $1,000 and they're like, well, I booked it in advance. Your soon-to-be brother-in-law having his bachelor party in D.C. for the inauguration. That's crazy. What D.C. He's like, let's go. We gonna hit up the bars, and then we gonna go to the Capitol, and then we gonna see the Lincoln Monument, and then we gonna hang out with Nancy. No, okay. Too far. Saudi Crown Prince, Russia, Putin discuss developments of Russia-Ukraine war, efforts exerted in regards. The bonus army protest. Is that where they stormed the Fed? It sounds familiar. I just got to refresh myself on the details, but yeah. You know that. You know during Volk, they protested Vietnam. There was at one point the government couldn't pay the military, and then the Fed was raising rates, and then they protested on the lawn of the Federal Reserve and then the lawn of the White House. We used to have crazy protests. I mean, we still kind of do now, but it's just different reasons. You know, we used to protest like tax, people not getting nominated via primaries and other things, but yeah, there's been a lot of them. T-Tech on the low, and then ASTS. Homie was, bro, if you're still riding that one out, that's killing it. Oh, yeah, the Trump. Is it back live? It just keeps going on and off. That's why I haven't played it. Yeah, it literally just goes on and off. We haven't got a headline in a little bit. HNST is the one that went profitable. CEO killer, getting into makeup long term. You own a bunch. Yeah, I mean that's healthy. I know they make healthy baby food and stuff too. That's the Jessica Alba one. I don't think she's a part of the company anymore, but yeah, they could be good. I would wait a little bit, but I mean if you believe and you use them, I mean I love their juice boxes. I'm not gonna lie to you. Every time I go to my nephew's house, I steal his Honest juice boxes. You know that? That's why I told you, like, my if you ask my niece, then they're like, what does ummu sound like? She goes, oh, where's food? Oh, I'm hungry. That's what she says to me. Because every time I go in their house, I rob all of the little kid snacks. Every single time. Every single time. No, they got amazing snacks. But yeah, Honest has some good juice boxes. Would I consider selling my long term to start my dream business? Yeah, but you can't be a butthead. Is how I would really plan. Like that's it. You have to, before you sell anything, have a business plan. Actually like get things moving and just don't, because again, businesses fail. It's really, really hard. And I think all of you could do it, but you know, word to Sriracha, you got to have discipline. It's gonna be a difficult, narrow road, and you have to like really plan and prepare. But as long as you do that, I'm all for it, bro. That's why you have the long term. And I think if you actually give it a hard effort and you take it as seriously as your life, then I think it's gonna do very, very well. So we'll see. Started as 6 months ago, found the stream last week. Excited to be here. Oh, let's go, baby. Again, there's one part short term in trading, but literally, with all this hype, you got to pick a lane, but make sure you get a long term. Oh, there you go, baby. TLT 89 puts for Friday. You have 100 of them at 8 cents. All right, man. Way to post the play. Good luck. We'll see. We will see. Gold should be down a lot more. It's sold off in the morning, but it's trying its hardest to hold this 2,600. That's ironic. I steal the honest juice boxes, I guess. I mean, I'm pretty transparent about my juice box behavior. I give you long-term, 30 years. I give you long-term. Yeah, no, pretty much. I get juice boxes. They get a long-term. It's not bad. He gets the estate. I get the juice. It's not a bad deal. I'm glad. At least they're not like they give me them too. So they're like, I'm glad he's not like weird about it. Cause I would be like, I remember if he gets old, I'll be like, remember you didn't give me any juice boxes? Yeah, exactly. City coming up. How do I feel short-term put credit spreads on nuclear? So you think they'll go up? Yeah. Honestly, not bad. Just don't make sure the range. Just be careful of the risk in worst case scenario. But selling a put spread, thinking that they won't go that low, I'm kind of down with that because they are. I don't know if I want to buy them when they're high, but I think that would take advantage of the premium and put you in a nice spot. Just watch out for the back end, and then I could give you a thumbs up on that. The Trump tariffs, I think I'm excited for them. Again, I think a lot of people are fearful, but I think it's not just – it's going to be a mix of Trump tariffs and then what the private market does and everybody getting ready for it with the dollar trades like that we're seeing. But I don't think inflation is going to be that bad, but I could be wrong. If my whole idea is I really don't think inflation is going to go past 5 or 6% ever again, or at least in the short term. And if it does – we're really in the 1970s, but then at that point, then all these plays blow up. But for now, and then we interpret what the tariffs. But I think the fear is overblown. You'll be working very closely on them. Yeah. Oh yeah, you do. So we'll find out, but for now, all this is just based off of fear or what we think is going to happen. It's 8:30. You guys down for some push-ups or what? Scott Bessent? I don't know. He's kind of he's literally a George Soros homie. So I think he's smart. I think he will be fiscally conservative. That's the weird part is that I think if that man won, given his background, like he knows, like I don't think he's a dummy. Like, does that make sense? The guy was part of every major currency upset in the last 30 years. From the British pound down to 2013 in the Japanese yen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the guy is a genius, but I don't know. I don't know what he'll do. I think he would be way better than Lutnick. I don't think Lutnick should be the treasurer. That one is kind of a head scratcher. But I think Bessent, he just has connections to George Soros. You could take that however you please, but I think the guy knows money. I think the guy he might be better than Mnuchin, but I still, like I said, in his history, he's connected to a lot of things, but he knows supply and demand of currency. I think he is very well aware of what will happen with certain policy. And again, if you wanted to do something with tariffs, maybe, and it was going to be extreme, maybe that would be the guy you need to buffet any negative effects. So for now, I'm cautiously optimistic towards Bessent. I think he'll be a little bit more conservative. And then I don't like Howard Lutnick. I like Howard Lutnick for other roles, but I don't think he's qualified for treasurer. Was Mnuchin also under Soros? Oh, well, maybe. I thought Mnuchin just made movies. Fitch Ratings, U.S. election will have meaningful policy implications for global credit. Will Trump's energy drastically help inflation go lower? Well, yeah, that's kind of that's why I'm saying, like, just watch oil. After Trump and once the tariffs start going, if oil goes up, you have inflation. If oil doesn't, that's going to fight. And think about it, just how when oil came down, right when they got oil under control, you never worried about inflation again. Literally, go look at the CPI when it topped out, go look at oil. So as long as if Trump's policies keep oil down, that's going to help whatever inflation his tariffs will cause. So, and then if they drill, baby, drill, and oil goes lower, then there you go. I'm sorry, if oil goes under 50, bro, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Everybody is freaking out about China, but I'm like, you guys are not. You're missing it. And I could be wrong too, but China could handle 20% tariffs without any effect. And then on top of that, what if oil goes to $40? You don't think China is going to love $40 oil? 50% lower than where it's at now? What do you think is going to happen to all these emerging markets, especially if you want to manufacture, get into AI, all of this stuff? So that's the thing I think a lot of people are ignoring, is that if oil stays down, it's going to give a boost to emerging markets and other foreign countries. Coin and Hood selling off right now. What's going on? Did Bitcoin top out or something? Yeah, Bitcoin just fell $2,000 on the futures. Yeah, at the very least, it'll be somewhat of a balancing effect, right? So maybe I'm overly optimistic, but I think at like a middle ground scenario, tariffs increase inflation and then oil decreases it a little and you stay stable. So, but like I'm saying, it's not as one-sided as everybody's painting it. And especially if you start diving into the nitty-gritty of the economic effects that could be created. Again, even the private market. That's something we're not really even talking about as well either. That goes hand in hand with the deregulation. Hood below. They all faded right there. Again, I don't know. Beto's probably going to come down. City went up. And who's Dark Pool AI? I have an AI bot on Twitter. You keep tagging me and everything. I feel special. Thank you. I don't know what any of it means, though. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I'm just randomly mentioned now. All right, Chad, let's do a push-up. Huh? Listen, I'm just telling you right now. We've been here for 2.5 hours, 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. You should probably get up and move your body. Why? Because Project 2025, if you don't, I'm going to report you to RFK. Okay? Yeah. What now? Uh-huh. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, uh-huh. Oh. So if you don't do a push-up, RFK is going to find you. He will find you. Like he's Liam Neeson. Okay? This is not a game. You need to get up and move your body around. And you need to make America healthy again, or there will be consequences. But no, get up and move, baby. Come on. Stare away from the computer screen. Relax the eyeballs. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And that's it. You're going to take a cig break? Go ahead. That's fine, man. When you fall asleep tonight and wake up of nightmares of RFK, I'm sleeping peaceful. I'm sleeping. I don't have to watch my back. You do, bro. You do. That's on you, bro. That's you. So good luck. How does one tuck your hip? So do you have good posture? If you have good posture, your hips are already tucked in. But some of you, and I don't mean this in like a bad way, but like some of my men in here, y'all, you got some big old booties. You know that? And it's not because you got a big old booty. It's because you have interior pelvic tilt and you popping that booty out because you got bad posture. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. So, like, I be popping my booty out, not on purpose, but because I have that pelvic tilt because of the muscle. So what you got to do is you got to flex your glutes, and then you'll feel your hip tuck back in. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it is. That's what it is. So that's all, man. That's all. That's how you tuck your hips in. Calling y'all out. Well, that's what that's how I am. I have interior pelvic tilt. That's why it looked like I got a caboose, but I just have bad posture. So I got to work on it. Yeah, you're not alone, man. You're not alone. I'm right there with you. Mm-hmm. This talk will move the market. I doubt it. We need the bonds to move, man. We need the bonds to move. But it's good. They could have died even more. They're getting right to the election zone, and then whoop. So we still got a long day, though. It's only 2 hours in. Get some glute thrust, yeah. I'm doing legs today again. That's it. It'll be my 5th week in a row of legs. I can't believe it. I'm honored. I think bonds could go back. They should. I mean, if the Russell, notice though, as the SPY went up, Russell came down a little bit. But as long as the Russell stays up here, I don't think the bonds are going to get too blown out. But anything is possible with this level of pressure. Am I fatigued with my prep meals? No, I mean, I don't like them as much, but I like the benefits. All right, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. 8:46. Get the body moving. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. If you're more of an anarchist, you can follow me on Twitter, Real Cult News, and I'll see you in a little bit.
He's co-head of global banking, Jerry Keefe. Jerry, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
So biggest trade bank. So the most amount of trade.
Sure, we facilitate the largest volumes of international trade globally for our clients.
So are you expecting a big pullback here with the proposed tariffs?
Interestingly, even since kind of Trump won, our trade business has grown steadily every year because as supply chains reposition, there are more intermediation and advisory opportunities that our bankers take up. And so if you sort of look at the Trump agenda, you've got trade, tariffs associated to trade, taxes, immigration, and deregulation. Of those, we're spending the most time with clients right now, taking inbound calls on what Trump 2 is going to bring in terms of trade.
What are you telling them on trade?
Well, I think the place to start is back in 2016. And so in the first election, he ran on tariffs of 45%. Ultimately, what was delivered was somewhere between 7 and 25%. So we think there's probably some discount to the advertised 60% or the campaign 60% number that will ultimately come through the chute. The big difference that we see right now is that our trading counterparties from the U.S. perspective are much better prepared this time out than last time. So if you sort of look at the global league table of trade deficits, China's obviously number 1, EU's number 2, not far behind. And we believe that EU is going to sort of approach the U.S. for early negotiations. And everyone is a bit more prepared with counter tariffs this time. So what we're planning on seeing is deals to be cut in relatively short order.
What kind of counter tariffs? I mean, do you think they'll target the obvious industries first? Yeah, I mean, the spirits industry is all they can talk about.
Yeah, spirits industry, obviously the spirits industry, certain clothing brands that are U.S. origin. Automotive, obviously, is always in scope because of the relative political importance in states that are important for the presidential elections here in the U.S. Those are always in scope. You know, from the U.S. perspective, I think there's going to be targeting around industrial overcapacity in China, trade imbalances perceived with the EU. The U.S. right now runs about a negative $225 billion annual trade deficit with the EU. It's about negative $275 billion with China. So there's a lot of scope for President Trump to try and rebalance things. He's sort of the master of the art of the deal, so we expect that's where he's going to go first.
But is trade overall a growth business right now in a world that is increasingly fragmented and geopolitical risks and friendshoring and onshoring and industrial policies?
Sure. So all of these friendshoring, reshoring, nearshoring trends, they all involve companies making new decisions about where to deploy capital, where to build plant and equipment, where to deploy their teams. All of that inevitably involves finance for us and intermediation of new flows for HSBC.
BlackRock
if you think
expands
about kind of who some of the
tokenized
big
money
winners have been in the
market
past few years,
to
there's
Polygon
been a
and other
massive
blockchains.
amount of growth around ASEAN as supply chains repositioned out of China and ASEAN, and in India in particular. India, in fact, is potentially once again a big winner coming out of Trump 2.
Trump 2. Well. All right. All righty, man. It's still mad early. 8:49. We have Euro close. Bonds have came back to green now, which is crazy because this would have been its own little day. This is almost, like 0.6 now? 0.5? Nuts. And then SPY doing it. If anything, Russell came down a little bit. NASDAQ is the one lagging a little bit harder now. So we will see. X is on the low. X selling off. This might be related to the U.S. Steel deal. They're dropping pretty big. 379 at the low. Speaking of which, and then Bitcoin came back a little bit after that sell. Where is XLY? That thing still keeps climbing, man. So again, this is even part, whether it's economic growth or inflation, the discretionaries have done very well. That's even kind of word to Netflix. Netflix is considered discretionary? I mean, it makes sense. Besant lives in Charleston. Look him up. He has a very interesting history, and I think he's a better pick for the Treasury. I didn't even think Lutnick would be involved in the Treasury discussion, so that will be something there. But look him up. You'll see. Again, you could kind of get a fiscal conservative vibe, but I don't think we really know. And then NVIDIA is still red, down by 1%. SPY about to go up. Again, SPY's climbing. Russell pulled back a little bit, and then the bonds have pulled. At least they've stabilized over the last hour, a.k.a. not one direction up or down. MO looks good. If the contracts didn't already gap up in the morning, I would have played it at the 55 break because that's it. It's just continuing. So it had the earnings held in this range for about a week, 2 weeks, and then now it's breaking out. So if that goes with the wave of everything, I mean, remember, 57 is the next level. If we get through 57, then 58 on MO. If you could break 58, we're talking, we're going to be in the 60s. But if not, if it rejects from there, just be careful if it goes back into down mode. Republican Senator Scott eliminated from leadership contest in first round of voting, Semaphore reporter. And then Microsoft on the high. They're running up. They were down earlier, so that's one of your first big tech companies that are making a move now. Spotify, so there you go. Those puts did not work out. Still climbing up 11. It sucks. I'm pretty sure it was up more pre-market. Yeah, so it was around here on the first candle. Now it's got there. First candle after yesterday's report. Sold NVIDIA put. Way to post the play. Dabe. Remember, they were running up the other day. They're still going, man. That's almost 5%. Trump wanted Scott. Yeah, people were going crazy for Scott. I think even Elon was tweeting about him. ASPI, is that one already up? That thing just sold off and went for, I want to say they had drug data this morning. ASPI was just negative and just went green. And then CRM, that was on fire today and yesterday too. Beto, live hearing on UFOs. I saw that. I didn't click on it, but I saw that live. I know some of you guys were asking me. Disney on the high. So Disney's climbing back up. Again, they have earnings here today, I'm pretty sure. I think. Is Disney? Yeah, no, Disney's tomorrow morning. So, yeah, today's your last day to play it. And then JD, too, that could move a lot. Cisco will be big today, and then that's pretty much it. Cisco, JD, AAP, and then Billy if you want another China play. And then, yeah, the Rick Scott news is circulating again. So, yeah, Disney's tomorrow morning, but this will be your last pretty much trading day to play it. Tomorrow morning, it'll already be out. I think Disney could move 20% for some odd reason, maybe 15. I just pretty much think it was right here at this level. It's either going to get back to like the 115s, 111 to 115, or it goes back down to 83. So that's why the more it moves, the more volatility. It sucks because it already went up. That's why homie was saying he wanted to make a play on it, but like even if you go look at any of the 2 standard deviation ones, I mean, these things already, like they're already up 100% in the last 3 days. So I like it. I think it can move a lot, but I don't have a play on it. I have shares. And then SPY. GIS on the high. Well, what is this? Oh, it's a 1-year chart. I was like, wait, is it down or up? Gold ain't stopping. I mean, kind of good. Again, gold wasn't reacting really today. It was really, really odd that it kept holding, but now it's finally, at least that makes more sense with everything else. And then bonds came back to red. So those this is even almost 0.25% right here. Where are the financials? Those are still doing good. Again, some banks doing better than others. Regionals, they popped up there. They're doing 1.5. Still early. SPY's barely moving. NASDAQ at break even. Again, most of the day was like it was slightly leaning towards the downside. Let's see. NASDAQ 100, 53 green, 48 red. So that's better than earlier. And then SPY, you have 339 in the green, 162. That's a lot better. It was 280 in the red literally like 30 minutes ago. So not bad at all. Not bad at all. Can I say something about AGNC? Well, I don't really know much about it. I wish I could help, man. But yeah, I have no idea what this is. I feel like I've seen it before. Disney after CEO change. Yeah, but like Disney needs numbers. Like, again, they had Inside Out too, and they had a lot. Like, do you guys know they kill it? There's funny because that's the tinfoil. Because do you know like wholesome family cartoons are the #1 profitable like type of film in Hollywood? Yeah, like Moana, Inside Out, like these cartoons, the ones that, and like they don't even get like woke or anything, but like the ones that are just like, oh, be a good person, share, oh, like all these cartoons, those are the most profitable movies to ever make. That's what they say. Every other movie you don't even make that much money on. That's why they're like, why do they even make other movies? But yeah, like literally, and I think that's going to show on this quarter. So, but they have to make money. That's what I'm trying to say is Disney, they got to make money on the consumer. They got to make money at the parks. They got to make money on Disney Plus. They got to have all of the film stuff doing good. So it's like they need profitability right now. Anything else doesn't really matter. I think CEO stuff will all of that will be the fluff that you add depending on where you're at. But as of right now, I mean, they make a lot of money. They got a lot of cash. People are worried. They could have done good with the pelts and they didn't. But you got to make money. They have to be making money. And if they could do that and they could show that on this earnings, I think it'll get rewarded by 10% minimum. If not, it's going to get punished because it should get punished. You see what I own the stock, but that's just how it is. They've had a quarter. They didn't do as hot after the Nelson pelts. We'll give you one more quarter, but if you can't have a cost cutting or profitability, I mean, what is there to get excited about with Disney, especially when everybody else is, woo! I've had Disney for over a year. I've had Disney for maybe 2 years now. I don't know. When did we buy Disney? We had it back in the day on one back in the day, but where is it? So this cost basis is a little skewed. Yeah, I bought it back, but 2023, so June. So yeah, we've held Disney for a little bit more than a year. Disney, is it $14? That would sound about right. But the calls are mad expensive now. That's what I was saying. They were already expensive a couple days ago. That's why I didn't take it. But now it's still like they just went even higher. Wild Robot, you sent me that one? I think I saw a clip of that. Isn't that in theaters now? July, you got Disney 88, yeah. So I like Disney, but I'll buy more if it drops. But like I'm saying, they got to do something with it. You're saying go all in on Toon. Well, I mean, if there's Disney is pretty much known for it, but whoever can make good cartoons, they fare good in Hollywood. And it's just kind of odd. It's just like pretty much Disney should stop making everything. Hollywood, they should double down on that if they really wanted to grow profitability. But then again, I don't know how it'd be if everybody made them. AbiVi, I still like it. I still think AbiVi is really high. So people were asking if I'd buy the dip on AbiVi. I would just wait. I'll buy it at like 130 or below. That's kind of my 130 is the new 109. Yes, the UFO. You're getting oil numbers right now. Check oil. IEA is giving updates. U.S. oil production to average 13.4 in November versus 13.45. And then to average 13.52 million barrels a day in December. EIA sees oil output of 13.24 million barrels a day. Prior forecast was 13.22. Sees 25 output 13.53 versus 13.54. Yes, we did add Humana. Again, you could go to this channel if you ever missed anything. I'm going to start posting it on Twitter as well. I think that's a good resource, but come to this channel, go to posts, and you will be able to see every single purchase. I make a post when I do it. So they are all there, and you can follow along every size account. The channel posts don't appear. I'll get it up there. I have to do I haven't posted last month. I was just going to post on Twitter when I make another one. Go on mobile, though. If you can't see the picture on YouTube, on mobile, they all show up. Yeah, bro. Whirlpool, too. Remember calling IonQ? Yeah. Your chat facts. You never said you got to play, though. So you only get, like, half of the bragging rights, if that's what you were looking for. So like I said, I mean, I'm going to try to encourage you all. As you see, you know, the chat is a resource, whether I'm right or wrong. I mean, all of you guys together, we've brought together a lot of great minds, but You know, it's one thing to call it out, but post or play, man. Post or play. If you really want, I'll shout it out, but I mean, you need to post the play. You got to post the play. Whirlpool. The Whirlpool's up 16%, bro, and 7% dividend. But again, it'll probably sell tomorrow or by Friday, ex-dividend. Devon Energy on the high. DJ, we haven't heard DJT in a while. The quality on Twitter is way better. It's like Twitch. I don't know what it is. They allow quality, but then there's a lag. That's it. I bet you if I lag the YouTube, it'll have better quality, but I like the live latency because I talk a lot, so I don't. Sometimes you fall behind. The Twitch is or the Twitter is still kind of quiet though. You know, we're just getting started on there. John Thune, elected Republican Senate leader, defeats Cornyn 29-24. Oh, Trump with Boeing? Maybe. That'd actually be wild. Oh, what up, Twitch crew? Woo! Yeah, the Twitter, the recap. So even then, if you don't find the recap on YouTube, it will be on Twitter. So that's at least good. Some audio, but I don't know what it is. Twitter, not Twitter, but Twitch is crisp. It's always been like that, but there's a slight delay. That was the first Twitter chat, and you called them Twitch. So what is Twitter now? If Twitch was the stepchild, like, what is this? Is like Twitter like my baby mama? Like, where does Twitter fall into our family category? Right? Like, you have YouTube, the firstborn. Now you got the stepson and Twitch. But like, what is Twitter? Uncle? Ammu? Cousin? AI girlfriend? Sadly, did you not hear that? I don't know the study. You could look it up. I could probably find it for you. But they're saying by next year, by 2025, they project that women will probably be having the same amount of relations with robots. So I don't know how much weight this has. It's a study. I mean, I don't know who paid for it. But I've been telling you. I told all the ladies, I was like, y'all better be nice to these guys because they going to just start getting AI girlfriends. But fellas, I hate to break it to you. The ladies can do the same. Yes. So if you are not respectful of women, they will sub you out for a robot. They will. That's what the trend is so far. We'll see what happens. I'm scared of it because you guys got to realize it sounds funny, but I remember when Tinder and online dating sounded funny. You know that I remember when they're like, "Oh, you meet someone online? That's so weird. Oh, why would you what? You go on the internet to date?" And fast forward, that's how everybody meets now. I know you're saying it's different, but nah, man, I'm not. I'm just be careful, bro. These robot relationships, I feel people accepted it way too quick. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even have any hesitancy. There's way too many coders, and they're like, yeah, I'm down. Uh-huh. And now you got ladies shaving their heads. They're like, screw men. Give me a robot. So good luck, you guys. Good luck. Spot's still going. Yeah, that we're going to lose our $10, but shout out the long term. Spotify's the biggest on the small account now. It's kind of crazy. See, men, you guys are already downplaying it. They're going to replace you. They're not like, they're going to like fall in love with the robots. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man. Yeah. John Thune, Microsoft at the high, and then SPY breaking out now. NASDAQ's coming up. Once again, bonds flip to the lagger, and then Russell's not doing as well, though. So like I'm saying, I mean, it's been a weird back and forth. So this might try to catch up to the bonds or not, but now NASDAQ and SPY, remember, we were pricing in 0.5. I think this is the high of the data now. So SPY is ripping past. See if the bonds go, but again, it's still lagging. Other than that, though, you are getting the, you are getting higher than the pre-market CPI pop. So you got like maybe another quarter point left, and then you'll get to the pricing. DJT went up from the election, then it sold the news, and then went up, and then sold again. So you're back above 6,000. So 6,009, 6,007 will be your next level, and then 617, and then that's it. And then you're 17 points off the high still. And then bonds are literally right where they were the opening of the election or the day after the election. So equities a little lower, bonds same spot day after election, a little higher. And then now we are climbing up past CPI data. Affirm selling off. Good. I want to buy it. I'm waiting still. Those options are nuts. Sold puts 12.20, $4 on which stock? Ban you if you don't know. I won't ban you for posting the play, man. I'm telling you. I liked even hearing it yesterday. You guys are a resource, but if y'all don't post your plays, y'all are just screwing each other over. So, especially if you don't like my ideas, the best you could do is add your own play. So, I definitely, as long as they're posting it, man, you're good. Hedge fund D.E. Shaw takes $1 billion short on Bayer. Bayer? B-A-Y-R-Y? Sorry, it's a $5 stock. And it's already dead. So I think that might already be priced in. But yeah, D.E. Shaw takes $1 billion short on Bayer. But yeah, Sava, I don't think too bad. I mean, I like the idea of selling puts, high premium, and if you don't want to necessarily buy anything, I'm kind of down with it. So the only problem, you don't have a back end. That's it. Just protect it. That's what I was saying. I'm not against selling puts right now, like premium credit spread put spreads, but just I wouldn't leave it uncovered. I would just make it like a $200 max loss, $500 max loss. Just don't go big. As long as you protect the back end, I think selling premium is golden right now, especially if you don't want to chase things that are high. And then SPY going up. Going SPY put if we tick above 600. Good luck. It was Bayer. Yeah, it's a B-A-Y-E-R, Bayer. And then I looked at Bayer. It already died, so it was a filing. That means they probably did it like a long time ago, or at least within the last like 30 days. Disney climbing, SPY still going up. Bonds just hugging break even right now. And then now the NASDAQ's back up. It was down by 0.6 at one point. So you've moved almost 1%. And then SPY back up. Russell not doing as good, but the Dow did a lot better in that last like 20, 30 minutes. You had the long-term twisted. You've been putting 10% into Lisa. Who's Lisa? You're getting understanding, been following along, but still made on paper. What you got to realize, we separate trading from long-term, right? That's why it's, I know I could make a lot of trades, and you're like, oh, what's going on? But that also on the reverse, the long term, we're barely moving it. It's one way. But as long as you set up, own some of the market, then speculate, trade a little bit, you'll get the best of both worlds. And then make sure you're always adding to the long term, and you will be golden. Bro, it's so funny. I need to read you guys. I need to pull it. I need to read you the text with my sister, bro. Remember yesterday I was telling you how she was reacting? Bro, it was the funniest thing in the world. Because then my sister, she's like, Bitcoin, I made $5,000 on Bitcoin. Should I sell it? And I'm telling her not to. And then I was like, look, do you not realize, I was like, your long term has about $12,000 in it. And now you're saying you got $5,000 or another like $7,000 of Bitcoin, right? And I was telling her, I was like, you have, what did I say? Yeah, she was just telling me what we have. I was like, if you add up your Bitcoin in your long term, I was like, you already have like almost 20K in stocks. And then she's like, oh, should I? And I'm like, what do you mean? And then she's like, wait. So then what do I do? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, don't sell anything. You just hold. And she's like, no, but what? So she's like, do I deposit to Coinbase? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, just hold. You don't need to do anything. And then she's like, but like, what do I do? Do I go into Schwab? I'm like, what are you saying right now? And then she's like, so I send Coinbase money to put in the long term? And I'm just like, what are you talking about? And she's like, wait, but you told me to put it in the stocks. I'm confused. And I was like, okay. I was like, don't touch anything. And then I had to like start spacing it out. I said, if you take your 5,000 to 7,000 in Bitcoin, then you add that to what you already have in the long term. I said, you already have a lot of money. So just don't move it. Keep saving in your long term, and then that's it. And then she got it. And then she's like, oh, okay. But man, that took a whole day. Because at first she was like, do I sell the Bitcoin? And then she's like, well, do I sell the long term? And then she's like, what good is the long term if I can't spend it? I was like, only sell it if you need anything. And she was like, I do want a laptop, and I want to go on a trip, and I need a new hair dryer. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? And then she's like, and then I'm like, don't touch it. And she's like, so add it to the Bitcoin to the stock. I'm like, no, just stop moving. Don't do anything. Do everything that you forgot about doing. Just keep it on auto deposit and let the long term do its thing. That's it. And watch youtube.com/the stock market. And that's it, man. And it took 24 hours, bro. 24 hours. My goodness. You should have not said anything. Why? So then she could sell it out. She'll take out a loan, lose all of her money, and then she'll blame the male patriarchy and Trump because I didn't respond and tell her what to do. So I had to respond. It was a threat to democracy. I didn't want to, it was just, I could help her out and I could avoid, and that's what I said. Just don't touch anything and let me make you rich. Just be patient, save money, and let me help you get rich. That's it. That's all you have to do. But other than that, it took a while. It was difficult. And then bonds red, SPY wanted to go green, but big tech moving up, and then NNE back on the high. You could make that money being not so. All right. Well, how she did it, I got her to start off with $500, and I got her to auto deposit $200 a month. After like 2.5, 3 years, that's got her like 12 grand. And then I gave her Bitcoin and Ethereum back in the day on the last hype. Again, and all she did was hold it. So all you have to do is get your hands on the right asset and hold it, man. And like I'm saying, don't sell until you need to buy something bigger, better, and more quality. And then that's it. And then you hold that. Your wealth is going to grow with everything else, and you will not get left behind. Do you only have one sister? I only have one who's a liberal. One of them's like in the middle. She doesn't really care, and then the other one's a Republican, and she's smart. I mean, I can't hold her, bro. She's good. She got the long term. She got the house. She doesn't ask twice on it. She just understands it. I tell her what to do with stuff. She said, "Yep." She gets it. She's like, "Hey, man." She trying to get the bag, so she's doing very well. The other one does her own thing, but I've helped them all out. I mean, I do love my family. So I made sure I've hooked every single one of my family members up. That's what. But then eventually I cut them off. Like I said, I'll set you up with a house. I'll set you up with a long term. At that point, if you can't do anything with that, I mean, you should probably switch families. No, I'm just kidding. But it's hard. It's hard. Surprisingly, I help the liberal one the most. You know that? It's funny. I've given more to the liberal sister than both of them combined probably. It's crazy. I don't know why. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why. I really don't know. When I look back at it, I'm like, what the hell? How does she keep getting me? I don't know if I like feel bad, if I just love her or what. I don't know why, but like literally I've given her way more than any of the other sisters. So it's kind of like she is the youngest. She's closer to age than me. You know, we shared a room together, me and her, you know, back in the day when we were growing up. So, but yeah, now that I think about it, I don't, you know, it's always been, she does, well, that's it. She has needed the most help, but she does well too, though. It's like, she just had trouble keeping her money. You know, she works a good job, she saves, but like she just spends it. That sister is a real consumer. My other sister's a consumer too. Like, I don't know how she spends money on Amazon, but she at least saves a little bit better and more frugal with budgeting. But my sister, she's traveled more of the world than I have. She's been to like 30 countries. She's got to travel the world. She's lived liberal lifestyles. She's done everything I sacrificed. But then again, we're in two opposite scenarios. So, yeah. But she does. No, she loves spending money. That's what I'm saying, bro. Her long-term and her crypto goes up. She's talking about buying a new laptop and a hairdryer. And I'm like, what are you saying right now? And she's like, but I could buy this. I'm like, no, just hold. So that's a lesson to all of you, man. If you can withhold the spending and you have good investments, trust me, the longer you withhold, the more money you're going to make, the more your wealth. And then eventually all those stuff you'll be able to get whatever you want and more. It is a challenge. It smells like dog with our dog. One daughter saves, the other spends. Yeah. But it's good, though. I mean, hopefully, though, I hope you guys can help your families out in the same way, though. You know what I'm saying? Even if you disagree on the politics, I think my sister is bat poo-poo when it comes to politics. But, you know, this long-term stuff can help out, man. Everybody you know. So that's like the whole point. As long as you save wise, control the spending, bro, and you got a long-term plan, it usually works out very well, man. Initial reports of Israeli aggression targeting Syria countryside. No headline on PSTG. SPY coming down and bonds. Watch out. If bonds break this, it's going to flush so hard. If bonds don't break, it's going to stay. But if bonds hit a new low, it's going to probably hit 90. China news. Oh, what was it? It was yesterday. Oh, there's no there's something around the corner. I think on Friday. I'm blanking right now. Meta to launch ads on Threads in early 2025. Does my sister still live in the Bay? Yeah, bro. She's lived in San Francisco for like almost 15 years. It's disgusting. I used Threads for a little before I got on Twitter, but like Twitter's next level now. I'm really liking Twitter. It feels like the old days. Like it feels like 2014 Twitter in a weird way. That's why she can't save money. No, she just makes poor decisions. That's it. It's no shame to her, but it goes for all of you. I could almost guarantee 95% of you have more money than you think, but you don't have the right discipline with spending. Myself included. I would have more money if I didn't buy certain things. But it just literally, it's this decision she made. Does not matter if things are expensive. It matters of buying, not saving. That's what I've showed her, because that's what I've been trying to explain to her for years as she complains about capitalism and all of this. I'm like, you need to save something. That's it. That's why setting her up, she hasn't even raised the savings, but by just getting her to save $200 a month, she has more money sitting in an account than ever before. Why? Because she's never saved. Most people, even if you are 30, 40 years old, especially if you grew up in the modern generation, you probably have never saved, realistically. How many of you, besides coming to this channel, had a established savings plan of minimum 10% that you've been saving for 3 to 5 years? It's not too many Americans do that. That's why we need to get people to do it. That's why you need to do it. And like I'm saying, it's so minimal and it will seem challenging, but dude, you'll be able to, that alone will change your life. I'm a big believer in it. Just saving a little bit, but that's where, prices could be high, but if you're not saving and paying yourself, then then it's even more unbearable. So, but you do have to get that going. I think if you do that, you'll be good. You've been saving 12 to 15 for 18. Dude, I would put you in the top 5% of people. I honestly think I want to say it's less than 20% of Americans that actually save. And if you want to verify that, you can fact check it and go look at the savings rate in the United States. Go look at the excess savings capital. That's why it's always low. Even after COVID, it ran up, but then it comes right back down. A lot of people don't save. That's why they love us on the economic scale. That's why we buy, and then they buy our financial assets. But we love to spend, bro. So if you could get that knocked out, man, you'll be good. Josh gets 5 of everything I cut out. Let's go. Thank you, man. Swag. He said the Josh tithe. I'll take it. You've seen friends put trips on credit like it's nothing, bro. I've seen a lot. But yeah, man, if you guys ever just take it from my liberal sister, never saved in her life. I got her saving $200. 2.5 years, she's already doing a lot better. So, and at the very least, it'll just be nice, because that's what I was saying. Even for her, I'm just like, bro, you have almost 20K sitting there now. A couple years ago, she was complaining to me about having nothing, So for real, if y'all could just start saving, man, you're going to be ready to go for the long term and even life. You're going to feel a lot better equipped with it. Zero in 2017, started aggressively saving, now almost 100K. Bro, it works like that. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's crazy, but fact is, you're going to get a net benefit. You are going to get a positive on it. We were sold the idea to put emphasis on life experience rather than financial stability. Yeah, I said it. You guys, some of you were here. I mean, there was a time in my life, I was telling you go buy the Inland Empire. And even in San Diego, I was buying these houses for dirt cheap. And everybody would tell me, including my sister, they said I'm an idiot. If they didn't say I was a fool for buying real estate, they criticized me for not living my life. They said, why are you so young? Why are you doing this? Why wouldn't you take your money and go travel? Again, I haven't traveled the world. I've been a couple places. So like I'm telling you, my sister, bro, she's been around the world. She's been to Bali. She's been to China. She's been to Brazil. She's been to Ecuador. She's been all over the world. She has lived the full life experience. And we're kind of close to age. So I sacrificed those experience early on. But the difference is I just have something. Now I could do whatever I want. Versus her, she's still working. And she's still, again, until I got her saving, she's like, I have nothing. How come I keep spending my money? I don't have anything by it. And then she still has to work. So this is just what, again, you got to make your decision. You know what I'm saying? You guys have to make up your mind of either, do you want to experience things now, or do you want to be able to do it comfortably later? Because you can experience things now. In the future, it'll just be a little bit more challenging if you don't have the savings, or vice versa. You'll be a little older, and maybe you don't have the same youth, but there you go. You could, but then you could be more comfortable. Yeah, I got Roblox up here. Troy posted that in the chat, so it is starting to move down again. Roblox is up like 50 on the quarter, bro. It's already up a lot. So all you got to do, my friends, make your decision, but save. But that is the whole experience versus savings debate. Yeah, Tio, I told you, if it breaks below, it'll get real nasty. And then even the market might want to play a little bit. Because, again, now the Russell, is this the lowest it's been? Almost, yeah. So, again, at least that's matching up now. Because last time bonds hit here, the Russell wasn't playing along. But take a look. Now they're matched up. And then SPY and NASDAQ, big caps doing better. Don't know for the wisdom and reminder to say cheers to that, baby. Amen. You're doing it wrong at 5% and still stacking. Amen. At very minimum, 10%. Maybe next year you raise it up. Try. Even if it's hard, even if you got kids, the environment, just try. And like Richest Man of Babylon says, eventually it will. You will notice the phenomena that it will become easier and easier to do. And some of you could speak to that. It's hard to start saving. After your second year, it becomes second nature. At first, you're like, how can I even live if I'm saving? I'm check to check. But then 2 years from now, you'll be like, I save like I don't even feel it. Yeah, Roblo really flushing now, down $1 off of that. It's down 2. That's surprisingly, again, like think about the whole 5%, 10%. But that's not really hitting like that. PayPal's going high. Affirm dropped. I still want those plays, but they are so expensive, dude. And then we're 930. Pfizer bounce play. Meta popping again. They announced the thread ads, but just moving up. SPY still holding again. Bonds have caught up with Russell. Again, like I'm saying, at least that makes some sense. So watch out, but bonds still lagging behind. Pat the Rat met with Japan's prime minister. Yeah, Pat, he's trying to get, what's it called? Pat is trying to get Biden to give him the money before he leaves. There was that headline, and they try to say it was everybody else, but I guarantee you it's just Intel. But Intel's trying to get Biden to, like, guarantee that $5 billion before he dips out. It's not just Intel, but Intel has the most to gain or lose because that's a lot of money for him. Speak of the devil, Intel's on the high. Alrighty. So bonds got a little bit. Watch it. They flush through the. me go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And real
Factory.
News on
Two
Twitter.
people were killed and 12 were
It's probably
injured.
gonna end here,
the
though.
blast took place at a facility that makes colors and aromas for the food and beverage industry. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
Right, Silvana, thank you, Silvana. And now, all right, coming up, one of Joe's names hitting a new record high following its earnings. We're trading today's top movers right after this quick break.
No.
Up for the job, Senator John Cornyn of Texas and also Senator Rick Scott of Florida, who was the favorite of many who were close to Donald Trump. The MAGA right, if you will, had been advocating very heavily for his candidacy, but he was taken out in the first secret ballot. That is secret, potentially pivotally in this ultimate leadership outcome, Shanali, because members are not necessarily going to be held accountable for the person that they voted for. It's not public record who they cast their ballot for, and that may give a little bit more cover to those who chose to go against the wishes of many close to Donald Trump and not vote for Senator Scott, but instead to elevate Thune as well. And I would just point out, the president-elect himself is still in this meeting in the Oval Office with Joe Biden, as well as the chief of staff, Jeff Zients, to Joe Biden, and his incoming chief of staff, the one Trump has designated will be Susie Wiles, all still in that meeting. And it's not clear at this time whether or not the news of Thune's victory, appointment as or election as majority leader has yet reached the ears of the president-elect. We're still waiting to see when he emerges from this meeting.
I also want to bring some more headlines as we discuss what's going on here. Senator Tim Scott elected as Senate Republican campaign chair, and Senator James Lankford elected the next Senate GOP policy vice chair. We also had earlier cited the conversation that Senator Thune has been having on X as well, this idea that the Republican team is united behind the Trump agenda. Yep. How united?
Well, right now they're looking pretty united, Shanali, especially considering they're coming off victories of not just his election to the White House, but also becoming the Senate majority rather than minority and having the House along with them. It seems a Republican sweep of Washington. So it will make unification around Trump's agenda more likely, that they will be able to actually pass these policy objectives. As you point out, Senator Tim Scott being elected to head up the NRSC is going to be charged with getting more Republicans elected to the Senate. He also is expected to serve as the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee now that Sherrod Brown has been, of course, dispensed in his own electoral race, and because the Democrats will be the minority here. So certainly we're looking for more news as to what exactly they would like to tackle first. Donald Trump also met today with House Republicans before coming here to the White House and told them effectively, cheered on the fact.
Not bad, not bad. What I do during 2020 was I scared. So the cool part about this channel, and this was before they used to they did punish me too, but all of those videos are still up there. So you could see in real time how I reacted in 2020. I think I did good. I think I was in my zone at 2020. I think it was a great environment. It was scary. I was scared about life for a little bit, but no, I think there was a lot of plays from SPY puts to TLT to Bitcoin, even real estate. So, well, yeah, I mean, I was probably more calm than I am now. I don't know. Like I said, it's probably the trauma, but I like volatility. VFC, I was getting worried about it. They sold off a lot of things, but it was kind of it's expensive now, but I'm still kind of worried about where they'll go. But at the low, I think it was a good buy. January 6th live, yeah, that was like a Call of Duty scene. Netflix 800 put end of month. I would wait till the financial conditions tighten. That's what I'm saying. So, like, any of these downside plays, like, you could fight the momentum, but I'm only going to take downside unless it has, like, really bad news, or you got to go for, you got to wait till the conditions tighten, and then momentum is more likely to slow in your favor. Because, again, it's hard. You could buy put on anything just because it's high, but, I mean, this market, this is the thing that I think a lot of people are having trouble understanding. And I hope this helps. the path of least resistance is higher. I'm not talking like technicals, but I want you to think about it like it is easier to go up than it is to go down in this environment. Why? Because what do you have working against? You have to explain going down. How are you going to explain why we should sell off 20%? You have to have economy, inflation, banks. We've done so much. Just right now, sadly, the path of least resistance is higher. I do think that's going to change eventually. Again, I think we're in a weird little moment right now. And again, I think data and a lot of things can abruptly change. But for now, I mean, the path of least resistance is higher. So that's why it's just like it's so much easier for things to go up. And anytime it goes, dude, you had a flash crash in August and then it bounced right back up. Once everybody's like, okay, it's not going to go for 2 weeks, then there you go. So that's why it really is it's just easier to go up than down. And that's why I'm saying just wait till conditions tighten before trying to go for the downside. You need a narrative in your favor to be able to go after it. Yeah, Whirlpool 114 is big. I think it's like 115 to 17. Where was that price? Yeah, no, 118. Yeah, 118, 119. You break that, you'll go to 125. So still a little bit more. Oh, yeah, round 2 carry trade is right around the corner. At some point, either if it's not December or March, I'm sure whenever we get our data reality check, I know the yen will do it too. I mean, fact of the matter, yen's moving with the bonds. They all just ran up a lot. The only thing going up with Bitcoin is like BITO and the Bitcoin ETFs that like own it and track the price. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I might even let me put it this way. I need to pray on it. But I have a plan for 2025. My plan for 2025, I don't want to trade anything except bonds in the yen. So for 2025, I got to pray a little bit. We'll see. But my plan will be only bonds in yen in 2025. No other short-term day trades unless it's that. I'm only going to trade bonds in the yen, and then only long-term. Did I say that in 2019? No. I said it, and I wanted to go cash in on the bank crisis, and then I ended up doing it for a little bit, and then I got suckered in and started doing it again. Then I went cash a couple months ago, and I made a big play on the yen, and now I'm chilling, but that's why I'm thinking about this. Why? Because I think that's going to be the opportunity. Again, I think the long term is going to keep running, and then I think bonds and yen, those are the things lagging right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, go look around. I mean, those are the only things with like real value now that are going to move big off of any. Again, I'm still thinking economic shift is going to occur. I know I'm weird, but that way this plan would allow me to gamble less, long term more, and then that's it. My only focus is going to be where the economic shift matters. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. That's just an idea. I thought I'd float it. Why not? We'll see. Any swing trading? I'm always liable to do it. You guys know me, but I would probably be more cautious with it. Not out of any other reason except for I just think we're going to make a lot more money on the long term if things are good, and then the big money is going to be in the yen and the bonds. Maybe I'll trade the Russell. So I'm not decided on it, but like I said, this has been something I've been thinking about. MST hard new low. It's weird. BITO's still kind of holding up. SPY chilling. Get ready if bonds flush here. It's going to do a couple of quick reds if it breaks. What could stop the dollar going up? Rates? Yeah, and other countries getting stability or other countries not cutting. So remember, all those guys struggling bringing up the dollar, the pound, and the euro, they're all cutting rates rapidly as well. Oil, just use oil as an inflation gauge. Hearing PCG NVIDIA partnership not confirmed. They're PG&E. They're popping again. That's energy related. That's a big move. So they're already up. Energy deal. You're already getting 1.1, so it's starting to move like a news headline. Keep an eye on that PCG. The yield curve time. I think the yield curve was fake. I mean, we thought the rate cut was weird, but then again, I just think it was a false uninversion if it reinverts within 2 months. So today it moved a lot, but yesterday, I'm pulling it up. It's lagging. So literally yesterday, the yield curve was at 0.05. It was about to invert again. So that's why I'm like, maybe this uninversion, we doubted it with the rate cut, but I mean, I think the yield curve is kind of reacting to the policy, but I think reality is trying to work its way in there. So it's either if it stays uninverted, the signal already triggered, but if it reinverts again, then we could do this whole thing all over. The deal's being announced right now at an event in California with PG&E. Well, all the auto companies except Tesla did bad the last quarter. I think GM was decent. Intel's climbing up there again out of nowhere. A lot of the other chip makers are down today. Tesla's literally hugging break even. Where's Amazon? Amazon was the other big tech that did good. Microsoft was red, then went green. NASDAQ back to 0.07. Russell is going lower. So as the bonds go lower, so is the Russell. Why do you only buy and sell calls? I do more than that. Maybe just stick around. You'll see. We buy a lot of long-term too. I'll do shares on some stuff. TAP is on the high. They're already up. They're kind of breaking out. Are you allowed to ask day trading questions? You're allowed to ask anything, guys. As long as it's genuine and you got some manners, I would love to hear any question. I follow the rules, and I'm chill, man. No, inflation numbers were perfect, actually. That's why, even the bonds in the Russell were liking it in the beginning, but I think some of that extra bond fear weighed in. I think it's going to balance out by the end of the day, but the inflation data was actually perfect, just in line, still towards the hotter end because it was expected to be hot, but didn't surprise negatively and didn't necessarily give you a low print that was really, really good. So right now we're still moving less than what the market priced in. Oh, movements. Yeah, 10 years is right about to be at 4.5. It's like 4.4 something. So that's going to be level number 1. This would have been my all-in, and we've been trading options around here. But like I said, that 5% is getting interesting. Just get one for me. You don't want the Chad to be left out. So post your exact play. That's the better way to do it, So you've pumped a lot of things today, but I don't see one strike price, not one date. I have no idea how much money you're putting behind your ideas. So, if you really care, try to just post the play. That way people can go back to it and say, yeah, I didn't miss out because Papa Max posted the play. But now they're like, Papa Max, I don't see a play, Papa Max. What's the play, Papa Max? I like Square. I wanted it the other day, then it ripped. I think they're going to benefit even part of the buy now, pay later stuff too, and then financial fintech deregulation. Would I save with the long-term or savings account? Both. Either or. Pretty much your savings account is your long-term. It's pretty much the exact same, in my opinion. Am I live on X? I am, but it's going to end early because I started early. So I should be. I don't know. It's going to end because we started the stream an hour early. Yeah, it's still live. Any brick stocks for the long term? No. Again, I still think a lot more till the brick stuff happens. Otherwise, though, play the Trump trade with like kind of inflation and tariffs. Just look at materials. I think because, again, materials are part of the BRICS trade if you really want to look at it that way. So otherwise, I think materials is a good area. But other than that, I don't have any ideas. Just in case the crackheads come out to play, 6024. Way to post to play. Like I'm saying, I liked it. I don't know. Something about hearing, I don't know if you thought I would get offended by it, but I liked it. I liked hearing that Hyder was referenced because someone said, ignore everything Josh says and just listen to the chat. I love it. But like I'm saying, you guys, the only way you become useful, you got to post those plays, baby. So yalla. Newly elected Republican Senate opposes marijuana legalization. Hot dog. So MSOS still, they had that headline yesterday. It's holding. You posted them. Am I proud of you? Yeah, it's a good start. There you go. You got a 12. You only got one? So you have a 1220 GCT 25 call. All right, so no NVIDIA L for SE. Those are the other ones you posted. But yeah, good. That's a good start, baby. It's a good start. Honestly, I think this is going to sound ridiculous, but I can't shake this idea, and I kind of mean it seriously. I think that Cat Williams should be the press secretary. I think it would hit the DEI requirement, but more so, I think he would be the one. No, for real. I think Cat Williams should be the. I know it sounds ridiculous, but in like a real, like I genuinely I could honestly be like, I could get behind that. No, I could really get behind that. Like, yeah, it would be reasonable. Like, it's not that crazy. PCG NVIDIA confirmed. Yeah, PCG is at an event right now. So it went up 1-1. Let's see if it goes past 3-5. You'll get the algos involved. SoFi, I still prefer the big banks. I like Citi. Citi has more value. SoFi could become very successful. I don't deny that, but if I'm going to buy any financial, it has to be a big dog. Now you showed the contracts. You kind of did, but try to do it, man. Come on. So like this is what I'm saying. I only see one play. So 3 GCT, 2 NVIDIA, 2 ELF. This means absolutely nothing. You see what I'm saying? This is the best call out you've had all day, whether it works or not. But that's what I'm saying. And then there's bonds breaking. So watch out for that. SC, yeah, 25. There's another one. So there you go. But yeah, that one. But try to be, just again, whatever you buy, like +1 expiration date, strike price. Super simple. On TL. Right now, I'm down with TLT now. Otherwise, it's going to be like 88, 89. Or 88 would be the next level. Or no, I think even lower. But right now, this is that 4 or 5. So even though I'm adjusting my range, I still respect the 4 or 5. That's why I'm doing those. So we'll see. But for now, like I said earlier, once it breaks 90, it's going to flush. Too much pressure. Just given the fact that you had good stuff today and then even the Russell up. There still will be time to balance out by the end of the day. Either Russell comes down or bonds will bounce. But now that it's breaking, I mean, that's, again, you're back down to 0.7. This is 1% from here to here. This is another 1% and 1.5%. So it's moving a ton. The March plays are still okay. Yeah, all of them. I mean, it's not, I think you could lose options. You're going to get decayed a little harder. That's where shares would be. But eventually, I mean, I guess, what's another, like look at the Betos and the ARCs. So Beto and ARC, TLT should be running with them. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird that every long duration play hit, KRE, Beto, ARC, all of those went up hundreds of %. Why? It's related to why bonds should kind of get a bid, but bonds are getting beat down because of this fear. So eventually, if the bonds do what I think all those plays are going to come back up, but they're risky. You could still lose. That's why I'm making them free every time. So the ranges and volatility, if it moves, you make it free, and then you're good to go. We're starving? I don't think so. I think if you don't have a long term, you're starving. But if you have a long term, I mean, we've been making plays free for like 3 months now after going cash, so you don't really have to like I said, I'm just going 65 miles an hour, man. I'm doing my thing. Qubits going. IonQ's going up. Bowen, I'm not a fan of. $14 call. What stock? I don't know what stock you're talking about. I still have Humana. Yeah, I'll have that for 10 years. Long term. So watch TLT at 90. ISRG on the high. Go for December. So if you're worried about and you want more time, March would give you more flexibility. Just to give you an idea, we bought Beto and ARC around July, and those had till December, and even though they lagged, those all went up. So, and then KRE's till March. So December is still, you get like a month and a half, and then March is going to at least cover a quarter for any repricing. And then Fed, think about that as well too. Want long term and you want some more risky, where do I put long term? Just little by little, you'll be good. 25K, space it out, 12K a month, or 12K a month, $2,000 a month. It'd be 12K in a year, or 24K. So, or you could go 1,000 a month, and then little by little, take 20% of your savings budget and put it for speculation. Not a recommendation. End phase for the long term, trust you. So again, plays, man, please. You're running dry on the patience now. This will be your last warning, sir. You are not allowed to say anything without shares anymore. Appreciate it. SYM on the low. Down 4. And PZVX. But I still hold it. Honestly, I thought the bonds were going to die a little more. I guess it did drop 18 cents on TLT. But wait a little bit. It fights with this level. I don't have an ETF in the long term. So that's why, again, if we're going to make an ETF long term, I said after the inversion, but I doubted it. Now we might even invert again. But for now, all I have is individual equities. I don't own any ETFs in the long term. Is it crazy to say TLT March 100 calls? I mean, if you have the recency bias, that sounds insane, but I mean, it's been at $100 most of the time. That's why I keep saying it, like literally $100 on TLT, the rates. I mean, you were here for the last 3 years, and that was terrible. 100 TLT was awful. So now we're 10% below that, but this would be a rate that the market has already handled. Technically, we had lower rates with higher inflation, not like a year ago. That's why I'm like, it's kind of wild. That's why I'm like, there's definitely an outsized effect. Again, a lot of the things that move with, why is ARC, Beto, and regionals up, but TLT is not? That's not really what you've seen in the last couple of years. So here's KRE overlaid with TLT. This is clearly lagging behind. It's either the banks are going to die because of the pressure or the bonds are going to come up, right? Again, Beto in the bonds. Beto goes down there pretty much when it's not, and then you could kind of see the inverse, but they have a relationship in the last month and a half, 2 months. That relationship is completely broken. And then ARK, good old long duration. This is the easiest one. Look at that. Why did we make money on ARK, but TLT went down terribly? Again, they've gone hand in hand. ARK is the definition of long duration. So, like I'm saying, go look on, like, when I pull this out on 100-day, you see it even more. And ARK won't go up without the bonds, and then bonds go lower. ARK just starts taking off. But this time, bonds are going higher, and ARK is going crazy. Usually, you would need lower yields for that. So that's what I'm saying, where it's like, I think there's an outside pressure, but give it enough time, I'm sure either there's only two things that are going to happen. Either the bonds catch a bid, or ARK, Beto, and regional banks are going to sell off. It's one or the other. And that's word to the bond play. Like I'm saying, if bonds break, then you're dead. No more party time. If bonds don't break, then we should start to get a bottoming out. So we'll see. That you just show. Yeah, that's what I just go do it yourself too. Like, go overlay, like, literally, and it makes sense. Like, it's not, I'm not just saying go look at like what it is, but like we're talking bonds and risky long duration assets, regional banks, Bitcoin, and ARK, right? And go look over the last 4 years, even as the correlation with bonds, or as bonds have gotten destroyed, they have all moved in tandem. So hold that thought. Muslim, U.S. Central Bank may be on the last mile to price stability. Inflation expected to converge to 2 target over medium term. Says recent information suggests that the risk of inflation moving higher, while risk to the job market has remained unchanged. Muslim, monetary policy well positioned. Fed can judiciously and patiently judge incoming data to decide on further rate cuts. Monetary policy to remain appropriately restrictive while inflation remains above 2. Actually, which ones am I at? Okay, I got an idea. Well, yeah, Muslim talking, kind of saying the same thing as all of them. But I saw that message right there. But like I'm saying, just like, hopefully it makes sense, long duration and the assets that I'm mentioning. But then just go look it up. Go overlay them. And you'll see TLT and KRE, they had a high correlation last month and a half that broke. Same thing with Beto. Same thing with ARK. However, if rates were really going high and staying high, why in the world would any of these assets be benefiting? Yeah, you could blame the Trump trade, but like I'm saying, it's kind of contradicting, or eventually one is going to have a pull on another. If the bond yields stay high, banks, Beto, Bitcoin come down. Vice versa. If bonds stay low and those names keep ripping, I think they're going to pull up the bonds and AKA give you a bid. I have a crazy idea now. I don't know. I kind of want to flip the coin, but there's Tom in the Twitter chat. What up, baby? For another 90. What's the idea? Oh. The idea is take profits on ARK, Beto, and KRE and just throw it into TLT. Because like I'm saying, all of them, dude, we're up a lot. Again, $200 into $2,000 on KRE. All of those Betos, 15, 20 cents into $1. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm playing out till March, one of them is down. The other, like I'm saying, it's either those sell off and come down or TLT comes up. You could overlay on Thinkorswim. Go enter the chart, then go to right click, studies, add study, compare with, and then custom symbol. So now put KRE and boom. Like I'm saying, this is the part that, like, look at that right from here. Look at how matched up this was. The only other time there was issues was post bank crisis, but why? Ever since Druckenmiller, go look. That's what I'm saying. It's an outside factor, I think, but the vigilantes don't show it. But like that shouldn't happen. It can happen for a little bit, but eventually one of them is going to come down. So yeah, remove study. But yeah, that's how you do it. So go compare them and see yourself too. Just so, again, I want you to think about it. This is just my idea. Let's see, where is KRE? Oh yeah, it's already 10. Yes, that's a possibility. But that's what I was saying. I might as well just sell them. Because literally, if ARK and all those other things come back, bonds could still stay low. But then that means you're going to lose the gains on the ones you made. I think they're all matching up. Let me see where it's at. It's due to low liquidity, and I think it's just fears and somebody selling bonds. I don't know if it's a bond vigilante. I would probably blame Druckenmiller. But like I'm saying, it's just, I think it's overblown. But then again, like it fits within the narrative. Like, I don't have a problem with it. Like I'm saying, the market could still hold up. The real problem is 0.5%, 1% higher. That's going to wreck everything. All right, so there's TLT going down. See what the SPY does. Where's Bitcoin at? Yeah, Beto's still holding up. And then ARK. That one was mind-blowing, too. That one went crazy. Multiple charts on Thinkorswim. I'll do it one more time. Right-click on the chart. Go to Studies at the bottom. Then Add Study. And then it'll say Compare With. And then you do Custom Symbol. It's a lot of steps, but it's pretty easy. All right. Oh, it's another one. TLT, no. TLT's in the bottom left. that compared to election lows? What percent of my portfolio? That's not the game we're playing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think any. You have to have a diversified plan. You know, if you're not buying an actual bond, and you're not buying a what's it called? Like you're not buying an actual bond or like even holding it on shares. I mean, you are speculating. So at this point, I mean, I'm taking little speculative plays, and now I just did something. I'm moving my free money into TLT. So I did it. I don't know. We could keep talking about it, but I like the idea. So I sold off of KRE. I sold KRE. I sold Beto, and I sold ARC. And I went into TLT March 100 calls. I bought 30 of them at 66. So I made over almost like $3,000 net from those other plays. And then I put $2,000 of it back into TLT. It's going down. I mean, it's perfect now. This is what I was expecting from the 90s. It's a little worse than I thought today, but even then, this is a 2% swing, and now you are back to the election lows, and the TLT contracts are cheaper than the election. So we'll see. We will see. But yeah, I mean, I just talked to you guys about the idea. That's how I'm like, you know what? It's either the way I lose now is TLT goes down while KRE, Beto, and everything rips. So that's it. Just further, so AKA bonds go higher and everything keeps ripping. I mean, I don't think it'll be that crazy, but you know, we'll take it down 1% on the day and then go from there. TLT 100 for March. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. All right. Twitter profile. I did find one, but if I change it, they're going to make me like review my profile again for a little bit, so I might delay. All right, let me go to the bathroom now. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Expecting what NHTSA might do on that front? I mean, just connect those dots for me.
I think there'll be a knock on the door for NHTSA, and it's Musk who's sitting there. And look, and ultimately, this is just the start. And I think, Kelly, that's what the stock's starting to reflect, is that the autonomous piece, which is really what I view as the key from an AI perspective for Tesla. That's why you really own it here, $1 trillion of value. Now that starts. That's get accelerated. And what you're going to see now, it's not just about autonomous. Even when it comes to China tariffs, I do believe there will be a Tesla carve out there along with Apple and some others.
Interesting.
So the point, anyone that thought Musk...
So for you, you don't see this really, or let's put it differently, whether or not Musk's real goal is to cut government spending significantly, you think he has just a direct kind of intention when it comes to more quickly deploying the technology the companies work? Because it seems to a lot of us, and Steve, I'm curious for your take on this, that they're still trying to get this technology ready for prime time.
I mean, to me, I think part of why it's not been prime time is because regulatory, it's been that spider web. This is going to accelerate that. And now, ultimately, when that knock comes and it's Musk, it changes the whole story for Tesla. And again, Musk goes from, he was iced out, right? He was from Biden administration. And now, ultimately, you're coming into his office.
Steve, that said, it's not a direct government role. It's an advisory role, which is why he doesn't have to divest anything.
That's a super important caveat here, is that this is an outside role. He is not going to be able to slash and burn directly in the way that he's maybe been saying he could do. $2 trillion aren't just going to be wiped off the map immediately. What can happen here is he can advise the president if there are some things that Trump, once he's in office, can do via executive order. Yes, that could happen. But we had the senator from Tennessee on Squawk Box this morning saying these are going to have to come to Congress. We're going to have to approve all these spending cuts. Remember the commission Obama put together in his first term about reducing the fiscal commission? That never went anywhere because Congress did not have the appetite to do it. On the NHTSA front, that is also an important thing. He's been battling with NHTSA for a while over full self-driving, which is not full self-driving, by the way, that term that they keep using. It's an assistive driving feature. And also the technology is just not there. If you go to San Francisco right now, you can whip out your phone, call a Waymo. That's an Alphabet company. It works. There's no driver there. It uses a different kind of technology than what Tesla's trying to do. Tesla is all about using cameras around the car and using artificial intelligence to interpret what's going on. That has not proven to be as good yet as LiDAR. It'll get there,
Waymo
but it's
is
not
using
there
LiDAR,
yet.
which
Waymo uses LiDAR and cameras.
LiDARs are more of
They're like radars.
The radars,
those little
sensors.
spinny things you've seen on the top of the cars.
It boils down to being able to kind of see around the parked car the kids running out.
So maybe loosening up the regulations does help that kind of stuff. But keep in mind, part of the reason why these robo-taxi ambitions have not come to light yet, I mean, Musk has been talking about this for 6 or 7 years now, is because the technology isn't up to speed yet from some of these rivals.
I would just say to his point, great points. 5 years ago, they said Tesla was never going to really be profitable. Then they said never would get to 100, 200,000 deliveries a year. Now we're talking about 2 million. When it comes to robotaxis, it's a matter of when, not if. And I believe this gets accelerated, and that's why Musk, and you're seeing it in the stock, they have had issues. But the game changes now for Tesla, for Musk. And look, there will clearly be noise out there. How is he going to balance everything? As a Tesla investor, you want to see him more involved. He's going to have a strong seat at the table, a whisperer, especially in that White House.
Quickly on the technological piece of this. So let's say the administration is a little bit more relaxed about the arrival of all of these technologies. Would seem to benefit Waymo. There's a lot of implications maybe for Uber, some of the others down the line. I take it we're not going to allow Chinese autonomous driving in this country. But Dan, does it actually heighten the competitive landscape for Tesla if, to Steve's point, this technology that they're deploying doesn't seem as effective as the Waymo on the market?
Well, I think on two sort of areas. One, EV tax credits are done, which is a huge gut punch for the Detroit, GM, Ford, and others. That ultimately negative for EV, positive for Tesla when it comes to scale and scope. Autonomous perspective, Waymo will benefit, I could say ultimately Uber and others, but they ultimately want to go down the path that we're seeing in China. China right now is speeding up autonomous, very well known in terms of what's happening. And that's why this will be a huge part of Musk in terms of going after AI and even on some of the Inflation Reduction Act stuff, more toward AI-driven spending, which benefits the hyperscalers, Palantir, and others. Yeah. That's why Musk having a seat at the table changes everything for big tech and for Tesla.
And it's not just NHTSA, by the way. We got to look at the SEC. We know what he thinks about the SEC. We got to look at the FAA. Just 2 months ago, he threatened to sue the FAA because they fined SpaceX $600,000 for kind of skirting by some environmental regulations and things like that. That could all go away, or that could at least be recommended to go away, too. So, again, he is in charge. And by the way, because this is outside the government, there's no reason for him to divest from, or there's no conflict of interest there because he's kind of operating as a separate agency along with Ramaswamy.
I mean, I guess I was just thinking about it as, well, they're going to sit down and look for areas of, my mind goes to like healthcare and education. I mean, areas where there might be a lot of...
They talked about getting rid of the Department of Education.
Yeah,
Musk said that 2 days ago.
And especially if it's something that needs to go through Congress, I think, well, a reason to take on how to trim maybe 10% from some of these mega line items.
The Department of Education. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, yes, it is time for PHILO. I know. So now, if you want the TLT play, you got to sit through some indoctrination. I know. It sucks, bro. I know. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, now you got to, don't tell him the TLT play till PHILO's over. Yeah, what now? That's it. Otherwise, you wait for the watch list. That's it. Yep, I know. I'm sorry. Oh, Julio doesn't like this. So, Julio, you know I'm going to ban you for that. So, unfortunately, even though I didn't give the warning, you will be our first ban in like several days, man. So, why? Because PHILO, bro. PHILO. Yeah, he doesn't like PHILO time, but he likes everything else. But remember, PHILO will tell you guys, like, for real, I do hope that you guys, like, and I genuinely mean it. Like, you have to realize the ancient wisdom of 1,000 years ago, it told you if you don't trust people and you don't like them in a certain way, don't listen to them in one thing and then not in the other. You know what I'm saying? You are creating a divided house within yourself. So for real, at the very least, you'd be better off not letting this moment disturb you. But if it disturbs you and then you're like, oh, but I like the stocks, in a weird way, you're kind of confusing yourself. But again, ancient wisdom will tell you not to do that. But that being said, maybe we'll start off with that. No jokes during PHILO, please. Again, I haven't banned y'all for anything today in the last few days, but this is the one moment I respect you guys. I try to find answers to your questions, before resorting to anything else. So all I ask is you listen in. If you do joke around, you will get banned, but we're going to talk about life, man. We've talked about bonds. We just made a bond play. We've talked about everything going on. We talked about the CPI. Woke up an hour earlier, man. So we've covered a lot today, but we should talk about life because it doesn't matter what you have, my friend. If you don't know how to use it, what good is it? And that's why I'm saying, man, understanding emotional regulation, just life principles. It's not just emotions, just straight up, man, principles to follow. I think it will guide you. So today, it's an interesting one. I think today I'm going to read Sriracha again. I have something a little different than Sriracha that I want to go over first, but the Sriracha one, man, is it's a good reminder of the goods and bads. And that's something, too, I don't know. I was just talking about it the other day. I hope you guys never forget, life is a circle. The globe is a circle. The clock is a circle. They call things cycles. Everything's a circle. You know that? Your life is a circle. I promise you. Go draw a circle right now. You're either on the top living life and you're like, wow, life is great. Or you were just living great and now you're in the middle. Now you're at neutral. Now you're like, man, my life's getting way worse than it was a year ago. And then you'll be like, wow, life is awful. And then from life going awful, we'll be like, oh, things are getting a little better. Oh, things are getting back to where we were at. Wow, I feel like I'm doing a lot better. Oh, my gosh, it's the best I've ever been again. Oh, wait, I'm falling off a little bit. Oh, wait, I don't feel as good. Oh, man, I'm worse than I've ever been now. Oh, things are looking up. All right, I'm kind of back to normal. Wow, I'm doing better than it is. I'm the best I've ever been. That's everything in life. Everything in life is a circle. Literally, just go. It's ironically, the world is a circle, right? The globe. It's flat, Josh. Okay, calm down. But don't forget that. And I think today's lesson in Sriracha, we're going to go over Sriracha 40. It explains that because, the good and bad, the blessings and the negativity of life. And just fact of the matter is you are all going to deal with it. The circle is there to tell you guys you are going to go through good. You are going to go through bad. The irony of life is that no matter how good or bad some of us have it, we all have to kind of share with some of the general experiences. So that's something. That's word to it, man. But that being said, before we read Sriracha, I want to ask you guys something. Do you guys remember, like, in the early 2000s, there was those commercials about, like, secondhand smoke? Do you guys remember that? It was, like, in the early 2000s. They were making, like, a campaign, reminding you about secondhand smoke. And they're like, secondhand smoke kills babies. Secondhand smoke is so bad. Oh, do you know the dangers of secondhand? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, the deflated. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. The children. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Awesome. So before I read Sriracha, I want you to think about secondhand smoke. You know, we don't talk about it as much anymore. And I heard this the other day, and it blew my mind. Because do you know what I'm about to relate it to? I'm going to relate it to secondhand life, bro. Everything. If you don't know how secondhand smoke works, you don't ever have to smoke a cigarette. But if I smoke cigarettes next to you, you could get cancer. That's the general idea. You are smoking secondhand. But can I ask you, what other secondhand exposure do you have in your life? See, because I started thinking about this. I was like, There's secondhand FOMO. You guys said secondhand hate, anger, secondhand empathy. Man, secondhand trust. Oh, stop it. And this is the context that I heard it in. Secondhand faith. You know, and you know why this stuck out to me? Because this is what I have been yelling at you about PHILO. Do you realize that? Bro, if you don't pick up a book yourself, if you don't actually be like, wow, I'm going to live this up, bro, you are getting secondhand faith. And guess what? It's not good enough. Because when the trouble actually comes, good or bad, when you need to handle the downside or the pride, is your faith built on your own relationship, or is it just built off of everything you've seen, heard, and what you've been around? So this is an example just as a reminder, bro. Make it real. Make your own experience real. Make your own ideas real. I don't care what lane you're choosing. You don't have to wait for me. Make it real. You believe, you're like, wow, I want to get on discipline. Oh, Josh is getting this. Screw Josh. Doesn't matter what I do or what I believe. What matters is that you really do it. And again, you just start thinking about it, bro. I think this one's a big one. How many of you have secondhand FOMO? I'm going to start retweeting all of the crazy crypto stuff I keep seeing. And then you guys will get secondhand FOMO. But think about it. Secondhand anger. Yes or no? What does that mean, bro? You don't really got FOMO, but if you're around it, eventually you're going to start, again, when trouble hits, when that temptation really hits. Oh, we'll see. If you have a real relationship, the principles will take over. If not, well, good luck. Again, secondhand hate. That's why they say complaining all the time. You got to watch out for it. That's why you ever notice you around someone who complains a lot, you going to start complaining. Have you ever been around somebody frustrated and then you start to get frustrated shortly thereafter? Man, what do you think the whole stock market is? Oh, man, that's a whole stock market. Promise you. Promise you. Every single time, bro. Because you're like, wait a minute. Wait, you're frustrated. I'm frustrated now. Oh, wait, what do you mean? Oh, how come? I was just around people getting frustrated, and now I'm frustrated. I'm easily frustratable now. Why? No, it's all secondhand. So, Chad, it's simple. You have to be, I want you to really think about what in your life is really you and what is secondhand. Because you need to have whatever you're dealing with, you need a healthy relationship with FOMO, with greed, with love, with hate, with faith. You need a real healthy relationship with whatever you're dealing with. Because if you haven't noticed, you go off of the second hand, there's a lot of gaps that don't get filled. So I really heard this and I was like, dang, bro. I never really looked at it like that. The second hand effects. UPS on the high. Hi. So think about that one, Chad. Really think about it. But now to Sriracha 40. So this one's very interesting. It reads very weird, but because there's a lot of analogies and poems and comparison, but Sriracha 40, he is going to begin talking about life's miseries and joy. And this is, again, I think we all need to realize this, because when life is good, we forget about misery. And when life is miserable, we forget that life could be good. That is the human condition. That's why, again, I remind you of this circle. But you'll see, I mean, this relates into, I think he's brought it up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other times about the yoke of life, both good and bad. The yoke is both the good and bad things you got to carry. But he's just going to go and explain righteous, unrighteous, and life. But the whole point is, man, you know, some people even say this reads like Ecclesiastes. There's nothing new under the sun. My brother, if you wake up and there is a sun shining on you, you are going to have misery and joy in your life. Are you prepared for that? You know that at the very least, some of you could gain a benefit by simply being aware of this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like straight up, just being aware of this can help you out a little bit more. Don't be surprised when it happens. So 40. Hard work was created for everyone. Amen. And a heavy yoke is laid on the children of Adam. For the day they come forth from their mother's womb until the day they return to their mother of all the living, perplexities and fear of heart are theirs, an anxious thought of the day of their death. For the one who sits on splendid thrones to the one who grovels in the dust and ashes, from the one who wears purple and crown to the one who is clothed in burlap. There is anger, envy, and trouble and unrest, and fear of death, fury, and strife. And when one rests upon his bed, his sleep at night confuses his mind. He gets little or no rest. He struggles in his sleep as he did by day. He is troubled by the visions of his mind, like one who escaped the battlefield. At the moment he reaches safety, he wakes up, astonished that his fears were groundless. To all creatures, human and animal, but to sinners 7 times more, come death, bloodshed, and strife and sword, calamities, famine, ruin, and plague. So again, right there at the end, he makes a mention of sinners, wicked or not. But up until then, I hope you get it. Whether you are a king, whether you are homeless, you have a fear of death every day. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you have the human condition. You have something called anxiety and emotions. It does not matter who, again, worry of conflict, that's a human trait. You think dogs are walking around and they're like, oh man, I wonder if I'm going to beef about politics with this Rottweiler. No. Humans, we have fear of strife, problems. We have a worry. Isn't it weird? You don't think this old book, from PTSD to anxiety when you lay down at night, is telling you that's how humans were? Stop it. You don't think that's wild? I think it's crazy. Telling you PTSD back in the day, say escaping the battlefield, you have the memories. You go through battle, you're not going to forget it, bro. Welcome to being a human. Think about it, dude. That's crazy. You don't think when you go to sleep, isn't it weird when you lay down, all those thoughts come back? Man, they were sleeping on rocks and it would happen to them. You sleep on a nice cotton pillow. You still have anxiety when you go to bed. This is what we all, the children of Adam, my friend. We all have to go through it. See, he starts talking about wicked or not because he has to make the point clear. Because I know some of you, some of you hate hearing this. And if you don't even get it as a teacher, he has to give you the difference between wickedness and not to highlight every other lesson he's been saying. That's why he's saying we all are going to go through this. And then he says 7 times more if you have no principles to fall on. Man, that's crazy. You know what else I liked? There was one part I liked. There was one sentence he taught you about fear. At the moment he reaches safety, he wakes up astonished that his fears were groundless. Isn't it wild we have all had this experience? Yeah, IQV down 5 in 3 candles. You're going to get something. Good call on that. Man. Is that not what waking up to your fear is like? Whether it was a dream or you were scared of something, at one moment you wake up and then you're like, oh, it was based on nothing. How? Very interesting. That one sentence will teach you all about fear. All these were created for the wicked, and on their account the flood came. All that is of earth returns to earth, and what is above returns above. All bribery and injustice will be blotted out, but good faith will last forever. The wealth of the unjust will dry up like a river and crash like a loud clap of thunder in the storm. As a generous person has cause to rejoice, so lawbreakers will utterly fail. Again, this is the distinction aspect. Life of principles or not. He is trying to show you it's opposite. That's it. It's opposite day. He says you are this or you're that. You are this or you're that. To teach you that the gray area is dangerous. So if you don't get the context, if all these scary, religious, wicked words scare you, let me make it easier for you. The gray area is dangerous. Yes. Before you make decisions in your life, I encourage you to look at them black and white. Why? Because if you start your ideas with the gray area, my brother, there's this text, he doesn't do gray area. The ancient wisdom text of this earth, nobody respects gray area. That's postmodernism. There has to be a limit. But I really hope you think of that. That's what I'm saying, because I know people don't like to hear this. But I'm trying to tell you, man, there's practicality in this. Some of you were telling me today, I want to make a business. Can I help you out? Don't make a business on without thinking black and white to start. Are you hearing me? There's either wicked or not wicked. You are either good or not. You are either rich or you are poor. You are unjust or you are just. You are either irreputable or you have good faith. I know people don't like to hear this and you want to judge yourself and judge others, but like I'm saying, apply it practically. There's no gray area. If you want to follow any road, get to gray area later. But for any of you starting out anything, I encourage you, no gray area. Yeah, be about it or not. Start it off. I'm going to do it like this or not. I'm going to save or not. That's it. I'm going to gamble or I'm going to save. But the gray area is what's going to get you. The wisest of you will listen to this. The children of the ungodly put out few branches. They are unhealthy roots on sheer rock. The reeds by any water or river brink are plucked before any grass. But kindness is like a garden of blessings, and almsgiving endures forever. Wealth and wages make life sweet, but better than either is finding a treasure. Oh my goodness. I'm going to let you figure that one out. Wealth and wages make life sweet, but better than either is finding a treasure. No, honestly, I'm glad. I see you guys in the chat. Bro, can I use this PHILO to address an elephant in the room? He said, I wait for all my minions to call the stocks, and he doesn't do the research. So you're wrong on the last part. Do I call them minions? No, I call them my brothers. That's why some of you are fake. But do you guys not realize how weird my situation is? I don't think y'all feel me. I don't think y'all feel me. Look at what he's talking about, bro. Guess what? Good faith is going to beat anything. You'll remember the bad things, but good faith goes a long way. Kindness goes a long way. I get it, bro. You got to realize, I know some people, you know why I'm perplexing? You're like, how does this guy go up? Sometimes he's wrong. Sometimes he's absolutely wrong. Sometimes he's right. I seen him make terrible plays. I seen him make some good ones. He talks about, and y'all are like, how does he have viewers? How come? Why does because think about it. It's not like I hit every trade perfect. It's not like I've done everything correctly. It's not like, think about it. I've had more mistakes than done right. But I could stand on it truthfully and say I've done everything in good faith. There's thousands of people who know I will tell you my idea and I will give it to you straight up, no matter what. I will give you my information. I'll tell you where I got it. That right there is the answer. That is the lessons that it's teaching. So if you're still having trouble figuring this out, why do people, this guy, I've seen him lose. I've seen him this. I don't get it. He's so annoying. He's so loud. But bro, there's a different quality at play. That's it. I built this community on that, and I strive for that. All of you too. This is why I'm trying to get y'all up on the manners and that, because guess what? A good name, a good reputation is going to take you a long way. Next time you look at what I'm doing and you're like, I hate him, I love him, just don't forget that part. And it's funny that you say that because, like, dude, that's what he's saying here. It's not what I do, but the principles that we stand on. Look at the bright minds and ideas that have got us together. You're right. It's not just me. There's other people here. That's why I was so excited. That's why I was encouraging all of you every day. Even today, I was like, no, post the play. They could learn from you too. But I'm not doing it I'm not going to let you hear one part without hearing nonsense. You can't hear the nonsense without the good. You need everything. You need it in good faith. That's why I tell you to post your plays. But that right there, again, good faith will last forever. Being generous, providing kindness, finding treasure. These are the things. Oh, man. Some of you, apply this to your business. Watch what happens. I had like 3 people ask me about making a business today. I know I'm talking PHILO, but all of these things are speaking to you. Children in the building of a city establish one's name, but better than either is one who finds wisdom. Cattle and orchards make one prosperous, but a blameless wife is accounted better than either. Wine and music gladden the heart, but the love of friends is better than either. The flute in the heart makes sweet melody, but a pleasant voice is better than either. You guys get it. This is a poem. Remember, we're talking, we all will suffer and benefit in life. And dude, think about it. Bro, music is good. The wine, the plants, the nature. But what's more important? Serious. Would you rather have wine or would you rather have good friends that you could rely on? Think about it. What if you had all the money in the world and and then your wife hated you? Some of you be like, that's fine. But I'm sure you'd feel it. Again, dude, imagine you hear a good song. How much better is it when somebody lifts you up when you're feeling depressed? That's what he's saying, bro. And again, these are the qualities. You need to understand we're all going to experience the good and bad of life, but hopefully he's still outlining you what to strive for. These are the principles, man. Aspire to own stuff, but aspire to have good relationships. You know what I'm saying? Aspire to make a lot of money, but hopefully you treat your relationship with the same respect, with the same fervency. Think about it. The eye desires grace and beauty, but the green shoots of grain more than either. Woo-hoo! That's insane. Do you not realize what that just said? Bro, some of you ever like, I know every time I say anything like this, you're like, I'm going to tell your girlfriend. Well, she already knows, man. You ever see a hot girl? My girlfriend's one of them girls. That's why. I've already told you this story. But think about it. You guys know, you see a very attractive woman. It catches your eye and you're like, wow, that's nice. You know what it just said is better? A green shoot of grain. This was before the stock market existed. You guys like looking at good things. All of you would pick your favorite stock going up 100%. That, my brother, is a green shoot of grain. Literally. I've always told you the green shoots before. Come on. That's insane, bro. The eye desires grace and beauty, but green shoots of grain more than either. Bro, your eye is going to be attracted to those gains more than the hottest woman you have ever laid your eyes on. Isn't that something? A friend or companion is always welcome, but a sensible wife is better than either. Kindred and helpers are for a time of trouble, but almsgiving rescues better than either. Gold and silver make one stand firm, but good counsel is esteemed more than either. That's something y'all will realize later. When you get everything you want, you're going to hope you have somebody that you could talk to. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. Riches and strength build up confidence, but fear of the Lord is better than either. There is no want in the fear of the Lord, and with it there is no need to seek for help. Self-reliance. The fear of the Lord is like a garden of blessing and covers a person better than any glory. My child, do not lead the life of a beggar. It is better to die than beg. When one looks to the table of another, one's way of life cannot be considered a life. One loses self-respect with another person's food, but one who is intelligent and well-instructed guards against that. In the mouth of the shameless begging is sweet, but it kindles a fire inside of him. This is as direct as it could get, bro. That's it. That's how he ends it, bro. We will all go through trouble. We will all go through good. But guess what? And honestly, I believe this. I believe this 1,000,000%. And I don't mean this as I judge you. I don't mean you should feel bad about it. You come to me, my goal is to make you never beg ever again. You should all rebuke it. I told you that. You guys need to all become self-reliant. That is the goal here. You don't save money, work hard, apply these principles, get a long-term, make investments so you rely on anybody. Said true fear of the Lord, you will be self-reliant. A real fear of the Lord is going to lead you to be the one who provides rather than ever begging. Amen. I am big on freedom. That's why this is the freedom for all of you. Some of you are not thinking about this, and you're blessed to not think about it. Some of you, this applies. And it's okay if it does. But you need to recognize, it has already lit a fire inside of you. It is not good for your soul to beg. That's what he's saying. Bro, it says one loses self-respect with another's food. That's crazy. It says if you're always looking at someone's table, how are you calling that a life? He starts off by saying life is this, life is that, life is good and bad. But he says, how are you going to stare at other people and beg and be focused on what they're getting and call that life? I'm not shaming you if you have done it. We all have. But I'm saying some of you need to go and make a stand and say, that's it. Nah. Why am I saving? Why am I working? Why am I willing to do this? So that you never rely on anybody ever again, my friend. That's why. Oh, fear of the Lord, God. Oh, practice. Great. You're never going to rely on anybody. That's the goal. That right there. Go ahead. Ignore everything I said. This still stands. You have an opportunity. You are not going to walk around and looking at other people and then asking other people. No, you're going to build it yourself. That's the potential that I believe all of you possess. That's when I tell y'all you have more potential than you think. This is exactly it. You have to, that's not, the sadness is life, bro. Be depressed. Go through the sadness of life, but not to be a beggar. So I want you to think about this. But again, man, think about all the principles. Everything that he's saying, man. There is good and bad of life. We are all subject to it. It's so humbling. Rich or poor, we all deal with it. We all lay down at the pillow at night and we got a thought, bro. We all got to think about life, our loved ones, our family. But there is certain qualities you need to maintain. And certain qualities and principle that make life better. He's saying these are good things, but even better is this. Right? I love a deal. I love making money. Making money on something that was that's why some of you guys want to be right all the time, right? Remember, I've told you that in the market, it's hilarious. Some people just want to be right. They don't even care if they make money. That's why I tell you, post your plays. Think about it. But even better, there's good in life. You can add to it, man. So, Chad, above all else, man, stick to the road. I hope you're motivated. I really do. And remember, you start off anything, no gray area. All black and white. And for real, bro, I'm gonna touch on that again because, like, dude, if anything is confusing and you're like, where do I go from here? How do I start? You know what I'm saying? It's hard if you're entertaining all of the gray area. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not correct, go back a little bit. And just say, let's make it black and white. And then we'll see what goes on from there. And then you could start. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in my channel. Pow.
To the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Seismic.
Hey, for real though, what are you doing this for? Like, ask yourself that.
Hey, Fly J, turn this shit up.
It took a while to get here, told the daddies take care. You could ask my mama, been hustling since daycare. So I had a lot of time to get me all these haters. Talking God in every song because he showed me favor. But don't get it wrong, Tyrone, give me the maker, I'm a weirdo. Study coaches around the planet, learn the earnings in the balance. Serve a purpose, not a man. I'm a working in the famine, I learn working from the end. I'm the sickest motherfucker that you never seen before. I care about the final score and worry about the leaderboard. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you've been before. I'm just trying to live my life, watch all the seeds I'm planting grow. Yeah, there's some shit you probably read about. Business and constituents, some words that make you sleepy, yeah. But I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV, yeah. I put that shit on YouTube, now the youth is trying to beat me now. So, take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding. Buy hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise, so you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high, decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it, it's flagrant, but take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then pray this. Support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Drake said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters, what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay the fine, do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in, this one encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money, it start coming in. Make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. Yeah, I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dreamy life for real. You telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired on this spot, but that's the devil, he a lie.
Okay, went straight to the other one. Kava on the low. But we're back. Like that. Tell the people that long-term water is back. All righty. How y'all living, man? You living good? Living blessed? I hope so. I hope so. My good, what time is it? 11, man. Oh, perfect timing. I don't know. Should we do it again today? I'm kind of down. Let's give it a little bit. I don't think, there's only going to be Cisco. I'll get that, and then I think we could do maybe a quick 11 out of 11. So let's see. But we got good time right now. We have good time. I think it's just going to depend. Market, Russell. Look at Russell came down, though, so Russell's catching up with bonds. I bet you by the time I don't know if Russell will go down 1%. But that one's lagging behind. And Qubit, I saw you guys talking about that. But bonds still stay the same. The TLT plays are there. We made one right before PHILO. We'll see. But not too bad. What a day. What a day. A little bigger, though, at least on the equities. Again, yesterday felt dramatic, but it was so much smaller. Today felt less dramatic. Bigger bond reactions, but that's it. And then federal budget balance, minus $257 billion versus estimate of minus 225. And Fed Muslim not clear what problem a central bank digital currency would solve. All right. Well, let me see. Oh, our girl. Wow. Oh, it's Jake Tapper now.
The Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer.
So it was his wife. You guys remember that video I showed you with, like, what was her name? Lily Tang? Lily Yang?
And it was a constructive
She was debating his
We are
husband.
still actively
Or his wife.
In support of our common efforts to push back against our common adversaries, to try to deal with the situation in Gaza, in Lebanon, and directly with respect to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And just to give you an example, we are working on an ongoing daily basis to try to increase the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza, given the suffering of the innocent civilians there who are trapped amidst the crossfire between the IDF and the terrorist group Hamas. We have made some progress in that regard. We extracted further commitments from the Israeli side over the course of the past couple of days. We want to see those commitments followed through on. So we believe that we can continue to work across the board on all of the relevant issues, whether it's humanitarian assistance or it's ensuring the defense of Israel against Iranian attacks, or it's working on ceasefire efforts and a hostage deal in Gaza, or it's ultimately bringing a diplomatic resolution to Lebanon, which we're actively working on. We'll continue to do that every day that we have remaining in office.
Jake, I know you can't speak to what happened in the meeting earlier. We'll ask Karine about that. But 8 years ago, then President Obama explicitly warned incoming President Donald Trump about the urgent threat posed by North Korea. He said it was the most urgent national security threat the U.S. was facing at the time. What would you communicate to your national security advisor peer who's going to be following you in this job? What is the most urgent national security threat facing the United States today as Donald Trump prepares to take office?
Well, I would say two things in answer to that question. The first is that if you look out at a strategic level, the competition with the People's Republic of China is going to be defining for what the world looks like over the course of the next 10, 20, and 30 years. And so that has got to be a paramount priority for the incoming administration. And the person who's been named as my successor, the person who's been floated as the Secretary of State, these are people who have very much focused on that challenge, and we'll look forward to talking to them about how we've approached it and obviously pass on the current state of play. Then there's the most immediate issue, which is Iran and its proxy groups continue to take actions that directly threaten Americans and American interests in the Middle East, and that has to be dealt with on an urgent basis. Now, that's at the macro level and the micro level. In between those two, you have an ongoing war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, representing a larger threat to European security and therefore global security, and you've got North Korea coming behind to provide troops in that war. So these are all issues for which we have clear approaches, working in coordination with allies and partners, and we are going to try to ensure that we pass off each of these areas to the next team in a way that is as smooth as possible.
Last time he was, just to follow up quickly, last time in that same meeting, Obama told Trump that he had real concerns about the hiring of a national security advisor, Mike Flynn. Donald Trump ultimately hired Mike Flynn. Do you have any concerns about the names that you have heard mentioned so far and announced so far by Donald Trump to serve in his administration in a national security role?
I know some of them. I've engaged with some of them, and people like, for example, Congressman Waltz, who's been named to be my replacement. He's somebody that I have engaged with in the past. I respect his service to this country in uniform. He's put his life on the line. I respect his service in Congress. He and I obviously don't see eye to eye on every issue, but I am very much looking forward to engaging him over these next 60 days, as I said, so that we can have this smooth handoff. There are other people that he's named who I just don't know, I haven't met, and therefore can't comment on. Yeah.
You talk about wanting to engage, wanting to smooth this transition. Why hasn't it happened yet? Is there is the signing of the MOUs an actual issue that is preventing you from coordinating with the incoming Trump team?
So I'll defer to Karine to kind of go into the nitty-gritty. What I'll say at a broad level, though, is the MOU creates the opening for the landing teams to arrive at the agencies, to include the NSC. But that doesn't mean that we can't reach out and get, and express our willingness to engage with our counterparts, our incoming counterparts. We've done that, and so I expect that in a matter of days here, we should be able to have some engagement. Of course, that depends on whether the incoming team wants to engage, and that will be up to them. But for our part, we are more than willing to do what is our responsibility as directed by the president, and frankly, as dictated by the Constitution, which is to ensure the peaceful transition of power.
I have a China-related question as well. The Biden administration largely left in place the Trump-era tariffs on China. The policy hasn't been towards China hasn't been wildly divergent. Do you see the potential for bipartisan agreement on the relationship with China in the next administration or going forward?
I think for us to succeed in the long-term competition with the PRC, it will require a bipartisan foundation. The best traditions of American foreign policy have always had a bipartisan element, and many aspects of the policy that we have pursued in this administration with respect to the PRC and with respect to the Indo-Pacific have been bipartisan. By the way, the same thing is true with respect to Ukraine, where there has been strong bipartisan support and votes in both the House and the Senate for the resources and the strategy for Ukraine. So
all right.
From our perspective, we would like to see that continue. Now, obviously, we don't know.
So while this is going, let's do this.
They will be. Those will be decisions they take, not for me to comment on. All I can say is
so if you
that,
go to my Twitter,
when it comes
Real
to
Cult News, I have posted, there's a couple of earnings. I just got the ones that I think will move. Again, I've been defining them. I got Cisco, Disney, JD, and then I even posted the link to the pricing in video so you guys could teach yourself how to trade them. And yeah, so it's there. Otherwise, let's do I'm kind of down for an 11 out of 11.
Significant issue.
So I'm going to keep this playing. Here, let me tell you this. If you want to do the 11 out of 11, if you want to get on a phone call, DM me or email me. You could email me too because my DM sometimes it doesn't work. Again, I don't know what's going on. It won't let you guys request anymore, like more than once. But if you want to get on a call, DM me with what you want to talk about, and I'll go through for a couple minutes, and then we'll get on a call, and let's try to make it 20 or 30 minutes, and then we'll be right into Power Hour. So let me know. Email me or DM me your phone number on Instagram with what you want to talk about.
Consequences from this podium, I will only say that we have made clear over time that we will respond when we see actions taken in terms of cyber attacks, cyber espionage, cyber intrusions. That has been a feature of our policy to date. It will remain a feature of our policy going forward. I'll take just a couple more and then let Karine take over. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jake. Can you give us a sense of what else President Biden said to President Trump about Russia in their meeting? And also, with regard to China, will he pass on any tips or color from his meeting with President Trump to President Xi when they meet, and what will his message be to President Xi?
I've already mildly violated the not reading out the meeting proviso, so I will pass that off to Karine. Mild violations. But with respect to his meeting with President Xi, I don't expect him to pass messages. Obviously, President Trump, when he comes into office, will have his opportunity to engage directly with President Xi. But I will observe that transitions are uniquely consequential moments in geopolitics. They're a time when competitors and adversaries can see possibly opportunity because you have this change in government here. And so part of what President Biden will communicate is that we need to maintain stability, clarity, predictability through this transition between the United States and China. And he will also really reinforce the point that in order for us to manage this competition responsibly going forward, we have to sustain over the long term the channels of communication at every level, particularly the military-to-military level. And then, of course, he will look to try to consolidate progress on areas where we can work together, for example, on counter-narcotics and fentanyl coordination.
If you email me
and on trying to manage the safety
include a
risks
link to your
associated with
channel.
artificial intelligence.
I have to chat
so
fax
it's an important
you.
meeting. It will
So
not be
if
just
you don't have
about
a good
victory,
history,
although
I'm
there
not
will
going to
be
get
an
on a
element
call
of
with you.
reflecting over the course of
But
their
email
long
me or DM me your
relationship.
phone number
There
if you
is
want to get
actual
on a
work
call.
to do in this
We'll start in a
critical
couple
moment
minutes.
between the US and China
I only got a
to
couple
ensure
so
that we
far.
don't run
I
into
think
any
I don't. My
problems in the
Instagram
next 2
doesn't let
months in
y'all
this
send the same
transition of
way.
power. Last question.
I have to find a way to change that.
Just sort of explain the strategy for the remaining drawdown authority for Ukraine, and also if the administration is going to ask for any additional drawdown authority in like an end of the year CR or spending plan.
So the president has made clear, and he has directed his team to ensure that every dollar that the Congress gave to him, authorized him to spend, he will spend on behalf of Ukraine before he leaves office. Now, again, these are not dollars he's putting on an airplane and flying across the ocean. These are dollars he's investing in the American defense industrial base. As we provide weapons to Ukraine, we make new weapons to give to the U.S. military. All of those dollars will be spent, will be obligated by the time he leaves office on January 20th. Therefore, it only stands to reason that in the next 2 months, the administration will signal to Congress that we would like to see additional funds for Ukraine for 2025 so that they can be in the best possible position, the strongest possible position to negotiate, to ensure they achieve their objectives, that they win at the negotiating table. Now, what form will that take? CR, et cetera. I'm going to not get myself in trouble by turning into the OMB director up here. I will just say that the administration very much sees the necessity and the logic of seeking additional resources for 2025, since we are doing what Congress asked us to do, which is dispersing the funds they gave us for 2024. And with that, I'll turn it over to
Policy question?
Jake on the Amazon tree.
Thank you, Jake. Congrats on becoming a congressional spouse.
I just have one more thing, and then I'll go into your questions. So today, the President and the First Lady welcomed nearly 200 education and workforce leaders to the White House for the Biden-Harris administration's Classroom Career Summit. The administration's Investing in America agenda is creating millions of good-paying jobs, many of which do not require a 4-year college degree, and its investments will continue to drive job creation for years to come. The summit highlighted the record progress to expand career pathways to these good-paying jobs in infrastructure, clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and so much more. With that, Josh, it's good to see you, as always.
Good to see you, Karine.
Good to see you too, Karine.
Regarding the meeting.
Yeah.
President Biden has given a lot of statements about his concern for the U.S. democracy. Did he share any of those concerns with President-elect Trump in their meeting about what he feels should be done or needs to be done?
So I'm not going to go into granular detail of what was discussed in the meeting. What I can say that it was indeed very cordial, very gracious, and substantive. And I mentioned at the time.
Every Josh said the same, right? We're like, you're welcome.
Was discussed. Domestic policy issues were discussed. I had an opportunity to speak with the president in the Oval Office right before coming out to do this press briefing because I wanted to make sure that I got what the president wanted to share with all of you. So certainly that everything that I'm saying is sanctioned, if you will, by the president. He wanted you all to know that the president-elect, again, was gracious, came with a detailed set of questions. It was, again, substantive. But I do want to take a little bit of a step back here because it's really important to note, and you're going to hear me continuing to say this over and over again, the importance of having a smooth transition.
I think we got it.
The importance of having an
some of
orderly
you,
transition.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to push you guys to tomorrow.
The American people
I have a
and
good
wants
one
to
here.
make sure that
I was waiting
occurs.
for
That is
some of the
what
people
he
to send the
believes
chat
American
facts
people
to.
deserve.
So my bad, Josh. We're going to have, I'll do Josh with tomorrow.
That is what I am sharing
But
with
Raj,
you from the president directly.
So if Raj doesn't answer, I'll move down the list. But Raj, I think this one's interesting. Raj at Coinbase. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, let this play. When I come back, we'll get the 11 at 11 popping, baby. Yalla.
We're the people's business so that they can continue the people's business.
Can you say how President Biden answered some of those detailed questions?
I will say that the president certainly looked forward to the meeting, appreciated the conversation, and answered any questions that the president-elect had, offered up his thoughts, but I'm not going to go any further than that. Get Mary.
You said gracious, cordial, substantive. The president obviously hit on a wide range of issues, but did he get a sense that the issues that he was impressing upon, that any advice he was giving was being well received?
I think so. I think that's why the president was wanting me to let you all know that there was a very good back and forth, and it was substantive, as I mentioned before. And I want to be mindful. It was a private conversation, so I don't want to go into specifics or details. But look, they met for more than 2 hours. They met for a very long time, or nearly 2 hours, pardon me. And I think by the length of the meeting tells you that they had an in-depth conversation on an array of issues. And so, look, the president reached out to the president-elect wanting to make sure that he gave an opportunity to the president-elect, afforded him that opportunity to have a meeting with him to talk about the different issues that matter to the American people. But nearly 2 hours says a lot about how the meeting went.
Any plans to keep a line of communication open?
The president is always going to obviously keep that line of communication open to the president-elect. We got to remember, this is not about the two presidents. This is not about President Biden or President-elect Trump. This is about the American people and what's right for the American people. And if anything, the president has led by example.
If any,
right, over the last,
he leads by so much example. I've learned how to get better sleep since But, so two things. One, open face. The buy down, is it permanent or is it only for a period? So when you buy down mortgages, if you care about the monthly payment, again, I think rates, it depends where your rate's at, but if all goes well, you should be able to refinance in a couple years lower. But if it's a permanent buy down, I would do it. But if it's like a temporary one, I think it's just, I'm not really a fan of them. But it just really depends. It's 2 years, 2% lower. Yeah, if you want the 2 years and then after that, it just depends how much, how much you're going to be putting down. But it's really up to you and how you want to manage the monthly payment, but I don't like the temporary ones. There's some that are for 5 years, 10 years, or even the life of the mortgage. I like the longer ones. Or talk to the lender. I don't know if they're still doing discounts with you, but ask if your lender will buy it down. Because, again, they could use some of their commission, but try to get a permanent one or a longer, half the mortgage life. Even a third, I would like a lot more than a temporary one, but it's not going to change anything too much. Worst case, best case, if rates are a lot higher in 2 years, that's it. MSOS, Texas legalization. It's popping. You guys saw how it played out yesterday. You'll get a move. Lawmakers pre-file bills to legalize marijuana in 2025. So take a look at it. I'm going to send out a stream alert, but you saw how it played out yesterday. You know what I'm saying? You'll get your little pop-in locks on it. And then Nelson Pelt says Disney will get a respectable CEO with James Gorman. So Nelson Pelt's talking up Disney. Yeah, so that's why I look at Disney's running. Nelson Pelt's pretty much saying good thing. Nelson Peltz is hyping up this. He sold out. So, but yeah, Peltz is hyping it up a little bit. So Disney's breaking out. Again, earnings are in the morning. Why are we dumping? I mean, the rates, Russell went red. Russell sold off a 1%, 1.1. So again, I don't know if Russell could potentially go down 1% if it's going to match up with bonds, but just imagine everything on the watch list, it's happening. It just takes 7 hours to happen if you haven't caught on to that yet. So, but for the most part, I mean, a little bit of pressure. Markets are they're moving below average with an inline CPI. Wow. Interesting. But yeah, there's the buy down. And then the last thing, you said you're deleting your Instagram. I know, Luca, you're 20, you're saving, you're going to get a restaurant, and you seem to be on the right path. So keep it up, but also don't get too, antisocial. You're still young. You have to learn how to interact with people, too. So don't get too, weird with it. You know what I'm saying? So you got to find the balance, but you're doing the good things right. That's it. Just don't turn into an incel, and then you'll be fine. And that's it. So that being said, now that we've got some of those out of the way, Raj from Coinbase, I'm going to give you a call, Raj. This one sounds interesting. I think he has a pretty cool story. He just said he was a former Coinbase employee until 3 hours ago, but he quit due to crypto rocketing. Would love to discuss with the Chad the next steps and seek advice. Doesn't that sound interesting? I think that's pretty interesting. I'm excited. I have a couple questions for you. And hopefully I could help. Burp. Oh, I almost FaceTimed you.
Hello?
Hello, is this Raj?
Yeah, what's going on, Josh? How you doing, man?
What's going on, baby? How you living?
Good, brother. Good, bro.
You,
yeah, man.
you seem like it. I have so many questions, man. You seem so happy to get fired, or what? What's going on with that, bro? Can you talk about it or no?
So funny story. I did not get fired. I actually was at Coinbase for a couple of months. And, I've been in the crypto industry for a minute, or at least I've been investing in the crypto for a minute. And, Bitcoin hit 92,800 today, new all-time high. And, I was talking to my boss. I was just letting him know, hey, are there any, possible better positions, just because of my current position is just appreciated so much in such a short time frame. And, he's like, hey, man, I'm happy for you, but, nothing we can do for you right now. And, working for a corporate realm, I've been doing that for a majority of my life. But at the same time, I actually have been listening to you and the Trading for Trading since 2020, believe it or not, before COVID. And it's kind of surreal. Dude, it's kind of surreal because I would listen to these 11s at 11, especially in 2020 when people hit the TLT play and, they were like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go buy a Beamer. And, you would advise them, try to hold the money or invest it. And they're like, nah, I'm going to do whatever. And so it's kind of surreal seeing me on there and talking to you, man. So I just wanted to give you a huge shout out, huge props for what you do, man. And it's kind of crazy.
No, man, it's exciting. I'm glad we brought the 11 at 11, and I hope, I hope we've had a lot to learn, and I hope we could a lot of the chat, I feel like, has gotten mature in many ways, too. So I'm excited, and thank you for supporting, bro, all these years, man. Like I'm saying, I've seen a lot of people come and go, so it's good to see the real ones. And you got a long term or what? I mean, you have to have the long term.
Of course, brother.
Okay, yeah. See, then that's what I'm saying, bro. Hey, man, I was about to. I don't know. If you didn't have the long term, I would have yelled at you. But other than that, man, so I guess with the Coinbase stuff, is it just you feel crypto's going crazy and you're like, it's time to have more advancement, and then they weren't offering that? That's what it sounds like?
Yeah, good question. I mean, so I was working in like the high net worth department, and so the clientele we would get were a little. You need to do extra work. Let's say I've been in customer service my whole life, and it's not that I hated the job. It's just I have a lot of aspirations to do many things. I'm actually in real estate as well, so I'm a real estate agent on the side.
Oh hell yeah, bro! You're killing it.
I kind of. Yeah, man, I want to focus on that a lot more. I do want to start a couple of businesses simultaneously, and I do want to make some investments, aggressive investments into crypto and or trade. And it's limiting when you're working for like an institution like CB.
I guess we could talk about like future plans, but I don't know. Even for some of the Chads out there, what was it like working for Coinbase? Like, what was it like? I guess what would you say to anybody who wanted to work for like one of these companies or get into the corporate world? What would be the good things and bad things you would say, and what to watch out for? What do you wish you knew before you started getting into this?
Yeah, great question. So CB, honestly, great. It's cutthroat. I wasn't expecting it to be like this, this aggressive. But one thing that my manager even said is like it's harder to get into Coinbase than to get into Stanford. And at first I was like, there's no way. But going through the process, it's like although Coinbase doesn't require that you have like a formal education, like a bachelor's, master's, etc. They do go through like a heavy vetting process, and it's there's a huge questionnaire. They make sure to see if you actually fit with the company and the culture, and so they do a lot of due diligence. I used to work previous to this. I actually used to work at Fidelity Digital Assets, and it was a similar process over there, but surprisingly, Coinbase was a lot more stringent, and so.
Oh wait, hold that thought. Biden will meet President Xi Jinping on Saturday at Global Summit in Peru, New York Times. So sorry, you say you're working at Fidelity?
Before, yeah. And so and when I think you switched your long term, or I think you.
Yeah, I just switched to it at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, you're definitely in good hands, man. Fidelity's been around since like the 40s or 50s.
Yeah, no, I've liked it so far. I mean, they were chill. I don't know why, and I was with E-Trade for a while, but I've had so many E-Trade accounts, and I have a big one, and then they were really weird when I was trying to move it, and then they wouldn't give me the options and the margin on one. But dude, Fidelity was like too easy. I was honestly like, hold on, it was easier than even Schwab had a little bit more challenges, but I'm glad I've been liking Fidelity. I've had no problems in the last year, so that's awesome. But so you've had a lot of experience in this space, and I guess are you scared to leave? I mean, with hard to get into Coinbase, you've been doing this. I guess what were you thinking for your next steps?
Yeah, good question. I wouldn't say I'm scared. I just wanted to thank God, for one, just put me into this position again, dude. I've been riding the colt for a while. I got into options thinking I would make it, made a lot of money in 2020, and then lost a lot of it. Then I had to ask family members for some money, just to get by. So it's been rough, but I've learned a lot, through this. I've learned a lot through you, and so I have a decent buffer, and that can get me to either my next real estate transaction or to my next source of income, which is I think trading is trading when it's like you can't have it as your primary source of income, right? You will make bad trades, and the thing is the long term is something that you could leverage to, be able to, like you said, invest into a property. And so that's something I might look into, or go full-time into real estate and then like part-time into investing aggressively, trading aggressively, and or investing into properties. One thing I'd actually like to share is like how I started my journey, because, like you said, I seem pretty versed and experienced. I'm only 28 right now.
Oh, wow. Good shit.
Yeah, when I was 20, before I was even 20, I actually worked at a local credit union. I got hired as a member consultant. And through there is where I actually started my credit journey. You know, like I looked into, oh, how do I start a credit card, and like how do I do it efficiently? You know, like only 30% utilization. You know, don't use it for stupid things. You know, use it for gas paid off. Use it for gas paid off. Do that for a whole year straight, and bam, you get a credit score of like high 600s, low 700s. And then that's when I started to research into trade lines. You know, let's diversify them. You know, get a personal loan, pay that off within a timely manner. Get a line of credit, get an auto loan. Because, you know, if you're responsible with these things, then the bank or any institution will be like, oh, okay, he was given like 10, 15K and he didn't fuck it up. Now let's give him a mortgage, or, you know, he could get approved for a mortgage.
Let's give him more.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's the key that I think a lot of Chattadonians need to understand is get your credit right. Look into what it means to have a lot of credit, and like see how, you know, people like yourself have leveraged it. Back in 2017, man. So this is not my first time in like the bull run or the bull cycle, but 2017, man, I took a YOLO. You know, I was 19 or I was like 20, and I got my credit really good, and I took out a loan for 20K, and I just threw that into Bitcoin.
And you put it in stocks? Oh man.
Oh, I put it into
Bro,
Bitcoin.
you sound like crazy responsible and then like crazy at the same time. You're giving me Josh vibes, low key. Like you sound like you could either be absolutely insane, or you're like, no, I've been working at this for 8 years, get credit, save, and this, and then I take out a loan and throw it all on a Tesla option. So wait, what happened then?
So I threw it into Bitcoin because, you know, I was working at the bank, and, you know, we would do international wire transfers daily. And, you know, the members would be like, when will my buddy receive the funds, like, on the other side of the world? And I would literally tell them, I have no idea. You know, it could take anywhere from, like, 5 business days or whatever. And it's just, like, it didn't make sense to me, you know? Like, I could literally call my cousin across the world, FaceTime them next second, but I couldn't send them money. And this was back in 2017, and that's when, you know, Bitcoin started to hit the mainstream. It crossed 1,000 for the first time, and then so I started doing my due diligence on it. You know, had some crossings in the past, but I actually started to take it seriously this time around. And when it made sense to me, like, yo, this is the future. I took a risky bet. You know, I was like, hey, I'm 20. If I lose this 20K, I can recover within like 2 years. I don't have a house payment, I don't have a car payment, I don't have kids, you know, so I could take that risk. And so that's another thing. Like, it's okay to take risks when, you know, you understand what you're getting into, and you know the implications, and you know you can, you know, recover from that in a timely manner. But yeah, a little bit of Josh vibes.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't take out a loan, man. I've never done that. I've been too scared because my parents always said cash only. So taking out a loan and throwing it. Oh, I've always been terrible. I've always went small. That's been my thing, you know. Instead of that, I'm like, God, let me get a $500, see what it does. But that's crazy. What happened to that Bitcoin play? Did it work out or no?
It did, bro. It went up. So Bitcoin went from, in 2017, early, it went from 3,000 all the way to 20,000. And so yeah, I nearly 10x'd my position. And
did you pay back the loan?
So, you know, I'll say this too. So how I structured the loan was extremely sweaty. So I got the underwriting guidelines behind my back. And what I did is I did a balance transfer. I took the cash out from this credit union that didn't charge me any cash advance fees. So I took the 20K cash, no fees, and then I balance transferred it to a different credit union that has 0 interest on balance transfers. And then I transferred it back for, like, you know, back and forth for 2 years. So I didn't pay any interest on that for 2 years.
You're a little genius, bro. You're smart, man. You're really smart.
Yeah, man. I was so fascinated with credit. And then, you know, like anytime like members would come in that had like hundreds of thousands, if not millions in their account, I would always ask them, like, hey, what do you guys do? And the majority of the answers were, hey, I have my own business, or, you know, I've invested into real estate, or, you know, I invested into stocks. So I was like, wow, how people have built generational wealth are from the 3 aforementioned, and they use leverage very smartly. You know, they don't buy a Ferrari, right, and like put a decent down payment. I mean, they do afterwards, but the thing is, to get to that Ferrari, they want to, take loans for properties that are undervalued, right? And then, they ride the wave. Or, say the stock market crashed in 2020, for example, then I bet you there was a lot of billionaires that, opened up all of their bank accounts and opened up a lot of their credit availability and just dumped it into the market, and rode that wave. And so I've learned from that. I've done a lot of research and reading a lot of books on that. And yeah, it's like that's how we gotta, especially if you don't come from a wealthy family.
No, bro, you're saying, bro, this was literally even yesterday's call in the beginning. Like there was, Hyder had a lot of opportunity and he's gonna do a lot. But like we said, one plan is setting up and establishing credit and understanding it. I think I didn't know credit and taxes. I learned credit early, but even taxes hit me. But this is what everyone's going to need to get it set up eventually. At one point, if you are going to want to get into bigger moves with real estate or anything, you are going to have to set this up. So you're speaking facts, man. It seems, though, that you did it early. It seems like you did it early. You studied it. You worked in this environment. And not only did you take risk and, you did it at a young age in a way, but you actually, I think you researched it. You understood credit, and you made it a point to master it. Is that sounds correct? Because I think it is.
100%. Yeah, I didn't come from a wealthy family, man. Right now, we're not extremely wealthy or anything, but yeah. So I was like, okay, I have the time, so I might as well research. I have the underwriting guidelines. Like when I was at the credit union, I could see okay, A tier is anybody that has 740 credit plus, and they get all the benefits. They get all the lower interest rates. They get pre-approved for anything. It's the cream of the crop, and I wanted to get to that. And so I saw all the other tiers. I saw B tier, C tier, D tier, and I was like, okay, how do I get to C tier and then move up? And yeah, it's just it's a lot of research. There's YouTube videos that explain this stuff. Honestly, anybody that's looking to get into credit, go to your local credit union and just look at their consumer loan sheet and see they have what's called secured loans or secured credit cards. You put up $500, they'll give you a credit card, but it's you gotta, it's all there, man. It's all there.
How long did you work at the bank for? Because I even tell a lot of Chads, man, if you ever want to get it, the fastest way to get into finance is work at a bank. You would be surprised. 100%. You'll learn a lot, and then you could just go anywhere from there.
Yeah, so I was actually at the bank for 2 years, and first 6 months to a year was just me getting comfortable, understanding okay, what are the products, and then after that, dude, I was killing it because I really understood what these loans were, because I actually built my loans. My first credit card was at the same credit union. My first auto loan was at the same credit union. So I lived and breathed these credit unions, and before that I was like a teller at Wells Fargo for like 2 months, and that's before Wells Fargo had all that what is it called, the fraudulent
they started
accounts
robbing everybody every year. Like fake accounts. Yeah, Wells Fargo is crazy.
I mean, dude, banks, they're helpful, but credit unions, they're not. So they're community based, not for profit, and member owned. It's completely different versus banks. So it's just yeah, credit unions were the big way to go. I was there for 2 years, and then, I killed it over there. And then that's when I started looking into, okay, I'll probably get my real estate license 2 years down the road. And yeah.
Bro, it's awesome. Honestly, man, it sounds like you're on a good path. I think you understand a lot. I think at this point, man, just whatever you do next, man, just make sure. I would just lock down good income and always keep that in, just so that you can now start getting into real estate and everything else more. But are you thinking about getting into another job, or do you want to just go full blown, let me just make money on real estate, buying it, servicing it, and then stocks and crypto?
I think the latter. If an opportunity presents itself,
if you have, well, listen, as long as you have a good cushion, I'm down with it. Yeah. Worst case scenario, you're going to lose a year of time in that, and then you go and get a job anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I definitely think as long as you have enough, because like you said, if you're doing it where you need it and your need of capital is going to affect your decisions, I would much more likely go and get a job and then start looking into my first flip and all of that stuff. But if you already have the savings, it seems like you worked hard and saved, and I think you're ready for this. Honestly, I think you're prepared for this cycle. It's just going to be a matter of the right opportunity at the right time. So I don't know if you heard yesterday's call, bro. I would just start hunting every day for a real estate deal, and the fact that you have your license, you could just start making money off it no matter what. If you go and I would focus on lead generation. So I don't know if you did any of that with the bank or not, but since you have an agent's license, bro, you could just go start canvassing and trying to get leads, because if they don't want to sell you the house, you could at least list it for them and get 3%.
Right. Yeah, and that's probably going to be my route. I've been looking at the 10-year yields, and interest rates are still like quite elevated, probably because of, Trump's tariffs that he suggested. But I think that was more positioning than anything. I think it's just a matter of time until the bond market's like, okay, yeah, Trump is not going to actually put 60% tariffs on China, and that starts to lower. I mean, we had CPI data come out today, came in at expectations, a little nuanced, but as soon as rates, and this is a good indicator for a lot of people that are thinking about getting into real estate. Get your license now, man. Get understand the industry, learn how to talk to the agents, because as interest rates decline, people are gonna want to,
I did not pay him to say any of this. I did not. This is not.
He did not. No,
this is not. I'm just making sure. Make that clear. Because you're speaking it, bro. Amen. I mean, I'm just nodding along, bro. I'm nodding along.
Yeah, dude, no, and so yeah, it's all cyclical, man. One thing I am watching is TLT. I think it's a good long-term play right now. The United States is not going anywhere, and I don't want to get all political, but I did support Trump. I was Democrat for most of my life. I live in a Democratic state, but I was
terrible person. Terrible. How dare you? How do you live with yourself?
Dude, you got crucified, man. You got freaking vilified.
Amen, bro. Amen. God is good, bro. God is good. But this is, I mean, I think I agree with you on all of this. I either think it's the inflation doesn't materialize, or we really go full blown 1970, and then things get terrible, and then it's a whole nother ball game. But either way, this is what I've been saying. I mean, it doesn't matter when it comes to, again, as long as if you're really trying to make some money speculating on real estate to a degree, short-term, long-term, as long as you have a discipline of pricing, that's going to protect you on all of it. And let me ask you this. It seems like, have you ever bought a house before? Have you ever gone through that transaction?
So I haven't personally. I actually helped my parents purchase in 2018.
Nice.
And I was good. This is where I messed up. I should have bought their old house. And rule number one is to never sell real estate. And at the time, that's when crypto was actually in a bear market. 2017 pop, and then Bitcoin went from 20K to 3K. And so I didn't really realize the gains from that cycle. And so I was super defeated, and so that's where I kind of just was in research mode. I was more researching the markets than I was real estate, which I should have done. I should have taken the money out. I wish I was calling you back in 2017. You would have told me, sell, get into real estate, man. I would have bought my parents' house, because literally after COVID, dude, their equity almost doubled from what I got it for. And that's what's shocking. Everything seems super expensive, relatively speaking, but in the long run, values do go up. And then also inflation, if the Fed, if the government is going to print more money, if we're still deficit spending, it's going to increase that appreciation of real estate. So
it's always going to be there. I mean, and don't get too caught up. I mean, prices went up a lot. It's easy but now it's almost been 5 years. So, and I say that because in 2018, when I was buying real estate, I would compare it and I would look at the 2013 highs. That's what's blowing my mind, is not only did the equity go up, it stayed up. And that's where it's at some point, you can't keep looking too back. But even then, that's why I say as long as you have a discipline with the pricing, you'll be good. But I wanted to know if you got the home because I think this is going to be your next journey to a degree. Just, you know how you got into credit and the credit unions and the interest and learning all that? The first time you go, that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Actually buying the house, going through the paperwork. I think you're going to have more experience working with the bank. But when it's all said and done, going through that process, like I'm saying, you'll be stressed out a little bit. You'll learn it as long as you are not just getting emotional and buying. You're like, I'm going to make a lot of money on this house. I got to buy it. Oh, it has a pretty kitchen. As long as you like go off of the valuations, I think you're going to be good, man. So I don't know. Have you been hunting for a house lately? Like, what's your real estate search look like?
I'll be honest with you, I have not been. I've just been mainly like drowned with work and just seeing kind of where like the market's been at. But now that's kind of why I wanted to just get away from that. You know, the 6 to 3 is it's consuming, and so I think what I'm gonna do now, and you definitely inspired me. It's like I'm gonna take a decent amount of that I'm gonna still wake up tomorrow at 5:30, and I'm gonna I might do trade stocks or whatever for the first 3 to 4 hours, and after that, I'm going to look into, like you were saying, lead generation, or start looking more in depth into my market, so I could get into the trends.
Let me give you two things. If that's what you're going to start with, one, just to start out, even if this is like, okay, new plan, quitting the job, all of that, make sure you still budget your first deposit or with whatever you're going to trade with. Does that make sense? I don't know if I always say start with half, right? So I want you to have whatever you think you're going to trade with full time. I want you to cut it in half and start with the half amount first. So then that way, worst case scenario, you get to start over and nothing changed. You see what I'm saying?
I love that.
Just out of caution, just in case. That's what I tell anybody. I think you're a smart guy. I don't think, but even then, these are the principles that are just going to keep you alive, right? Because that's all you have to do at this point. You made the money, you have the plan, and then two, when it comes to real estate, and even this, don't be too smart, okay? Because you are smart, bro. You're looking at the market. You're talking about bonds, inflation, tariffs. You're prepared. Again, imagine all this stuff that I know and I cover every day. If you know too much, sometimes you're going to make bad decisions, right?
Sure.
Again, I shorted the market in 23 because I think I knew too much. Again, I'm like, oh my gosh, look at this. Look at the banks. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Oh my gosh. And then the rates. How could it be possible? Oh my gosh. So there is going to be, like I'm saying, a law of diminishing returns. So as long as you're just don't get too wrapped up in it all. We're like I'm saying, real estate, the macro. You were just talking about inflation, prices, value, the money. That is going to be there. That is not going to change, right? We may understand things, just like I said, I mean, the boat takes a long time, and we could think about things faster than when it happens. So and I say this is just I don't want 6 months from now, I don't want you to bring up 5 different economic reasons why you can't buy a house 50% off. You see what I'm saying? Because only economics will stop you from doing that. Only if you're like, well, technically, actually, and if you look at the deficit and the gold, and if I look at this and then the interest rate and the projections, and if you look at what the top economists say, it's not, you'll be scared of it. Again, even in...
What do they call it? Analysis paralysis?
Yes,
right?
sir. Exactly. Exactly. So that's all I'm saying is you got to just keep hunting, start off with, make sure, even if you're the smartest person in the world is going to have a parachute, right? If he jumps out of a plane. Sure. So that's why I say start with half of the amount you think you're going to start with. You fail there, you're going to be able to go brand new. And when it comes to this real estate plan, it's big money, it's broader, it's macro. You just need to find a deal. Don't worry about whatever is happening in the world. To a certain degree, it will be insulated if you make your money on the buy. And there it is, bro. So I'm excited for you. I think this is I'm gonna have to follow up with Hyder, and I'm gonna have to follow up with you too, because I think both of you got different paths, but it seems like a lot of you guys are gonna be converging on real estate. But like you said, now's the time. It's not like real estate's hot. It's cold to a degree, but it's still expensive. I think there's gonna be a lot of opportunities. So as long as I just hunt, though, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people want to do it, but not everybody is hunting every day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So with the same fervency you watch the market and that you're going to be following it, dude, spend an hour a day looking for real estate, especially if you have the means to strike. Because once that deal comes your way, you're good to go. And like you kind of realize, you're like, man, I should have bought my parents' house. Go look around anybody you know. You will probably find your first deal there as well, too.
Mm-hmm. This is, Josh, solid advice, man. Again, thank you for everything that you do, that you've done. You don't get enough credit for it, man. I especially on that trading advice, I'm literally gonna cut whatever I had allocated in half. I'm probably gonna take a week off, and I'm gonna still watch the markets, but take a week off, sit on my hands. And yeah, dude, I'm definitely gonna follow up with you. I would love to discuss this business that it's not a business, but it's a product that I've been thinking about that can help people a lot, and it has AI involved, and I don't know who to talk to. I was going to look into creating. I don't have to do this with you because I trust you, but I'm going to create like a what is it called, a
NDA?
I forgot. NDA, yes, thank you. With some people that I know that are in the industry already.
So even if you just make sure you still trust them, because how NDAs work, if somebody quote unquote leaks it, it's no longer protected, and there's no way to really prove it. NDAs are really weird. They're pretty much useless. Because depending on what it is, that's why I say it's kind of like wholesaling in real estate. If you're gonna give certain info, you got to make sure that you kind of have a level of mutual respect with whoever it is. You know what I'm saying? But email me. I'll take a look. I mean, and then if it's patentable, go patent it. That would be your next step. I mean, it depends if it's like really viable or not. But I brought that up the other day, bro. I think like patent increases have gone up like 17 to 25% since the adoption of AI just from 2023.
Well, I'm not surprised, man. Like these tools, like it's not AGI, right? Artificial general intelligence. Like it's not gonna solve everything. It's not Cortana or anything like that. But it does allow for us to, weed through a lot of BS when we're either researching or, if you need like a quick answer on something.
Yeah,
so
that's what they're saying. They're saying it's helping them just get through and cut through to the quicker stuff, and then even like it's generating like random ideas to follow up with like at an unprecedented rate that's just leading to people patenting a bunch of new processes. So if you, I mean, now would be the time if you have something, you know what I'm saying? Especially if it's in a certain industry and it's like, and all that checks out technically. Now, I mean, there's right place, right time for that.
I'd love to run it by you in like another phone call. It doesn't have to be like next week. It could be next year or something. But I definitely want to run it by you because I'd love your insights.
Yeah, man, feel free. Email me, and then I mean we'll set up. If we do a call, we'd have to do it non-11 at 11 if it's gonna be if it's like I have figured out the cure to cancer with AI. Because somebody you'll see it pop up tomorrow. The chat is very opportunistic. They ready to go. They ready to go, baby. But I love it, man. I think this is a great call. They think I planted you here. I was interested with the Coinbase stuff, but man, very, very impressed with you, bro. And I'm very excited for what you do next. I would say, do you have any final words for the chat? Any final advice you would give them in anything?
Oh man, I would say read this book called The Bitcoin Standard. The book, the first 7 to 10 chapters aren't even about Bitcoin. It goes into monetary systems and what is sound money. And trust me, like that book, like I was already into crypto before I read that, but reading that, it kind of tied in macro. It kind of tied in, what the FMI, like exchanging my life force every hour, every day, like when I'm working, I'm exchanging my life force for this thing, which we all view as money. But then at the end of the day, is it actually sound? And I'll leave with this. This is what I tell a lot of my people a lot of my friends that can't wrap their mind around crypto. Imagine you're living in Ukraine, right? No politics associated with this, but imagine you're living in Ukraine. You have a house there, your business, your family, and the next day Russia invades. Your entire stock investment portfolio, if it's invested in Ukraine, it dropped 90%. Your house value probably dropped 80%. You can't take it with you. You have to leave. You can't sell your car. You can't. The money in your bank's gone. And so, what is something that you can take with you to to a different country. If it's gold, you can, but if you have a large amounts of it, they're going to confiscate that at the border. And so I think I don't know if Bitcoin's going to be the next world reserve currency, but if you do have a decent amount of wealth stored in a private wallet, self-custodied wallet, you can take that wealth and travel to a different country and then use that to reset. That's the true value of Bitcoin, in my opinion. Because when you get down to a situation like that, you don't have many choices.
But what if everybody doesn't like Bitcoin?
Yeah. And so
like what happens, I guess, this is the thing and I've said this from day one. This is always what I've always been aware of with Bitcoin. But we got a scary part with this because we saw it with Russia. Like what happens if the EU, America, and the Western world, what if they say Bitcoin is now outlawed and we're going to seize your funds to pay for the war?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they did with gold back in the days, right?
Mm-hmm. And gold still survived, and gold now better than ever.
Gold did. Yes. I would say, there will still be a market for it. Like if the country you move to doesn't really accept it as well or doesn't like it, I mean, you could still transact. Like you could.
So there'll still be value, and it would be better than the total loss of unsound currency.
Correct. Yeah. And I mean, just think about it, Josh. I think fingers crossed that we don't World War III doesn't happen. But if we continue to progress as humanity, bro, our kids are going to be vacationing on Mars. I want to.
Man, my kids ain't go. I'm not even letting them outside the house. That's why. What do you mean go to Mars? We got Mars at home, bro. We got Elon on Earth. You go on Twitter. I'm not letting. What do you mean we'll go to Mars? When I played 2K, bro, I didn't go to Mars. No, but I feel. I mean, the one. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry for cutting you off. I was going to say, in a civilization where we are multi-planetary, right? We're not going to be sending each other.
Oh, you're talking multi-planetary civilization now? What the hell? How did we get?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Listen. I love the futurist. I'm down with it. So. Okay, I'm imagining multi-planetary world.
Right, and say if say if I owe you money and you're on Mars, you'll be on Earth, I'll be on Mars.
I'll be like, he took my money and went to Mars. This is bullshit, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna send you some form of digital currency, right? And maybe it's pegged to the dollar. If it was the U.S. dollar, heck, I live in America. This is probably the greatest country the world has ever seen, will ever see. Yeah, it's going to be a form of digital currency, whether it's Bitcoin or whether it's some other digital currency that is like globally or internationally or interstellarly accepted at the time. We're not going to transact in fiat or even, we're not going to exchange gold. Like, I'm not going to send you gold. And another thing to be worried about is if Elon and SpaceX get it right, which so far they are doing so, we might get into asteroid mining. And if we do mine like a small asteroid and there are rare metals on there, that could fluctuate the rare metal market on Earth. If they do successfully bring that back.
I have heard about that. They said I think if they do one mining mission from like Interstellar, I think it would give you enough minerals to literally recreate the whole entire EV industry 5 times over or something. I've heard something like that. But I think all of this stuff is way ahead, but I like where you're thinking, man. Again, I mean, you're actually reminding me of did you ever watch those videos back in the day with Olivier? You remember my Chinese homie? Yeah, he's a big futurist. That guy was talking to me about supply chains in 2018 and 2017, and he was talking about revolutionizing. I'm like, what are you talking about? So but he's big on the future too. So that's a very, very cool thought. I'll tell you, I guess my future thought that does not go interstellar, but kind of related to money. I don't know. I mean, you're familiar. You familiar with Bretton Woods and how we got to floated exchanges and the money we have now? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I have a book in front of me. It's called The Secrets of the Federal Reserve, and I'd recommend that too.
Perfect. So my theory is this. I think in the time that you and I think you're in my age range, that by the time we die, I think we will experience another currency experiment. AKA, by the time we die, I think we're going to watch floated exchanges fail, and they're going to come up with a new idea. Just how fixed failed, and then they had to do the gold thing, and then the next 40 years, they worked their way through, and now we have this managed but fixed thing. Maybe it's real soon. I just think by the time I die, I am pretty much expecting that the dollar will go through some change. Maybe we'll still call it the dollar. Maybe it's a Fed digital currency. Maybe it's the mark of the beast. I don't know. I don't care. All I know, though, is that there's a better chance than not in the next 100 years that we're going to see a failure of floated exchanges, and then we're going to see what the monetary world comes up with to go from there. But then again, that's where digital currencies and Bitcoin kind of are already in that direction.
Could fit the,
It makes sense. But that's my future that I see as far, and that's why, I have always liked Bitcoin and all that. It's like, I do think you got to have a balance of everything, but definitely, money is it's a wild beast, and I do think we've lived through a money system for a while, and even everything we've witnessed. I'm sure by the time we die, we will notice one more great shift, or we'll be living through it.
I think you're right, man. These world reserve currencies, at least in modern time, last 100, 150 years. And since Bretton Woods, we're nearing that. So, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. So, I wouldn't be surprised. That is something that I'm going to start looking for early signs of. Dude, I don't know what the future holds, but all I remember is we printed 40% of the money supply in 2 years.
And that's why get a house no matter what. Just make sure it's a deal, baby. Make sure it's a good deal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then what you say? You said the book was called The Bitcoin Standard?
Yeah, The Bitcoin Standard, yes.
Who wrote it? Who's the author?
Oh, man, I can't pronounce their name, but it's Safadine something.
Oh, Habibi.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yalla. All right, well, I love it, man. This was a great call, and I'm very proud of you, man. I'm excited to see where you take it, and you seem like I think you got a perfect mix of you're educated, you're willing to take out a loan to buy crypto too, you've worked corporate, you're ready to go private. Now, I'm really excited for you, man. So let me know if you need anything along the way, bro. Keep it up, and I think that's it, man. I think we'll wrap it up there.
Josh, pleasure was mine. Just keep doing you, man. And, that break you're going to take in December, take it. No questions asked. You deserve it.
I wish I could get a tan, but I'll probably be falling on my ass trying to snowboard again. But
shit.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for all the love, too, and supporting all these years, man. It means a lot, bro. You are a beacon, bro. Keep living it on. And I think you're going to, man, you are either going to be trying to sell, Bitcoin space moons in, 50 years, or you're going to be a billionaire. So buy me a house, bro, okay? That's it. Just don't forget about me when you on Mars, all right, man?
No worries. I got you, man. Thank you.
Hi, dog. Have a good one, bro. Thank you. Peace. Wow. He works for Citadel. Oh, man. Well, he said he worked for Coinbase. He said he's leaving Coinbase. That was cool. I didn't know he was following that long. That sounds amazing, bro. I like that. Man, gotta love it. Gotta love the 11 out of 11s, bro. Gotta love the 11 out of 11. That's 2 for 2, man. 2 great ones back to back. So, and again, it seems like y'all need to get into real estate. So, again, listen, everybody hears these calls every day. It's just how many of you are looking every day, right? It's don't be scared of anything. You find the deal. Make your money on the buy. But you guys, man, love to see. I've been seeing a lot of education come through. It seems like some of you are listening. You know what I'm saying? I love it, bro. I love it. Coins selling off. Yeah, but do you guys notice it? Look. Bro, the Russell is down by 0.8 right now. 0.6. It's about to match up with the bonds. So it looked like it wasn't going to happen, but it just took 7 hours. Literally. That's it. Bottom to top. Bonds died first. Russell was up, but then literally, it didn't look like it was going to happen. Today looked wild, but look at this. That's what I'm saying. It's insane. This is all the trend remains, even though there's kind of a lag between the timing. So very, very wild. And now it's Power Hour. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. We got some great people in here, man. Shout out to Chad, bro. I loved it. Dude, these are great. So keep it up, man. I'm excited. That's what I'm saying, bro. Keep this discipline. Let's take it into these next couple of years, man. Some of you are going to make the most of it. Some of you won't. But I encourage you all to let's go, baby. Let's go. And then SPY is coming down, too. I mean, SPY's going back to break even. NASDAQ was down a lot more earlier, but this is just back to the morning. The only difference now, bond the same spot from the early sell-off. But this time now, the Russell and all that pressure has caught right back up to it, man. Gold should be down more. That's what I was saying, and it did drop. So now gold, bonds, and almost the Russell are all about to be matched up, even though it really didn't. It looked like that was a far cry, but nah, it's right there. So again, this is what I was saying with some of these things. It's either one goes up or one comes down. In this case, it was either bonds are going to come up or Russell comes down, and Russell came down. Yeah, TLT was the first one to drop, though. Remember I kept saying TLT was lagging. Bonds were lagging, and now Russell and gold are going to match up with it. Very wild. But, yeah, everything is dropping now into this. I mean, welcome to Power Hour. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get me a water. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity and Real Cult News on Twitter. The Twitter live shut off. Twitter doesn't let me go for any longer than 6 hours. So I started early, unfortunately. Sorry, Twitter people. Yeah. So, 6 hour hard stop.
Really big gains.
I'm down to go
this
more,
year
but they won't let me
zero in on more.
But I'll be right back.
Absolutely. And I think investors tend to be a little underinvested here. And I think there's a lot of things that are positioning nicely. The deregulation has been the big hot topic, which I think arguably is going to be a better boost for this industry as opposed to things like tax cuts, which is going to likely happen on the corporation standpoint. But you're also seeing valuations are lower, and also the yield curve is steepening, which is a better thing for these banks. So I think they have been a very underloved sector, but absolutely something that's going to perform well regardless of Trump being in. But with him being in, I think it actually just positions them better.
I know you like emerging markets, okay? Mm-hmm. Are you talking about China included in that, or are we thinking India and elsewhere? Because obviously we're worried about, the impact of tariffs and a turn up of the ratchet on that. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think that's where some of the concern with China, it's going to have a lot of political headline risk, and I think some of that is going to get oversold based off Trump's stance on China, but I don't think this is something on a discount. So we own emerging markets, exclusive, the entire markets, including China. Mm-hmm. China is the one that has that headline risk, but when you look at this in the bigger picture, emerging markets, like 85% of the world's population, 60% of global GDP, only 10% of the world's market cap, however, and U.S. investors only tend to have like 2% invested in there. So I'm not saying go all in. It tends to be more volatile, but that is one of those areas where if you're doing additional money you need to deploy, absolutely pick that up. It's got great valuations.
I think my point is, it could become even more volatile depending on, what happens with the new administration. Speaking of, we are getting some breaking news out of Washington, D.C. now. Megan Casella has that for us. Megan, what do we know?
Hey, that's right, Scott. We have just learned that the president-elect Donald Trump is officially naming now Florida Senator Marco Rubio to be his Secretary of State. This is a pick that we've been talking about for about 24 hours now, but it hadn't been made official yet by the president-elect himself. We now have a statement from Trump saying that he looks forward to working with Marco to make America and the world safe and great again. Now, this is the second of the so-called Big Four positions that we have official names for, along with the Defense Secretary pick. That's Pete Hegseth, a combat veteran, and also a Fox and Friends weekend host. We're still waiting on the Treasury Secretary and the Attorney General to round out those Big Four positions, along with many other names. Scott, more when we have it. And one last note on Rubio, this will open a vacancy in the Florida Senate. So Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will have an opportunity to appoint someone to fill Marco Rubio's seat. There's been a lot of discussion already about who might take that seat, with the president's daughter-in-law, the president-elect's daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, being at the center of a lot of those discussions, but much more to come on who might fill that seat. For now, we know Rubio is headed to Secretary of State. Scott.
Megan.
Oh, today's not Tuesday. Is it bad that reminded me? That reminded me of Tuesday tacos. $1 at Rubio's. $1.50 now with inflation, but still good deal. Still a good deal. Let's go. Well, it's Power Hour, baby. So we got 52 minutes left. That was a great call. That was amazing. It was wonderful. Where is it? Okay. Not bad, man. And then tomorrow, Friday, Junior. We still got a little bit of data. You're going to get retail sales and a couple of other things. Ulta I like. I mean, I liked it at a lot lower, but it's still one of those names that if you wanted, like, growth, you want something with, like, decent momentum. It's down on the year, but it's not, like, totally clobbered. You know what I'm saying? But I like it. I liked it. We talked about it at like 360, 369. It's at 380 now. I wanted it at 320. I wanted it to go lower. But yeah, it had the Buffett premium. But I'm a big fan of Ulta. I mean, I have it in the other long term. It's great. But if it ever got really cheap, I would buy it. Even now, I could consider it. Everything's selling. I think it was the bonds. I mean, you were able to detach from it for a little bit today, but I mean, eventually, the market's not doing bad, honestly. NASDAQ a little worse. SPY, I think Bitcoin's kind of holding it up, but I mean, the same exact thing as yesterday, really. And then it looked like the Russell, it looked like we were going to have a little bit of a head scratcher, but nah, it just came down. Shop is holding up. Yeah, dude, they did an offering too. So they did great. Polaris. I would do Smuckers. I've never owned a Polaris in my life. I've always wanted one, but no. So I don't know. They're a good company though. It's actually kind of wild, but I think Smuckers, if you want food and value, I mean, we'll see the RFK effect, but I don't know. Where is SJM though? Didn't it bounce? Yeah, it bounced at the beginning of the year and came down. But yeah, that would be a great value play. 2020 lows. I don't know the dividend. Again, it'll have the same exposure as like Coca-Cola and all that. And then you got to think about any RFK. Yeah, is that 2015 low? And I don't know. Does Buffett still own Smuckers? I know he owned Kraft. Yeah, 3.9 divvy. Yeah, not bad at all. Usually with those plays like Hershey, I say 4% divvy. That's a good yield, especially if the share price, you know, you can still go up another 50%. But and then UPS is running. That's another one that I like too. But they had a good day today. JFK going to come down on Smucker. I mean, that's the worry. And then again, trends haven't been good. Inflation, prices, consumer demand. I mean, go look at Coca-Cola and all the rest of those food names. It's not like it's been a great quarter for them all. So add that to the RFK fear. Yeah, Coca-Cola low 50s. I think I'm in at the 40s. But yeah, I think a couple dollars lower Coca-Cola is a buy. Literally that October level. Oh, I saw that. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. Woo! She's great. Tulsi Gabbard, bro. The TLT play. We'll go over it on the watch list if you missed it. Because, again, I'll say it one time now, but I don't want, like I said, I don't want to play the game of going back and forth. I like it to naturally come up, you know. But I said I was going to tell you guys after PHILO, since I did it right before. I did something unique. It's because I was saying it all day. I told you guys I would overlay ARK BITO and KRE with the bonds and ask yourself why all of these long duration plays are running while bond duration is not. And so what I did is I took my KRE profits, my BITO profits, and my ARC profits, all my free contracts, and I sold them and I put 3/4 of the money into a March 100 call for TLT. Because I either think those names will come down, the ones that I sold, or TLT stabilizes and comes up. And yeah, I bought them at 67 cents. I grabbed 30 of them. Not a recommendation. So we'll cover it again on the watch list. It's power hour. I don't think I'll have to cover it again. So I hope that helps. Could you close red? Yeah, I mean, the SPY's only up 0.1%. The NASDAQ's red and the Russell gave up the gain. So I don't see why not. I mean, but I don't think we'll move big. It'll probably be, again, you're either best case, you close up a quarter, close up a third, or worst case, you close down a quarter or a tenth. SMCI had another 10Q delay this morning. PPI will, but it's not, it'll be one really good data set that will move the bonds, but I think you're going to need maybe even seasonality. Just somebody is stepping on the bonds, whether it's a group of bond vigilantes or whether it's Druckenmiller or damn Yellen and Powell. I don't even know. But like I'm saying, when you go look at all the other long duration stuff, the long, even short bonds too, even the 2 years about to go to 4.5. And that's why I said that's another signal, but there's something there that that's kind of sticking out. So we'll see, but PPI and retail sales will be an event. Grabbing KRE. I still think it's going to be a play. I believe in this idea. So I'm like, hey, if I think one will come down and the other's there, I mean, it was 13 cents to $1 on the KREs. So I think, move it to the cheaper one. But that's how I could lose if all those keep running and the bonds keep dying, which is possible. I could be wrong on this, or maybe it takes a lot of time, but that's why I got in, the next 5 months. Inflation hasn't gone back up. Inflation expectations are going up, but right now inflation it's been the same for the last 3 months, which is on the higher end, 0.3 month over month on core, but it's not as if that is insane comparatively, but it's on the higher end. It's not what you dealt with in the past, but it's not the 0.1 month over month you've been getting. Coworker on the long term. Let's go, baby. Long term. Whether it's changed, people are overreacting. Well, yes and no. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's some reason to think inflation will go up, and it's already came up. But I mean, a lot of people are pricing in really far into the future with a very cautious look. But it's a mix of what's gone on and a mix of overreaction. And again, I mean, I don't know. Raj said it there. The flows. I do think positioning is another part of it too. When you say long duration, those are assets that long duration stocks. So they do better. It's a longer time frame. These are stocks that need lower rates so that they could continue to get loans and fund it. These are names that either are not profitable or heavy growth. So like a bond is, again, everything in ARKK is long duration. Most of them are unprofitable. They are literally surviving on loans, credit, and equity. Again, go look at biotechs. That's a great example of long duration. Why? Because they need 5 to 7 years to test the drug, and they need to raise money until they can make money. So that's why I'm saying, like, small caps are long duration, most of them. So that's why when rates, and there's favorable stuff for rates in the economy, they get a little bit of a boost. So if you go and look over the last couple of years, anytime rates go low, long duration gets a boost. And again, part of the Trump trade is these long duration stuffs with regulation. But right now, since like October 7th, you've been having bond yields go higher, but then long duration stocks have made like a 3 standard deviation move upwards. So that's where I'm thinking either long duration cools down or bonds bottom out. Ta-da! So we'll see. Just like today played out, there was a little bit of a gap, and then you kind of watched it. Yeah, McDonald's on the low ticker. It's probably an E. coli update. This is E-Trade Pro you're looking at. On NU, I know Buffett likes some, but I don't know. Brazil's going to be a good emerging market, but I've never really looked into Brazilian banks. I don't see anything on Mickey D's yet, but it'll probably be CDC. Unless RFK is going for them. Is this the sell the rip moment? No, not until the bonds break. That's what I'm saying. They're teasing you. They brought you to the election level, but no lower. That's what we keep doing. But like I said, 4 or 5 on the 2-year, and then 5% on the 30-year. That's how you know conditions are tightening, and I would be a little bit more cautious. Until then, though, if the bonds don't die, right now it's bad, but as long as they don't blow out, the party rages on. E-Trade Pro, go to Tools, and then high-low. Right there. Coin this message. You think bonds will go up till inauguration? Like yields will go higher? Yeah, it's possible. I don't doubt it. That's why, but again, I went March on my plays. So this reminds me of the 7 rate cut play I had last December. So market could price it in and feel a certain way. They could bring this thing up to 5, and then anything above 5, it'll get even more shakier. But those are the levels conditions tighten. But then, I mean, we'll see where it goes from there. But I think there will be a period eventually. It's either the bond death keeps going or we bottom out. The TLT is insurance. Yeah, I'm going for some options because it's literally swinging back and forth several percentage points on the day. But like I'm saying, 4, 5, and 5, it's pure insurance. It's just value. That's all it is. Argentina's the best too, and I've not heard that. I think Japan, that's where you get good dollar conversion, and then they have a lot of untapped growth that could hopefully return. Anyway, we close in 40 minutes. Rate cuts now have to be based on bad news in the economy. Last year was inflation coming down. Yeah, or again, I mean, right now, we're just worried about fears of economy ticking up and then inflation. And then that's what I'm saying too, oil. I think that'll be a part of it. Shortly, as oil goes up and down, I think you'll have people tying that to the inflation story very shortly. The carry trade, I'll be worried about it in December. We have to see what they end up doing. Japan, that is. Malay is a Trumper now. I thought he always was. He was like the Trump of Argentina. Isn't that what they described him as? Bonds went up because tariffs are inflationary. That's one part of it. I mean, I know for a fact there's another part of Wall Street. It's just pure economic activity. Go look at Bitcoin. Go look at the optimism. That's why discretionaries won't come down because they benefit off of both. They could benefit off of inflation and they could benefit off of increased consumer demand. So that's the other part of it. But I think the story that gets the most attention is tariffs equal inflation. The stock market going up is inflationary. It depends. I'm kind of I'm weird with that topic because I lived a life where I remember FANG and all of Amazon, Netflix, and Google going up thousands of percents, and nobody ever uttered the word inflation in their life. So that's kind of where I'm at on that one. Yeah, Netflix, that's a discretionary. So again, whether it's demand or raising prices, I mean, I think they're going to, and then they had good earnings too, but literally, I mean, this thing's almost up $100 in like 5 days. Is it inflation in commodities versus, I think commodities would matter more. Literally, I think the stock market could go up 20%. I don't think it would impact the CPI, as weird as that sounds. But if oil went up 50%, I think you would start feeling it a lot more. Because, again, oil would just factor into everything. And, like, that's where I think there's part of the balance. But I think commodity inflation and goods will make the sticky services go up even more. I didn't think it ever made sense for Powell to cut. But right now, the odds for December are about like 80% after today. You paid $200 for parking at SoFi last month. You finally felt inflation. That's wild. $200? Was that is that legal? I don't think I've ever seen parking that expensive. And did you not have the option to say no? Were they armed? Did they put their weapon down when they asked you to pay, or did you feel coerced into it? Trump picks Matt Gaetz to serve as Attorney General. CDC, FDA finds non-outbreak of Shiga toxin producing E. coli in recalled onions. New human illnesses linked. What? What's Shiga? They're saying the E. coli created a Shiga? What? Does anybody know about this? So that's why is Shiga? That's, I guess, new Shiga token. What the hell? Does sound like a Pokemon. He picked Matt Gaetz for AG, Attorney General, yeah. Isn't this guy he's like total Chad, yeah. This guy doesn't even look real, bro. He looks like if you went into ChatGPT, said, give me a picture of a Chad, it would spit out this dude. Oh, he just broke my screenshot thing. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it just that literally, I took a picture of him and it crashed. Here, I'll just have to show you. That looks like it's just Chad. Just Giga Chad. That's funny. A lot of Florida people, bro. Hasn't he appointed like 3 people from Florida? What? In 2020, he was accused of sex trafficking and having sexual relationships with minors. After an investigation, the DOJ decided not to charge him. What? That's what I'm just seeing this. What? Well, now I got a rabbit hole. Let me see. Matt Gaetz, sexual assault. June 18th, new probe reviewing allegations of misconduct and illicit drug. Oh, so he got high too? So that wasn't enough? He's like, yeah. What's up, man? And then you guys are like, great appointment, but y'all said nothing when Biden was appointing randos left and right. You don't remember that other? I forgot who Biden appointed. Remember, homie started stealing luggage from airports. So yeah, I think I told you this. Everybody in Wall Street is wild. I didn't know this about him though. Accepted improper gifts and sought to obstruct investigate. Where's the? We gotta get to the bottom of this. So he won't be charged. Subpoenaed by woman he allegedly had sex with when she was 17. She was a minor in defamation suit brought by friend. So in a civil lawsuit, not criminal, he had allegations he had sex with a 17-year-old girl, tells ABC as part of the suit brought by a friend of the congressman against the young woman and others. He was issued the subpoena, not previously reported. This is the old, I'm trying to get to the original filing of it. When did this all happen? He received a witness subpoena. He's not being sued. He is neither a plaintiff nor defendant. Gates' one-time associate Joel Greenberg in 2012 was sentenced to 11 years after pleading guilty to sex trafficking a minor, members of his wealthy family. The woman Gates allegedly had sex with when she was a minor. So that's how it started. So his homie got put in jail for sex trafficking. And then he gets called as a witness, and then the DOJ investigated him. And now he just got nominated by Trump for Attorney General. Mind you, he still works in the government prior to this appointment. Yeah, he does not look as chatty in this. That he looks creepier in this. This one, he's like, he has a hairline. I don't know what would drive a man like this to these actions. He seems like he's tall, has a perfect hairline. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has a nice government job. He probably makes good money. I don't know what has drove him to these questionable decisions. He looks like Mark Cuban's adopted son. No. Yeah, I think that one. I mean, I've seen people. I don't know. I don't think Howard Lutnick. I don't think that's a good treasury. I think what's his name would be better. But that one's kind of weird. That one's interesting. I didn't know that till I looked him up. That's what I've been doing with all these people. I've been putting them through and just double checking everything to get an idea. Weeds poppin'. Remember, you had the Texas news earlier. I think the Texas news might be hitting now. Oh, I think it's going up on the Matt Gaetz stuff. So not only the Texas, but people are tying that in. They're thinking Matt Gaetz will be favorable towards weed as the Attorney General. Interesting. He was not charged, no. Even in the lawsuit, he was named as a witness. And then the ethics committee said that he had no wrongdoing, but his homie got charged prior in 2022, or somebody he was associated with. I don't know. That one is questionable. Wow. FBI seizes Polymarket CEO phone and electronics after betting platform predicts Trump win. Holy crap. Bro, that's crazy. What? Bro, where's crypto? That's insane. No, I thought the craziness was... and what? Bro, FBI seizes Polymarket CEO phone and electronics after betting platform predicts Trump win. I mean, it's not because Trump won. That's just how the headline reads, but that's insane. New York Post source. That's coming out right now. What the hell? Yo, that's insanity. Dude, that's a trip. But why? Dude, I didn't think they what? Yo, that's insane. So literally, the Polymarket people are getting investigated right now. Right? Again, the FBI has just seized their electronics, and the CE. This sounds like the Telegram guy. I don't know. Kalshi has approval. Polymarket is like crypto, so that's the thing. Because Polymarket, it's not like Kalshi got approval from the SEC. Kalshi is legitimate. Kalshi, I don't think you guys should gamble, but at the end of the day, Kalshi is pretty sure it follows all guidelines. But Polymarket, I told you guys all this stuff was sketchy, but that's it's just a crypto betting market. But what the hell? Yo, that's wild, bro. We're getting in the middle of all these announcements. FBI is, dude, that's crazy. Bro, what? Dude, that's nuts. Oh, man. So I don't know what's going to happen now. So before he gets in. No, that's wild, bro. I don't know what's going to happen. What does that even mean? What does that insinuate? That's it. Because obviously it's because of the election hype. Is it because they made money? Is it because it was unregulated? Was it Russian actors involved? Because, again, I remember Russians can't be doing stuff. The CEO is 26 years old. Nobody knows, but it's provocative. Weren't the odds set by how many people were betting? Yeah, I don't know. Are they? Remember, this is the first time you've ever had people bet on an election. Remember, I was telling you this is all weird. Maybe they're going to say election interference. I have no idea. Dude, this could be either minor or this could be the plot twist in the story. Yeah, or just fraud and manipulation. And then that's that. Nothing more than that. But yeah, that's why. Most likely tax and financial stuff. I could see that. Bro, that's wicked. Bro, what? What's going on with this world today? Oh, man. On the same day he nominated. That was just shortly thereafter. What are you saying? There's just news that the Polymarket CEO, the FBI has seized his phone and the company's electronics. I think they're going to be investigating Polymarket. We don't know why. There's no reason listed. This is just coming out right now. New York Post or New York Times, they just have a source. So there's a couple more headlines, but damn, bro. I mean, remember, bro, this is maybe it's either going to be fraud, tax stuff, manipulation, or it's going to be a bigger thing. But it's like, dude, we were just talking. I was like, dude, wasn't I just telling you? I was like, it's so weird that we bet on elections now. That's new. I was saying it the whole time. That's why I was like, I don't know, man. But that's insanity. I think that's the wildest news all day today. Yeah, this will be on Netflix in like 3 years. Yeah, for sure. I will watch this. Bro, that's crazy. Let's see, is there more? Chad just tagged me in this. Federal Bureau sees CEO Shane Copland's phone and electronics, according to a report by the New York Post, which cited an anonymous source. They seized Shane Copeland's phone and electronics. Copeland was woken up at 6 a.m. in his Soho home by U.S. law enforcement, who demanded his phone and electronics. The Post Taylor Herlick wrote in an article that cited, here's the original, we'll go to it. Sources close to the matter. The move comes 8 days after. And then weeds ripping still off Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz in the Texas headline. That's top right. Move comes 8 days after the betting market launched in New York City, but is now geofenced for would-be users. Correctly predicted U.S. President Trump would secure the election. They did not arrest Copeland, according to the source. And they said FBI had not responded to a request for comment. They reached out for a statement. This is a developing story. So he's not arrested. That's nuts. This is him. This is the. He looks, bro. I have the same hair, just mine's receding. He's still younger. That's crazy. It's grand political theater at worst, the source told the Post. They could have asked his lawyer for any of these. Instead, they staged the so-called raid so that they could leak it to the media and use it for obvious political reasons. Copeland was not provided any reason for the incident, but the source says they expect its political retribution since they predicted the Trump's win accurately. Not traditional polls. The government's likely trying to accuse Polymarket of market manipulation and rigging polls in favor of Trump, the source said. So, yeah, this is going to develop. You're going to have drama around it. But what? Oh, that's crazy. That's Sam Bankman, right? I'm shaving my head, bro. That's it. I'm done. It used to be where you had this crazy hair. Nobody had the crazy curly hair. And now everybody just getting crazy curly hair. Crypto's too high or something. But, yeah, man, I need to shave this head. I'm done with it. I can't. I said, one more curly headed get in trouble, bro. I can't be doing this, man. Humana's popping. It's probably off of Matt Gaetz. That'd be the only thing. Otherwise, a lot going up randomly. We do got 20 minutes left. Oh, shaving is a protest to Trump now? It's fine. That's fine. I'm down. I support him. Why not? They're like, we're going to be abstinent and go to the gym. I'm like, good. Amen. All right. Well, that's cool, I guess. Yeah. I'm not going to stop you. Yeah, they are thinking it's manipulation, but they're saying political theater. That's crazy, though. You're going to hear more on that Telegram thing, or the Telegram. What's it called? It reminds me of the Telegram one. I don't know. Humana's ripping right now. Yeah, MSOS popped off that. Planet Fitness going up. Again, they backed out of a deal earlier. Planet Fitness is ripping. They're up 40 cents now. A couple of things are popping. It's not even 10-minute rigged. who was nominated for Sexiest Man Alive. I know, dude, this is crazy. Bro, if the media makes me hot, like, that's how you know beauty is just fake when it comes to the media. You know what I'm saying? They nominated fucking Benny Blanco as the sexiest man alive. That's literally my twin. And as somebody who looks exactly like him, I'm telling you, I'm not the sexiest man alive. But, man, if he wins and I become hot because the media, that's great. I'm going to laugh so hard, bro. You know what I'm saying? If they're like, wow. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, Selena, they're like, she's probably just couldn't handle everyone calling him ugly. They're like, how can we change this? They're like, it's called press. We're going to get you a PR person. Give it some time. It's my turn. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it, bro. I've already been in the gym, bro. I'm getting swole, so that's it. I'm just Benny Blanco on steroids now. He has better hair care though. I didn't spend my money on that. So I won't lie. He's he takes care of himself. Do I do weeklies? Every now and then. Just depends on the headline. I mean, for earnings, I'm doing next week, yeah. Did I hear about the guy who died, who was dead inside of a Planet Fitness tanning bed? No. What? That's crazy. Why would you use a tanning bed at Planet Fitness? And then, I don't even know, man. Oh, it's John Krasinski? Okay, but I guess I was in the running. But that's cool, man. I'm down. I'm like, it's definitely for the lizards everywhere. This was a win for us. Now, I guess maybe they'll be nice to me. That's it. Some girls are nice to me already. There's some girls who like me, but other than that, it's been rough. It's been a rough couple of decades, man. You know, but good thing I've lasted. I found the love of my life. You know, I've made some good jokes, and then that's it. That has got me a long way. It's just an honor to be nominated. It really is, man. It really is. I just want to thank everybody who was with me in my lizard days. So I won't go Hollywood on you, but there you go, baby. Kava robbed you. Well, hey, man. Chipotle gave you extra guacamole, right? No, Kava's insane, but it was pricing in. It was good earnings. Stores weren't that hot, but I mean, that's half of these names are doing that. They're either at the highs and then they have good earnings, and then like I don't know why Shopify kept going, but Kava, I mean, it was a winner prior, but that sucks. It was up 15%. That's crazy. No, different Benny Blanco. Yeah, that person that you're calling names is my twin. I told you, bro. I got so mad. The first time Selena started going out with Benny Blanco, there was a picture of them at a Laker game, bro. And I start reading the Instagram comments, and they're like, who's this ugly fool? And they just start going in on Benny, bro. And I'm like, at first I was laughing. And then halfway through, I just started taking it really personally. I was like, y'all stupid. Stupid people. Y'all have no idea what you even... Nah, man, this is not... I started getting mad. It's literally, that's what he just did. He's like, who's this ugly piece of crap who look like a lizard? Oh, that's who you look exactly like? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, the Al Pacino one's cool. That's a different Benny Blanco, but yeah. Yeah, secondhand defense. No, I did. I wasn't at first, but then, yeah, I eventually started. I was like, okay, enough of this. I'm not going to let y'all talk about me like that. I think Matt Gaetz caused the weed stocks to move. I mean, there was Texas stuff, a rumor of a legalization filing, but then other, like, even Humana, I think that Humana just rocketed up, man. Humana just went up 3% in a couple minutes. I don't see a headline, but it's probably off the Matt Gaetz stuff, I would say. The polymer, dude, I think it's wild. I'm green on Humana now, yeah. I'm so glad. I got it for Colt's sister. Remember yesterday? I wasn't able to buy it for her. So I got her some yesterday, even in the 270s. So dope. But yeah, I'm green on Humana now. I only bought her one share, though. I was going to use some of her cash, but I didn't want it to get too clapped. You have the same hair? My hair is a little worse, but he looks exactly like me. So, like, for real, if you ever want to know what I look like Benny Blanco. Believe me, I used to hate it because he's really ugly. And I told you, my good friend Olivier, he used to always call me Benny Blanco. And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I don't look nothing like him. And then one day I looked at him, and then I thought I was looking at the mirror. And at that day, my ego died. And then I became a hippie. Bro, what? I have no idea what's going on with Humana now. Medicare Advantage goes from here. I see an article. There's an article pumping it that just came out from a medical journal, but I don't think that's it. I really think it's the Matt Gaetz stuff, if anything. The PHILO, no. I mean, I don't take PHILO requests, unfortunately. I'm sorry. How would Gates help it? I don't know. I think he is more favorable. He's in Florida. I think he has some history, but that's the only, like, catalyst that coincides. Because, again, weed started moving out of nowhere. Yeah, weed stocks benefited off. But, dude, Humana's up 4% now out of nowhere. Humana's just ripping on the high ticker now, $2.90. Now we're up $10 a share out of nowhere. Like, what the hell? I'll take it, but, yeah, I have no idea. The Bivy? No. I'm going to ride those through. That's one of the other plays from the other. Remember, I have those. Those are all free, but I'm just going to hold that. I might get rid of it at the end of the year if I have to, but for, like, tax reasons. Other than that, no real plan. Let's see. Yeah, man. Umana. Everywhere. 1.1% dividend yield. Yeah, there was a weed announcement yesterday. Chris Christie said something, but then it kind of faded. And then this morning it was down, and then the Texas stuff, it went lower, and then Matt Gaetz, it rocketed. And then even then, 10-minute rigged, SPY's coming down. I mean, literally, Russell is down by 0.8, TLT down by 0.78. It literally matched up, bro. That's crazy. You have $9 million in margin? Wow. It's cool. You didn't buy me a house? It's crazy. All right. TLT dropped? I don't know. I think outside pressure, you could blame the data, but I think the data was good enough to hold it. It shouldn't have went down there. I mean, that's why I made another play, but it would have been more weird if the Russell didn't come down. So, honestly, the fact that it's down, too, I mean, it doesn't really, at this point, we're just back to election level, little lower than yesterday, and until it either breaks or bounces, that's probably going to get us, moving out of this little range we've been in or not. Yeah, so can you bet on the poly market guy going to jail or not? Or is that not available? That'd be funny. If he had good people working for him, they would already have that bet up. Mm-hmm. I went to March on the new TLTs I added today. The December ones I had yesterday, they went up 30% in the morning, and now they're down 26%. And then the ones I got are already up. I added March ones. And then I got rid of KRE, Beto, and ARC. I have no idea what happened to Humana. I don't even have a headline on it. There was something in like a medical journal, but I don't think that was it. Telsey Advisory Group prefers large food retailers as grocery trends normalize. That was 30 minutes ago. Top it off, Congress confirms aliens are real. There was that hearing today. Maybe we should have listened to it. Shopify keeps ripping as well. Gates tweeted in August, delist cannabis? What does that mean? Oh, like delist it from the regulation, not like... I'm like, what do you mean? Take off of the cannabis? I think like delist it on like a list of like federal offensive drugs. And then literally final 5 right now. You are getting clobbered. SPY's going to normalize. You're back to negative. Russell and bonds are almost perfect now. And welcome to the end of the day. All right, well, what a day. What a day, baby. Ooh. Breaking news. Shocking news. All right, man. So SPY just went negative on final 5. Like I told you guys a little bit earlier, though. Whatever. You could go red. You could go green. I mean, I don't think you're going to move more than a quarter point. You got a lot of stuff broadening out, though. So there's a couple things on the high ticker. The Dow is still green, believe it or not. That's a weird one in the middle that was able to hold up. But Chattadonia, I love you. I hope you know that you are blessed. But it's very, very simple, man. We got to wrap it up. We got to bring it home, my friends. So I love you, and I appreciate your time. And as a gesture of my appreciation, I'm here to give you a warning. When I say earmuffs, it's going to get really loud. There's like music and like yelling, and it's like yelling and like yelling. And if you don't like loud noises, it could disrupt your day. And you don't deserve a day of disruption. You deserve a day of amazingness. You deserve a day of only roses and flower petals. I hope that when you walk into a room, doves fly everywhere because you're that amazing. You know, I'm not going to hold you like that. So I just don't want you to experience anything except for doves when you walk in a room. So when I say earmuffs, just know that's your moment to mute your speakers and protect yourself, okay? Does that sound good? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, we yell. Yeah, a lot of yelling. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bro, a lot of value plays just went nuts. Pfizer, Hershey's, Dollar Tree, Humana. Something just kind of snapped there. I don't know. All of them are moving for no damn reason. Yeah, even UPS was already all day, bro. They all went nuts right now. Everything on our value list just popped up literally 2%. I don't know why. Hi. But on that note, are you guys ready? Earmuffs. Earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. Thank you. Thank you. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. That horn sounds weird, doesn't it? I think it's broken. I think I broke it. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I broke it. It got broken. That did not sound pleasant. But let's go, baby. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, dude, the dog. I didn't even know my girlfriend's dog. Yeah, he's barking at me. He did not like that horn.
Did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. The haters complain why creators creating. Did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. We did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. We did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. The haters complain why creators creating. Did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. I'm singing, I'm praising, my God is amazing. My dreams is accomplished, it then not complaining. They scheming, they plotting, but that did not faze me. Look like I'm homeless, ain't got me no job, but my car cost a home. Teach your ass not to judge. There's a lot I don't know, but I know, show some love. I'm so smart, I play dumb. Rather have me the money than have me so fun. Bitch, I'm back, I ain't dumb. Really
Cisco's
rapping,
already
funds,
moving.
yields in the buns of
Way
the
to hold
burden,
it
the
down,
fuck
Chad.
is
God
the
bless
day
you.
what
My
you
bad.
learn
That
in
was
the money.
crazy.
1 meal a day
That
for
was
your
a
brain and
wild
your
one,
lunch. Go
bro.
for layups, not done. So I'ma say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts.
Wow.
I'ma pay so I stop. Influential as fuck.
Game, you got
Boy,
Trump
mental
headlines
tough
too.
with my
Let's
heart
go,
on my
baby.
cuff.
Shout
It
out to
ain't hard, I
Twitch.
don't want, 'cause then
Shout out to
everyone got like
YouTube.
opinions
Shout out
and
everybody
thoughts,
that
but
held
they
it
don't
down,
mean a lot.
baby.
And my money
You could
on
have been
stats, I can
anything
show
in the
you
world.
top.
You were like, I'm
Every
gonna be the
bottom pop
homie,
up, the
baby.
key
And
in
you
the
got a
lock.
long
Don't
term.
believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
Need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Bro, that horn tweaked him out. I didn't even know he was here. That's why I was like, what? Bro, he's still barking. It's okay, bro. Listen. Al-Nasra, calm down, Habibi. Calm down. Some of you won't get that joke. Some of you will not get that joke. Yeah, he's tripping. Bro, what happened here at the end of the day? I don't know, man. I think that's kind of weird. You have TLT dumping a little bit after the bell, but, bro, what happened with all of those value plays? Bro, did you see? I don't know what happened after the bell. UPS, even Whirlpool was already up. All of them, bro. All of these values just went crazy. And then here's the headline. Are you ready for this? Trump team is drawing up list of Pentagon officers to fire. List could include the Joint Chief of Staff, officers associated with the former Joint Chiefs, Chairman Milley. Uh-oh. So you're going to hear that soon. Yes, Trump is drawing up a list of people to fire. That's who that is. PayPal. And PayPal's already up, though, man. We're already up. We're up 48% on PayPal. Dude, that's kind of crazy, though. Again, if those value plays go up, I mean, think about it. Tie that into the long duration stuff. I mean, it's kind of odd if they start getting a big inflow, but we'll see. We'll find out. But Chattadonia, that is the day. Again, Cisco, I think all we care about is Disney in the morning. There was a couple after the bell, but you're not going to get that many earnings. That's the preview. Did Cisco? Where does Cisco, Habibi? I could put up NU. Yeah, I didn't have a preview for that one, but they were on the low there. The Brazilian bank, but they already bounced up actually. So not bad. Cisco, Dow, Phage, Trump team looking to fire people. Bro, Humana just went insane. We're green on it now. We're green by like $10 if that holds. So I'll take it. I will take it. But yeah, I don't think you're gonna. Well, I don't know if Cisco had already moved, but I don't see the headline. Either way, earnings gonna start dying down next week or 2 weeks from now in NVIDIA. Then it'll be active, but again, you had less than 12% live watch list today. What's the date today? Do I do live watch list on Wednesday? No, Thursday. Yeah, no. I'm gonna do leg day today though. So we don't have core real estate. I don't know. I might skip a watch list though if I'm too tired from leg day. But I've been good the last 4 weeks. So, but yeah, live watch list tomorrow, not tonight. Yes, sir. Yeah, but I think that's it. I'll wait till Cisco comes out. In the meantime, let me give you a track. I think you guys need tracks. You know, everybody likes a good track.
Yeah, another day, another another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy that triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was
Nah, DJ, run that back.
Bag into a boat, off the buy, let it triple net. Turn the bag into a boat.
There you go. There's Cisco. Now Cisco's out. I think they guided up. That already looks pretty good. Cisco's up 5. Did you hear what he said? I don't know if y'all heard what he said. I don't think y'all heard what he said. Did you hear what he said? He said something. But here, let me get you these earnings real quick. First quarter adjusted EPS was 91 cents. So they beat the high end. Operating cash flow, $3.7 billion. That was a little lower than expected. Revenue was 13.8. So they were at the higher end, but they didn't fully beat. They see full year EPS, 226 to 238. That seems lower. I need adjusted 360 to 366. So that's higher. They raised EPS guide. Product sales 10.1. I think they killed it on that. And then first quarter service sales 373. So I think they did good. I don't know if it was like a monster blowout. It just looked good off the full year guidance raise on EPS. Something about doors not being. No, you didn't hear what he said? He said, turn the bag into a boat. Off the buy, let it sit. Stop it. All these 11. Make your money on the buy, Chatadonia.
Yeah, another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy that triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Or you got something to say, but you ain't speaking. How you know about the play, but you ain't eating. It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellis, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grew a little with the pain, changed a little with the change, change of thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain, the divvies and the trays. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'ma buy that triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the... One turn.
Viper.
It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. Ask me if I'm holding stocks, please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips, you were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you young, you could always use a dividend.
Get a long term.
Money, I suggest you do not rush with it.
YouTube.com.
Make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved, by the second month you double it. Trading foreign currencies, I don't need a dub on it. I don't need a
real long-term hits.
Run with it. Mama always said, never marry but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing, I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at
Built
the
by the long
Say
term.
that you're a man, but
Save
on the internet,
10% now.
Go ahead, you can cancel me, but don't act like you ever pay. You look dumb as fuck if only one of us is playing charades. Asking what I mean, bitch, that wasn't a parable. Just because they copied me don't mean that we're comparable. You support the phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a narc, that's a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was down, right in front of you. Didn't say I lost, my account looked like a W. You don't got the long term, it's hard for me to fuck with you. If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. Fuck it, dude.
No, that's it. We have not gotten past that level. Whirlpool ex-dividend. Yeah, a lot of them are ex-dividend. Dude, it's weird. Humana even keep going up. I have no idea what just happened with these value plays, but instantly. If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. Bro, this dog is still barking. That horn, bro. I got to throw that horn away. That one was insane. But yeah, oh, Lulu. Whoa, Lulu had earnings? Or did they just come out with guidance? Lulu Fashion Lounge Q3 outlook. Oh, is Lulu Fashion Lounge different? That sounds different. She's mad at fan. Yeah, he did not like it. He did not like it at all. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, Chad, I think that's it, man. That's it. I'm going to get an early start. Yeah, we have a PPI data tomorrow and then retail sales on Friday, but we've gone through it. I think tomorrow, it's 2 days of relief. I mean, if you notice, the bonds, right when the bonds started going down, I mean, we have not advanced after the mania. So we'll see what tomorrow and Friday brings with the data. Other than that, though, should be straightforward. I may or may not. I should be on the watch list. We'll see, though. We'll see, man. If anything, though, I will see you in the morning. Thank you all for your time, bro. Especially you followed the rules. You were a part of it. Brought something to the table, baby. You know what I'm saying? God bless you, man. I really hope you had a great day. I hope you had a laugh. I hope you learned something. And I really hope you got a long-term, baby. But thank you for your time. God willing, we could do it again tomorrow. And other than that, that's all I got. So go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Why the good and bad of life is like a circle. Why everybody goes through it, but it's on you to enhance the life. Why you avoid the gray area, baby. Why you will be self-reliant. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chadadonia, that is all. That is all I have. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you in the morning. I'll be on Twitter. That's what I've been doing now. That's it. Instead of playing 2K, I just go on Twitter and I turn into a Republican. I'm even like getting into memes. You know that? Oh, you guys want to see before I go? You want to see my meme? I had a meme. I memed. I think I did it properly. Are you ready? Look at this. I think this is, I love this. This was going to be one of my profile pics. I want to change my profile. I love this. You guys know I love Allen Iverson. And, this was an iconic election. I love this one. So shout out to Chad. Which Chad made that? That was Candle Mover. God bless you, Candle Mover. That's beautiful. Beautiful, bro. Beautiful. Well, no, let me show you. I already showed you that. I have to go to my replies. Yeah, I replied. I don't know. I'm still learning. I'm a boomer. Yeah, this is it. I meme. Look at this. So this guy, he's like, I didn't realize the average year money grows at 10%, and the average return of the S&P is 9.7. Then all the value created there is the money printer. That was startling. And it seemed like it was a really serious one, but this was my response. Isn't that great? I love it. I laughed. That's why I did it. I thought it was pretty funny. I wanted to show you guys. I think that's hilarious. I think that's a perfect response. Because this is what you guys do when I'm hella serious and you guys joke around. You see? I didn't even have to say anything. All I had, you know what I'm saying? I think this is... Richest Man of Babylon. And then the Book of Proverbs, preferably the New Living Translation if you want an easier version to read. And then the Richest Man of Babylon. So Strangest Secret, Proverbs, and Richest Man. Ta-da. Isn't that great? Yeah. So anyways, I'll see you guys on there. I love you all. You have a wonderful, beautiful, glorious evening. But that is all that I have. And peace out. Goodbye. Hey, where's Dad? I love Donald. I'm so happy he back because they screwed me. I'm the president still. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to arrest Poly Market and I'm going to make nuclear. You know what they said? They want me to step down. The audacity. They said step down so I can make camel out of screw you. I barely can take a normal step. And now you want me to step down? Screw you. I'm not stepping nowhere. I'm not stepping. I mean it. Seriously, I'm gonna miss this voice. Anyways, and it's a good time. It feels good to be back. Good to be back. Joe looks better. He looks better than before. He's smiling. I know, can you believe it? Fake news media. They don't know. First thing I'll do is unban Josh. No more shadow banning. The cult will be set free. I have no idea who Josh is. I'll just listen to Elon. Whatever Elon tells me, I nod my head. He gives me 10 million. It's a good plan. Good plan. Shout out to crypto. Keep buying. What do you say? Hodl? Fake news media. They try to say hold. It's hodl. They can't even spell it. I know. Have a good day. Goodbye. Exactly. I'm trying to get in some of the crypto. What is a crypto? Do you need feet to have a crypto? Exactly. Doesn't sound right to me. What do you mean? Is it Egyptian cryptology? When did you start doing hieroglyphics? Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.